Hello and welcome to Doctor Who's Crown Jewels. This is a new series I'm going to be doing on this channel over this year to celebrate the 60th anniversary of Doctor Who. Because I love this show, I want to pick out my favourite stories from each season and possibly beyond. My belief is that no matter how awful you may think the show is, there is still always a diamond in the rough. A crown jewel, if you will. Where better to begin than the beginning? The first season. And I have some interesting thoughts on the season. I just love it. I love it. I love it. I'd argue it's the perfect start to the show. We're given an endearing dynamic between the four leads, with the doddery doctor, the inquisitive Susan, the very empowered Barbara, and the very strong-willed, determined to solve injustices Ian. And as you can tell, Ian's my favourite companion of this season. And as for the stories themselves, again, I largely find them great, such as the first part of An Unearthly Child, which I would say is an honourable mention, given how it's a perfect setup to the show with real intrigue, but it's only really an honourable mention for this video, considering the next three parts are probably the weakest of the season. Yeah, I'm not really into the caveman politics. So, yeah, no, it's quite dull. I've got to admit, that's quite dull. The Daleks, the first Dalek story, put the show on the map for a reason. I really like how it's able to horrifically entertain the audience for most of its runtime. The Edge of Destruction is a very creative way to fill the two episodes with some very trippy sequences. The Keys of Marinus is a nice trek around an alien world that really has so many ideas brimming in each episode. And The Reign of Terror is a quite relevant finale. Not just with the Doctor as a character, but from what we could learn about the French Revolution. Admittedly, the Sensorites isn't all that, but I do think it starts quite strong and is very intriguing as well. It just... its final episode was really not needed. And that leaves two stories that I haven't covered. And they both happen to be written by John Lucarotti. And happen to be historicals. These are the two stories I consider the crown jewels of the season. Those being Marco Polo and, my personal favourite First Doctor story, The Aztecs. Marco Polo. It's a 7-parter, but unfortunately it's mostly missing. I would say it's an epic story that really does not feel like it's dragging. It's a 7-parter, so it is quite long. So was the Daleks a few weeks prior. However, the difference between the Daleks and Marco Polo is that the Daleks, it has a strong idea that can last a good while. However, it doesn't feel as jam-packed as Marco Polo, even if it was cut down to like 6 parts, which I think it should have been. I understand why stories are the lengths that they are, but in an ideal world, you know, the Daleks would not be any more than a 6-parter, but Marco Polo really fits 7. There is not a single moment in the story where I feel like nothing is happening. It's unfortunate that it's missing, because I do genuinely think it would be heralded if it was not missing. I'll just sum up the plot, in case you haven't experienced it, which I urge you to. I really do. I recommend the black and white reconstruction that Loose Cannon did over the colour one. Or even for part 1, Josh Schneer's one. They really did a good one. So, the basic premise, and this is going to sound really reductionist, because it's so simple of a plot that you'll question how they managed to get 7 episodes out of this. The Doctor and co land in the plain of Pamir. Unfortunately, the ship is damaged, but luckily, Marco Polo and his crew just so happen to be there. However, Marco Polo is scheming something. He is gonna trade the TARDIS for his freedom, because he is under some form of control by the mighty Kublai Khan. And he is willing to offer it as a gift, because he's desperate. He's desperate to get home. And there's a lot of tensions between Marco and the TARDIS team to do with this. And that's the main thing that Marco Polo excels in. Character. The character work is not really something people go on about in Classic Who. It's definitely there. And that's my favourite part about Classic Who. The characterization. When it's good, oh my god, I'm in love with it. And it's weird, like, it's very low-key, it's not the focus, unlike with New Who. However, in Marco Polo, it very much is the focus. The way the characters interact, and the way they kind of backstab each other. Especially the Warlord Tagana, who acts as more of the villain of the piece. Because he is very much against everyone being alive. Especially the TARDIS team, he considers them evil spirits. I think the other notable side character in this story is Ping Cho. Her main goal is to give Susan something to do, and that she does. They're in love. Don't argue with me. They're in love. Just as Ian and Barbara are in love, okay? Ian and Barbara when the Straits are okay. Susan and Ping Cho, yes. Like, it very much feels like they're two girlfriends having some fun. Susan trying to help Ping Cho get away from an arranged marriage. Again, when I say it's about character work, I mean it. They let the character work evolve. And not only that, I've not mentioned Ian and Barbara yet. Ian and Barbara, I mean, I've not really mentioned the Doctor yet either, but shush. Ian and Barbara both get to utilise the fact that they teach the studies that they teach. Barbara very much knows Marco Polo's life. She knows the history of Cathay, and yeah, she knows what should happen. And Ian very much is the logical-minded person who's very skeptical of a lot of things. That's Ian's defining character trait. He's very skeptical. Because he's a science teacher. He knows that not every solution is clear-cut, and if something is suspicious, it probably is. There is scientific stuff in the story. Like, for example, when they've ran out of water, Tagana went scouting for an oasis, he found one, and just left the others for dead. Again, he's obsessed with everyone dying. But if it wasn't for the Doctor and Susan discovering that because it was so bitterly cold the previous night, and it was so warm that day, that the condensation was water running down the TARDIS walls, they collected the water, and Ian explained it in simple terms to Marco Polo, and it was great. The characters themselves, the side characters themselves, are also very deep. Marco Polo feels very human. Also, the Doctor's a bit of a twat in this. Which he would. His ship's being offered by someone else, and you can't exactly get another one. Thing is with Marco, we understand his plight. So obviously we root for the TARDIS team being free, but because he's written very sympathetically, we also root for his freedom as well. It is a bit of a slow burn, but there is always something happening, and you know, it really gives you enough time to digest it, to the point where that doesn't become an issue. And for that reason, Marco Polo is a crown jewel. So is the Aztecs. Yeah, I do believe John Lucarotti's the best writer for the First Doctor, or rather, the First Doctor's era. All three of his scripts are in my top 10 Hartnell stories, and two of them, the ones in Season 1, were my absolute favourite. Which makes me think that David Whittaker had something to do with that. I mean, David Whittaker was a king of characterization in very early Doctor Who. So, naturally, I do feel like the partnership between them made something special. Although I praise Marco Polo for its characterization, the Aztecs, although it also naturally has great characterization, that's not the only thing it has going on. It has multiple elements: characterization, world building, philosophical concepts, and it balances them all perfectly, I'd say. In this story, we do see Barbara in her finest hour. I will say this is the story that handles Barbara the best. Because the plot of this one, they land in an Aztec temple. A tomb, even. It's the tomb of an Aztec priest, and because Barbara looted it and wore a bracelet she liked the look of, the Aztecs declared that she must be a reincarnation of the god Yetaxa. Because of this, she quickly gets influence in the Aztec society, as do the TARDIS team, as they are the servants of Yetaxa. Thing is, Aztec society was Barbara's speciality, and although Susan and naturally the audience would be a bit skeptical of the Aztecs, considering they were infamous for their human sacrifices, Barbara sees a different Aztec society. Naturally, there was human sacrifices. Well, she believes that because the Spanish saw that their society was doomed to fail as a result of their reliance on sacrifices. But there was other aspects to their culture as well. I mean, naturally there were warriors, but there was also builders and other things. I don't think the story described the entirety of Aztec society in too much detail, but there are small aspects that I can't just do sweeping statements of. There are aspects of society that Barbara sees in the Aztecs that are beautiful and that culture should be preserved. So what she decides to do is, with her new power and influence, she tries to stop the sacrifices from happening by declaring that the gods no longer favour it. And the High Priest seems to go along with it, because the High Priest was only really allowing for these sacrifices to take place due to the fact that that's what he believed the gods wanted. And because a god has said no, he is against it. However, the chief executioner doesn't like this. He likes murder. He likes people dying. So he naturally declares that he believes that Barbara is a false goddess. And that's where all the tension lies. And it's a 4-parter, so naturally this storyline fits definitely a shorter time span, but the 4 parts do give us time to explore the Aztec society. The Doctor also doesn't philosophically agree, due to his perception of time. Naturally, he would be against murder and sacrifice, but that's the culture of the time, and if that were changed, well, you can't change time, you just can't. And doing that not only endangers the future, but it also endangers them because they're creating enemies. To the point where they're even banned from the temple apart from Barbara. And that makes Ian conscripted to their army. Susan's sent to a school where they teach her how to be an Aztec woman. And the Doctor's just sent to the place where all the old people go, and then he seduces a woman to the point where he gets engaged. I am not kidding. I wish I was. And it's Hartnell as well, but it works. Some people think this story has pacing issues, and although I don't think the pacing is as strong as in Marco Polo, pacing isn't everything. You could have the perfectly paced story and it still be terrible. But I do feel like it makes up for that with, you know, the character interactions, the character motivations, and how the society is explored. How the side of Tatoxel and the side of the TARDIS team clash. And Ortlock is also a fascinating character we get to see, the High Priest. He's very interesting. And also Kamika's lovely. She's just a lovely lady, and no wonder the Doctor seduced her into being his fiancée. Yeah. I think the icing on the cake is that I can watch the Aztecs endlessly. I remember when classic Doctor Who was being streamed on Twitch, I watched it in the evening, and then I watched it the following morning, and I didn't get tired of it. There's less to talk about with the Aztecs because it's a lot shorter, but I love it. That and Marco Polo are what Doctor Who can be to me. The John Lucarotti stories in Season 1 are the crown jewels of Season 1. Hello, and welcome back to Doctor Who's Crown Jewels, the series where I go over every Doctor Who season, and maybe some other things too, and pick out the best from each of them. The crown jewels, if you will. So Season 2, which recently got a Blu-ray, is a really good season. Heck, I think all the 60 seasons are really good. Season 2 reaches quite similar heights to the first season. Each story ranges from pretty good to phenomenal, with the exception of the Web Planet, but let's not go there. This season was the first season to introduce companion departures and, well, brand new companions. With all of the companions involved, and the Doctor himself, really good. Top form, I would say. So there was a lot of changes happening throughout this season, but there were still a few constants, like William Hartnell as the lead role, Verity Lambert as producer. I would say the MVP of this season is Dennis Spooner. While yes, I feel like David Whittaker's contributions were still very good, as were Terry Nation's as well, just like last season, the two best stories of this season were both penned by Dennis Spooner. Those were The Romans and The Time Meddler. I would say, if I had to go for honourable mentions, it would be those two low-key stories, Planet of Giants and The Rescue. The former being an interesting sci-fi concept, with the plot revolving around a pesticide, with the tensions in our leads being quite good, as well as keeping your interest for 3 weeks. I think if they did have a part 4, I'm glad they scrapped that. The Rescue was a simple 2-parter to introduce the new companion Vicky, and the characterization of her is not only superb, but the villain's relation to her is very fascinating, and the characterization of the leads after the departure of Susan is also quite interesting. But without any further dilly-dally, let me briefly talk about the Crown Jewels. The Roman starts off with the TARDIS tumbling over a cliff, and then everyone just goes on holiday, and they live life like the Roman upper class. They're not actually in Rome at this point, but the Doctor and Vicky then go to Rome, get mistaken for a musician, and then the Doctor has to play for Nero. Meanwhile, Ian and Barbara get abducted by slave traders. Ian proceeds to become a gladiator, and Barbara proceeds to become a slave in Nero's courthouse. So that's the basic plot. The stuff to do with the Doctor and Nero is the comedy aspect, and it very much feels like the sort of vibe of a Carry On film. The actor that played Nero, I can't remember his name, I'm sorry, he was utterly terrific and hamming it up so much, but so was William Hartnell. This is easily my favourite performance William Hartnell did as the Doctor. He's clearly enjoying every second of the script. He gets into a fight and enjoys it. He tells a story to Vicky, and Maureen O'Brien can't contain her laughter, pretends to play the liar, Emperor's New Clothes style, and fools everyone somehow. Hartnell in this story is honestly a delight to watch, and is worth watching the story for on its own. The rest of the regulars are really good, and what they get to do is really interesting, and you also learn quite a bit about Roman culture and slave ownership and all that jazz. It does what a historical is meant to do, whilst also providing thorough entertainment. I do feel like this was the catalyst for the end of the historicals eventually, because they were trying to experiment with it here because they realised not many people were that interested in them, so why not try and make this one a comedy this time so more people would be entertained, like the children would be. But I would say this story's really good, despite it being a Dennis Spooner script, and there being some historical inaccuracies as a result. Spoiler alert for the end, but I love the irony that although the Doctor was telling Vicky not to meddle with history and Vicky almost poisoning Nero, the Doctor himself kind of inspires Nero to burn down Rome. Although it's a historical event that happened, he doesn't take that irony. Which is funny considering he takes the moral high ground in The Time Meddler, which is the other story and my favourite story of the season. I love them both, but much like the Aztecs in Season 1 beating Marco Polo for me, I felt like it'd be unfair to not mention both, even though I do definitely prefer one over the other. The Time Meddler is another historical set during the beginning of the Viking invasion of England in 1066, an invasion that would eventually fail due to King Harold. However, fending off the Vikings made it so that he didn't do so well against William the Conqueror. Now, this is the first story with Stephen, and it's an interesting take on a companion introduction, given that he already appeared in The Chase the week prior. But here he has all the proper introduction stuff, such as being introduced to the TARDIS, being introduced to the fact that it can time travel. However, he was always skeptical. He's paired up with Vicky throughout most of the runtime, and they make a good double act. Vicky being the sort of straight-faced yet naive person trying to coax Stephen into believing their fantastical story, while Stephen is very overconfident, quite arrogant, quite patronising, but in the end wrong about his assertions. He is proactive, but he ends up fighting people when they really shouldn't be fought. Which is a nice contrast to Ian, who was more of a just hero that always fought when it was necessary. I do feel like it was an interesting take to make Stephen sort of unlikable, but I do feel like Peter Purves gets away with it through his mere charm. And he's not meant to be seen as in the right, because we have Vicky, who we know to be very much a morally just person, very much being against what Stephen does in this story. So I do feel like that balancing act does work out. Well, it doesn't help Vicky in her case to try and convince Stephen of them being in a time machine, is that they find anachronisms throughout, such as a Saxon having a watch. That is because there is some time meddler running amok in Saxon England. That would explain the title of the story, actually. This time meddler is the Meddling Monk, a fellow Time Lord, which we find out later in the story due to the fact that he owns a TARDIS. His plan is to destroy the Viking fleet before it gets to England, saving King Harold the job of fighting them off, so he can be, fully fit to fight off William the Conqueror. Merely because the monk feels like King Harold would be an excellent king. The Doctor knows that this is a complete irresponsibility. This is not how the web of time is supposed to flow. This would destroy history as we know it, considering it would have a complete domino effect. I did say the Doctor was irresponsible before, and you could consider this a kind of plot hole, given that it may be a bit out of character. But I feel like with the whole vibe of 62, and especially the Verity Lambert era of the show, it was quite casual, yet very much the link of the main characters from story to story is what made it strong and made you invested, and the continuity was also fairly strong. So I feel like it gets away with this. I think what makes the Time Meddler really good is that it sets up a mystery, it gives you little snippets to try and figure out what's going on, it gives you a nice twist, and yeah, it's honestly a very well structured four-parter. I don't really have anything else to say. I mean, it's a very strong story with very strong characters. The sidecast is also very good, with the Saxons and the Vikings and the Meddling Monk, who I must say, Peter Butterworth was perfect for the role. He's essentially the perfect antithesis for what the Doctor is, even more so than the Master in my opinion. So getting an actor who is perfectly able to embody that comic side, whilst also being able to embody being a member of the Doctor's race, it makes a lot of sense to cast an actor like Peter Butterworth. I'm going to be talking about a Christmas episode this time round. Forgive me. It's also December when I'm recording this, and it's cold, so shut up. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Doctor Who's Crown Jewels, the series where I go through the best of the best. Season 3 is not necessarily the best, but I will discuss my favourite stories from that season, as I don't want to leave any stone unturned. As I have literally just said, we are doing Season 3 today, and I've had a bit of a journey with Season 3 recently. Previously, I thought it was alright, maybe on the level of, say, Series 6. And I think that series is underrated, as you may know from other videos on the channel. But now, I'm thinking I may have treated it a bit harshly. Season 3 was heavily affected by missing episode junkings, so my perception of these episodes may not have been as full as they otherwise would have been. But this time around I was really clicking with the reconstructions. Although they're not even going to be honourable mentions, the Mythmakers and the Savages have really gone up in my estimations. Not like a considerable amount, but a notable amount. It's not so much that I think they're the best of the season by any means, but they're like on par with, say, Galaxy 4 now. I haven't rewatched the arc, because I know I don't like the arc, and I don't think anything will make me like the arc. It's not good. It's not good. But there are stories in the season that I know are good. Let's start with the honourable mention. Mission to the Unknown. Why is this an honourable mention at all? Well, it's a separate story. People are like, oh, it's part of Dalek's master plan, but A, it's a very disconnected story. B, just because a story is set on the same planet with the same monsters doesn't necessarily mean it's part of the same story. I wouldn't say Attack of the Cybermen is like part 5 of Tomb of the Cybermen. And 3, an entire story is aired in between. So if they aren't separate stories, why is it... I don't get your maths there. But I do understand why people do consider it the same story. Because it is a lot more connected than other stories usually are. So, for that reason, although I do think it would be a candidate for Crown Jewels, because of the murky waters, it's an honourable mention. We follow Mark Corey, and he is a space security service person posing as just some mechanic, and they crash landed on Kemble. There's good suspense about what the Daleks may be doing here, but also good suspense and horror to do with the Vargas themselves. We don't really see much of the Varga plants in Dalek's master plan itself, so it is a good thing that we do see more of them here. And also seeing the alliance with the Daleks and all the other creatures from the outer galaxies planning to take over the solar system. Foreshadowing right into the first Crown Jewel candidate of the video, Dalek's Master Plan. It's a 12-parter. It's long, but it's worth it. Well, 8 parts of it are worth it. You can skip parts 7 through 9. No, actually no, 7 through 10 actually. Yeah, 7 through 10. So, how are the Daleks planning to conquer the solar system? They've allied themselves with the Guardian of the solar system, Mavic Chen, who's provided them with a rare element called Terranium. Terranium is the only thing that can power the Daleks' new mega weapon, the Time Destructor. And it's up to the Doctor, Stephen, Katarina for a bit, Brett Vion for a bit, and Sarah Kingdom for a bit. There's a reason why I say for a bit. They all die. Yeah, this story's bleak. And the power of the Time Destructor, if you didn't get a sense of it in the first 6 parts, you do in the last 2, especially when it activates. Because not only do we see Sarah crumble into dust, we also see when Stephen goes out, too late, not even realising Sarah's dead, when he's trying to help the Doctor screams at him in a visceral and raw way to get back in the TARDIS because it's not safe. Like, that was the rawest thing I've seen in Doctor Who. It's a shame that it is mostly missing. Only 3 out of the 12 parts survive, and we're never going to get the full 12 because there's only 1 copy of the Christmas episode, Part 7, The Feast of Stephen. And that copy was destroyed. So we're never getting that back. And I couldn't care less. It's not good. That's the only part of the story that I really don't like. Because even the filler aspects, yeah, they're a bit more lighthearted, which kind of disrupts with the tone. But doesn't mean it's bad. Like, they go to Egypt for a bit. The monk shows up. Dalek's master plan is very... There's nothing quite like it in Doctor Who. And it's because they played on bleak fears of the time, because they were in the middle of the Cold War. Nuclear annihilation was imminent at any stage. So Doctor Who doing an allegory of that is quite bleak. But it's also tense, well-paced for the 8 episodes that actually have plot. It's just a powerful watch, even if you're just watching the reconstructions that are available. Either the loose cannon one or Justin Ayres, yet again, did reconstruction of the Daleks' master plan. Not just part 1 this time. All of it. They did the whole thing. And that is something to be commended. I've honestly got not much more to say other than the Guardian of the Solar System, Mavic Chen, played by Kevin Stoney. What a powerful performance. Like, honestly, one of the best villain performances in the entire show. It's easy to see how the Daleks can ally with him because he stands out amongst the Daleks and manages to out-presence them? So, is it time for something more lighthearted? No! Let's continue with the bleak theme. We've got the massacre, the immediate next story. Because, you know, after 12 weeks of bleak annihilation looming over the universe, quite literally the universe, as well as 3 of the Doctor and Stephen's friends dying pretty brutally, they decided, do you know what would make viewers calm down and cheer them up? More death with the massacre. It's called the massacre because it actually takes place in the days leading up to the massacre of the day of St. Bartholomew. The massacre itself was a direct result of Catholic-Protestant tensions in Paris being very close to breaking point. To try and mediate the Catholic-Protestant population, the Protestant king decided to marry a Catholic. And although that may have been a temporary fix, that doesn't stop all of the Catholic Church's attacks on Protestants. The Doctor's largely out of the picture for this one. He's in it at the very start and in it at the very end. It's because he went to try and find a scientist living in Paris at the time to discuss his ideas of germology. However, the Doctor didn't get back before the curfew, and then got lost, and Stephen ended up being embroiled in some Protestant politics, and it doesn't help that the Doctor looks exactly like a prominent member of the Catholic Church. Things get a bit complicated for Stephen. What further complicates the Huguenots, the Protestants, is that there is a woman called Anne Chaplet who's worried about the fact that there may be a massacre about to happen because there was one where she used to live. This one is very much the best story to feature Stephen because it gives him the most to do. I mean, the Doctor's out of the picture and he's the only regular left, so it kind of has to have him be good to make the story good. And everyone being different levels of suspicious really makes the whole story feel very tense. And not only is it a defining serial for Stephen, it also has a defining moment for the Doctor. Spoiler alert for a 50-odd-year-old serial of Doctor Who that no longer exists in the BBC archive. The Doctor and Stephen leave Paris in the 16th century, and they did not take with them Anne Chaplet, nor did they try to save her. The Doctor actually tried making it so that she remains in Paris during the massacre. The Doctor tries to comfort Stephen by saying, yes, she probably survived. Stephen knows the likelihood of her survival is pretty minimal, so he leaves out of anger because it seems like the Doctor's morality is still clouded by his scientific judgment, when in reality, no. The Doctor has a responsibility for time travel, we've known this, and this was meant to be sort of, I guess, damage control. But then, you see emotional heart in the Doctor. He seems to miss all of his friends who didn't really understand or really click with being a time traveller. And now he's been left all alone, and he even contemplates going back to his home planet, but he's in exile, so he can't do that.
Perhaps I should go home. Back to my home planet. But I can't.
It's so beautiful, it's so touching, it's my favourite moment of the First Doctor. Even correcting himself properly when getting Ian's name wrong. Honestly, I think the massacre, if it ever gets recovered or gets an animation, it's a must-see. Which is why it's a crown jewel. Although one last thing to note on, there is a weak spot in the massacre. The thing is, I wouldn't say these stories are like perfect, because the weak point in Dalek's Master Plan, 4 episodes could be cut. The weak point in the massacre is the fact that it introduces easily the worst companion or at least one of the worst companions the show has ever had to offer. Dodo Chaplet. She bursts in, needs to, ring a policeman because some boy has, died or something, and she doesn't really care that the ship's bigger on the inside. Steven runs in because there's police officers approaching the TARDIS, the Doctor takes off, and Dodo doesn't really care, in all honesty. I think the scene itself is fine in terms of writing. I don't think it's a badly written scene. It's certainly a choice to have a companion introduction like this, but it's an even bigger and, I'd say, wrongly made choice to put it at the end of the massacre. These 2 stories are the best of season 3, there's no doubt about it, and they are some of the best Hartnell stories as well. They're not as good as the choices I've made for season 2, and nowhere near as good as the choices I made for season 1. However, they're still very strong. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Doctor Who's Crown Jewels. We are now on to season 4, which, it's an interesting season of the show for sure. Season 4 went through a lot of changes. For instance, the first Doctor was on his way out due to William Hartnell's failing health, and they needed to regenerate the show, renew its longevity, by renewing Doctor Who himself. So this season went through a lot of experimentation, including recasting the character of the Doctor. I feel like every time they were trying to do something new, they succeeded, and they succeeded hard. Even the stories this season were really good. The worst story of the season is okay, and the rest of them are good to phenomenal and some of the best in the show. We haven't really seen this since season 1, and even with season 1, there were ifs, buts, and asterisks. But we're not here to talk about how great every story in season 4 is, we're here to look at the best of the best, and before I do, what's my honourable mention this week? That is the finale of the season, The Evil of the Daleks. I will say, 7-parters I do find quite difficult to revisit. It's because they're so long, but that doesn't mean they really waste what they have. For instance, the ideas that Evil of the Daleks produces, such as what it means to be human, how that can apply to the Daleks, and focusing on the Daleks removing their humanity, is honestly brilliant. And it really tests the Doctor and Jamie quite early on in their relationship. I would say David Whittaker is probably the most consistent Dalek writer out of all the people who got to handle them more than once. And that is because the first story in this episode of Crown Jewels is the power of the Daleks. What do you do for the next episode of Doctor Who when you've gotten rid of Doctor Who, and you want everyone to be on side with this new actor? Pit him up against the Daleks, that's what. And not only that, show that it's the same old show by leaning into what makes the Daleks. Show that it's the same old Doctor figuring out a way to defeat them, and giving Ben and Polly a way of processing it similar to how the viewers would. I would say its biggest strength is the Daleks themselves. A scientist called Lesterson discovers the Daleks and plans to revive them. However, this is what the Daleks want, so they can rebuild their armies, take over the colony, and kill. However, the Daleks have to play a long game with this, because for a lot of time, before they can even start mass producing, they still require the power from Lesterson, so they pretend to be servants to the colony. But not only that, the human characters are quite devious as well. I think David Whittaker tries to compare humanity to the Daleks in such a way because everyone has their own agenda, the Daleks have their own agenda, and everyone's keeping it secret, and it's a huge power grab. Hence the title Power of the Daleks. It isn't just about the literal power keeping them alive, it's about the grab for power that all of them are trying to do. The colonists do end up backstabbing one another and even use the Daleks to dispatch them, to the point a Dalek even asks, why do human beings kill other human beings? Because of course a Dalek wouldn't want to kill another Dalek unless absolutely necessary. It really brings to mind how low are we as a species willing to go to achieve our own individual causes. I don't think there's much more I want to talk about, really. I mean, the way it handles the holiday departures of Annika Wills and Michael Craze is quite nice, because although they find a way to have the plot keep going without them, but still have their absence play a presence in the story. David Whittaker's great at character, so of course that was gonna be inevitable. Patrick Troughton does give a great first impression. He's not quite the Doctor we will know him to be, and he's in a way trying to distance himself from the Doctor to keep us guessing, I suppose. However, he does stuff only the Doctor would do, and honestly, it's great. Although the Doctor and the Power of the Daleks did weird me out on my first viewing, the more I've watched the story, the more I've grown to appreciate it, and the more I've grown to love everything about this story. It's almost like a surreal horror experience. What further cements this is Lesterson himself. Although all the other characters who I've kind of glossed over for the purposes of this video, who are all great in their own right, Lesterson still stands out. He may be the most important one to the plot, but they also utilise him quite well. Lesterson kind of goes insane throughout the runtime. He has a scientific curiosity, which develops into a scientific obsession, which develops into an almost controlling obsession over the Daleks. And then when he realises Daleks are reproducing, he has a great fear, but then something finally snaps, and he worships them as the beings that come next. He even spouts back what the Daleks had been saying all the story. They kept saying, "I am your servant," and then he spat that out back at them because he was just so far gone. But the Daleks didn't need him, so they killed him. I honestly think Lesterson's journey in this story is very, very just it's sublime. And that's what this whole story is, sublime. So I've waxed lyrical about this, probably because Power of the Daleks may be the best story we've covered so far on Crown Jewels. Possibly. Yeah, actually no, it is. I'm going to say it right now. I like it a lot more than like the Aztecs, Marco Polo, etc. But would you believe it if I said the next story just surpasses it, in my opinion? I would feel it unfair if I talked about the Macra Terror without Power of the Daleks, but I do prefer it. I wasn't sure after my rewatch of Power of the Daleks if it overtook the Macra Terror for me, but then rewatching the Macra Terror, I loved it even more as well. The Macra Terror is also about a colony, but instead of everyone wanting to backstab each other, it's very idyllic. There's a reason. They're subservient, they're being controlled, they're not thinking freely, even though it seems so nice. But the Doctor notices a few things are a bit wrong. He saw on the time scanner that there was a creature afoot. Someone was saying, "Oh no, there's creatures," and he was being detained for it. So he caught on to that and was like, "I want to know more about what that guy's saying." And then he gets into a load of trouble for it as well. Although Jamie and Polly don't succumb to it, Ben does. And he starts working for the colony, and he starts betraying his friends, all because he was brainwashed into believing that doing what's best for the colony is best to do, and the controller knows what's best for everyone. However, the controller isn't real. He's actually Macra. The Macra, who do not exist, there are no such thing as Macra, are controlling everything, of course. They're getting everyone in the colony to refine gas for them. That's it. Simple. But they've taken away their free will. Polly admittedly doesn't have much to do in the story. All that happens is that she gets chased by Ben. That is like the only structural impact I can see that I think was a benefit, and it led to an iconic scene towards the end of part 2. Ben, of course, denies this in the final scenes of the episode. The Doctor's, not only his scientific curiosity, but his empathy and understanding and wanting to make sure everyone's out safe, but also wanting to listen to someone who is being outcasted. Even if that person was wrong, he would have something to learn from this. And because he was proven right, the Doctor's on his side immediately. And he's also just very, very anti-authority in this. He tinkers with everything to do with the colony, and he's very happy with himself, even giving himself a little 11 out of 10. He's got so many great character moments. Jamie also gets a chance to actually do something. Because Jamie was a last-minute addition, the writers of The Underwater Menace and The Moonbase didn't have much to really work with. He was incorporated fairly well into The Moonbase by sleeping a lot because he was a bit ill. But now he has an active role, and Ian Stewart Black really gave Jamie a good amount to do. Jamie, with his more simple and instinctual thought processes from the past, he knew something was up. And no matter how cheerful everyone is, there's just something a bit too weird about the place. So naturally, he was more suspicious, and that led him to freely think the most. I don't have much to say on these stories that haven't already been said. I know that Macroterra isn't as talked about as I think it should be. I do feel like it got a lot more reappraisal when it got animated because more people were exposed to it and they realised how good it really is. But I still don't think it's talked about enough. But if you want to hear more about it, check out Will's Who's Overlooked Writers on Ian Stewart Black. I feel like anything that I would have to say might be treading too much on what he's already said. We both really love this story. Let me just say, he has impeccable taste, because along with Power of the Daleks, the Macroterror is Season 4's crown jewel. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Doctor Who's Crown Jewels, the series where I go through every season of Doctor Who and pick out the best from each of them. Season 5 is a tough one, because it's really damn good. It's the best season we've covered so far. I know I said that last time, but Season 5 is better than Season 4. I would say the lower bound of story quality is about the same, but so is the upper bound, but most of the stories are good to great to amazing. Like, the worst of it is the Wheel in Space, and it's alright. I enjoy it. I've come around on the Ice Warriors finally on this rewatch, because previously I thought it's just a bit mid. Mid to okay, but still mid. Now I just think it's good. Not amazing, but it's good. And then you've got The Great Abominable Snowmen, The Fantastic Fury from the Deep, and the 3 Crown Jewel candidates this video is gonna cover. Yes, that's right. I said it. 3. I've given myself a limitation of I have to only talk about 3 stories maximum for any given series, really. That's because when we get to seasons with 4 stories in them, doing more than 3 is the whole season. So yeah, just in case I'm tempted to do that, I have to stick with 3. Good job I am this time round, because geez, it's very hard to pry apart these 3 stories to determine which one's the best of the best, because I would say they're just about as good as each other. They're all contenders for the best story of all time. They don't quite make my top 5, but they definitely make my top 15. And when my top 25 is so good, you know it says a lot when these stories are automatically in my top 15, possibly even my top 10. But enough rambling. The first of these stories is The Tomb of the Cybermen. Does this one need any introduction? We all know it. A story where a group of archaeologists team up to try and find the last remains of the Cybermen Empire, only for people who were planning to control the Cybermen to wake them up and cause havoc. I say this lightheartedly, but it is really a tense atmosphere, and I feel like despite some problematic elements this story may have had due to being in the 60s, it makes up for it with just pure good storytelling and characterization. I will admit some of the characters are a bit misogynistic, but Victoria vocally defends herself. The human villains all have European accents, but one of them was played by, I believe, a European actor, or at least one of them, I should say, and they were also just really good characters. Them being European had nothing to do with how good a character they were. And sure, the sole black character is the noble savage stereotype. They at least gave him interesting stuff to do in regards to how the Cybermen were partially converting him. And the Cybermen. I don't feel like I need to explain much about the story because you've probably already seen it. It's probably the story that's most likely to be someone's first Troughton era story, possibly someone's first 60s story. It certainly was mine. And there's a good reason for that, because it's good. Sure, it was missing for about 2 decades, but when it got recovered, it got, well, released as soon as possible on any format they managed to get their hands on. So you probably already know how this is one of the best, if not the best, portrayal of the Cybermen in the entire show. Their tomb is built to be a set of logic puzzles that only the smartest individuals could possibly get. But it was also designed as a trap so that the smartest individuals who also had the biggest lust for power would be ensnared in so that the cyber race could return. The reason the tomb exists in the first place is to ensure Cybermen's survival, so that they could be cryogenically suspended for the amount of time that they needed to until they could find people so that they could start rebuilding their empire. Honestly, I've pretty much explained everything about the story other than every side character is wonderful and amazing, especially, like, Klieg and Kaftan are so amazing. I cannot stress it enough. I feel like the Enemy of the World, which is the second one I'm going to be talking about, it has much more of a recent reappraisal, for sure, but I don't know how much people really enjoy this. Or I should say what deeper level they enjoy this. Because obviously, pretty much everyone who's seen Enemy of the World, from what I can gather, loves the Enemy of the World. That's just a given. A lot of people go on about how it's basically visually spectacular due to it feeling like a Bond movie, but I never felt like the visuals really encapsulated that. I feel like the performances really did need to be visual, hence why The Recovery gave it its reappraisal, but I feel like the tone of the writing is more like a Bond film. But there's also a lot of suspense, with the Doctor not sure who to believe, whilst all the characters seem suspicious. Salamander, the villain, who is also played by Patrick Troughton, probably the best character in the entire story, because he was able to cover his tracks well. But pretty much every character in the story is one that I love. You know, I love Astrid, I love Denish, I love Kent, I love Bennick, I love Faria, I even love Griffin the chef. They're all amazing characters. They're all part of this brilliant ensemble, and seeing how they interact with one another, how they process the information, and how the Doctor and Salamander looking just alike throws a spanner into everyone's works is just amazing. In the second half of the story, there's a twist that reveals how Salamander is able to know when natural disasters occur. It's because he's essentially assembled a cult of people who he's lied to about there being a nuclear war, and they're powering these natural disasters. It being 6 parts doesn't matter, because every second is not wasted. There's scheme after scheme, plot after plot, and honestly, it's so tense. It's hard to even believe how anyone could win other than Salamander. Honestly, Enemy of the World is possibly the best 6-parter. Possibly. Yeah, that's right, the Web of Fear is also a crown jewel. There's 3 of them. The Web of Fear is that good. It's a direct sequel to The Abominable Snowmen, with the main villain, the Great Intelligence, having revenge on the Doctor, or something akin to revenge, with even the return of Professor Travers, now accompanied by his daughter Anne. The Yeti have taken over London, and especially the London Underground, which, can I just say, the London Underground is a perfect setting for the Web of Fear to take place in, especially when it's lit that way. It really feels like a labyrinth of terror, really, especially when this weird fungus web thing keeps, like, controlling where they can and can't go, and failing that, the Yeti are unleashed upon them. People may know this one as the one that introduced Lethbridge Stewart as a character, and although he's great, he's one of many great characters. He's probably easily the best of the military side characters, so I'm glad out of all of them, he was the one to return. But you've also got Captain Knight, you've also got Staff, you've also got the Welsh one, I can't remember his name, I have a terrible memory. I feel like the reason why these 3 stories are the best is mostly, not entirely, down to the side characters being so good, but it's also because the plots are so just well made and so classic and so memorable. The thing is about the Web of Fear, a lot of the time you don't know what's going on, but that's intentional. It's meant to be disorientating in that regard. Not technically disorientating, Like, there is nothing about how they're filming it that makes it seem disorientating. It's all about the writing and how there's a lot of misdirection, like, between the characters. Whether we know it to be not true, or whether we just don't know at all. The way the TARDIS team is utilised in all this also works a lot. And the fact that the TARDIS team and Travers all know each other already going in makes things a lot more simple. It's very tedious when the Doctor, Jamie, and Victoria just, get into suspicion whenever something bad is happening at the start of the plot. It would just be annoying and waste time. Valuable time. Instead, they are suspicious, but really what other choice is there? Yes, people have their suspicions pretty immediately, but Travers being there also makes things ease a bit more. When characters are scared in the story, you really feel it to be true, and just the level of suspense in this one is greater than the other two, I would say. And that is, I would say, other than the biggest strength that all three of these stories share, or the biggest strengths all three of these stories share, the Web of Fear, with its suspense, is honestly, that is the strongest thing other than the plot and characters. But yeah, I really don't have much to say. All three of these stories, I'm just describing elements of the stories, but the elements themselves and the way the story is told is just so amazing. They're paced wonderfully, and honestly, there is nothing more for me to do other than tell you to go watch them. All three of them. Try and go for the non-animated version of the Web of Fear Part 3, because the animated version looks terrible, to be completely honest. But the rest of the episodes of the Web of Fear and the entirety of Enemy of the World and Tomb of the Cybermen all survive. One last thing to note, I did try analysing the Enemy of the World a lot more deeply a few years ago, however the video got deleted. If it ever resurfaces, hopefully it will be linked in the description. But at the end of the day, these three stories not only define why Season 5 is likely the best 60s season and one of the best in the show's entire history, but they are also the crown jewels of Season 5. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Doctor Who's Crown Jewels. We're now on to Season 6, and second verse same as the first. What I'm trying to say is, the second Doctor's third season is his weakest, much like the first Doctor's. However, it's still pretty damn strong. Sure, it has the two duds of the era in it, but without them, it would be just as high as the other two, if not higher. And that is thanks to having three Crown Jewels candidates that are most of the season. So let's start out with the shortest story. The Mind Robber. Now, I will have to give context. In the Dominators, the TARDIS was being buried in lava by a volcano erupting. That kind of caused the TARDIS to malfunction a bit, so that they had to go out of time in order to solve it. But then weird stuff starts happening, with Jamie and Zoe thinking they're going home, these weird robots appearing, and then they end up in the land of fiction where they meet the likes of Gulliver, Rapunzel, a Minotaur, a unicorn, a superhero from the 21st century. And so many surreal events occur to do with fiction and the power of words and writing. And it's just so fascinating. The Mind Robber's biggest strength is its creativity, in my opinion, and it manages to solve all the problems it's challenged with in an adequate way. It does that in spades, and it's honestly perfection, I would say. So after watching this, I decided, do you know what? I'm going to watch the honourable mention for this, The Invasion. And then I watched The Invasion. It's no longer an honourable mention. So, it's an 8-parter, but it doesn't waste any time at all. There's something on the dark side of the moon. Something's up with international electromagnetics. There's an invasion fleet arriving. Tobias Vaughan wants power over everything. And it turns out the Cybermen are the ones invading. And that's just the first half. Then there's all of the functionality surrounding how the invasion force is actually mobilizing throughout the second half. And by the end, Vaughan has been betrayed by the Cybermen. We do see the return of the Brigadier and his involvement in the plot is to make everything go a lot smoother for the Doctor and co, which is a good thing. I think I would have been very tired if he wasn't there and the Doctor and co had to explain everything to a military organisation. In a similar way to Professor Travers in The Web of Fear, he's there to make sure the plot goes smoothly. Just in general, I like the Brigadier's presence, and he's a great character to have around. The invasion is a perfect demonstration for, well, every character involved. Of course, there's new characters such as Isabel, who is a very dashing feminist with her photography skills and, well, it's her photography passion, really, in being incorporated into the plot in a very naturalistic way. But you've also got Tobias Vaughan, played by returning actor Kevin Stoney, who previously played Mavic Chen in The Daleks Master Plan, which I covered in Crown Jewels of Season 3. And just like that, he delivers a powerful performance. I would argue his performance as Vaughan is better. I prefer Mavic Chen as a character, but the performance Stoney gives to Vaughan is a lot stronger, in my opinion. It's because he's given the chance to be the center stage villain for a lot of it, rather than the guy who's working for the Daleks. But the main TARDIS team are brilliant as well. Jamie showcases that although he's not fully aware or understanding of every single technological innovation, he at least is capable of adapting to the scenario and learning, okay, so I know what's going on, and he does display some form of intelligence. And Zoe showcases her logical brain thinking a lot of the time, and at one bit decides to destroy a computer because she was annoyed with it, and she does it by giving it a bunch of maths that it can't handle. And the Doctor's great too. I mean, there's little I can really say about Pat Troughton that hasn't already been said. He's easily one of the best Doctors of all time and demonstrates a perfect understanding of the character and a perfect performance of the character as a whole. He is the Doctor. Everything that you think about that is a good quality of the Doctor, he is the embodiment of. Before I get into the final crown jewel of the season, let me state my honourable mention, The Seeds of Death. It is a very good Icewire story, which utilises the excitement of rushing towards landing on the moon and all the technological progress we've made with that. What if that suddenly went obsolete? Smart plot, brilliant themes, love it. The War Games. If you have brain cells, you are expecting this. Then again, it's in the thumbnail. This video will not do this story justice. It just won't. I honestly think it's good to go into the War Games completely blind. If you already know what happens in it, I'm going to continue talking about it and why I think it's brilliant. If not, end the video now, watch the War Games. It's a 10-parter, all 10 parts are worth it. This is more than just the final story of the season. This is the end of an era of eras. This feels like it would be the perfect endpoint for Doctor Who as an entire show up until that point. It's the Doctor fighting injustice. It's the Doctor fighting people who are trying to take advantage of the human race and conquer the universe with that. It shows the dark side of humanity. It's a commentary on the dark side of humanity, but also how when we're unified, we're even stronger than when we're divided. The villains literally being called warlords makes a lot of sense, considering realistically everyone championing war is the bad guy in a sense. It's not exactly that subtle, but it's also not exactly in your face either, because they're just elements of the plot. I love how you learn more and the plot unravels slowly but surely. When you think you've hit a massive turning point, there's still a lot more to be uncovered about the plot. And the fact that it's being at least partially orchestrated by a member of the Doctor's own people really adds to the tension. We've only really seen that with the monk before. It not only adds tension with the fact that the Doctor knows kind of what's going on and is kind of frightened and not really open to talk about what's going on, which is weird for this incarnation of the Doctor, but also it's tense for the villains. Their plan is starting to fall apart due to their own division within them. The othering of the War Chief simply because he recognises another one of his own people are there, and it causes mistrust, and tensions are built and built and built. And the fact that the story ends after 9 parts, realistically, because the Time Lords intervene. Fair enough, but that gives the final part realistically more weight, because the Time Lords are not even the bad guys. They're just this uber powerful race that the Doctor's scared of, who he ran away from, and now he's paying the price for his crimes against their laws. Laws which he is justifiably claiming are unjust. Bringing a brilliant and compelling end to his character, and easily one of the most emotional companion departures in the entire show. I cannot watch Jamie and Zoe's departure without tearing up as soon as Jamie says, "I'll never forget you," you know. It's genuinely saddening, because I'm emotionally invested in these characters. Like, they haven't really developed much, but, you know, they still had experiences they'll never forget. I just feel so emotionally destroyed when watching part 10. It might easily be my favourite individual episode of the entire show. I mean, the War Games isn't by no means my favourite story. It's one of them. It's so highly up there. It's not only well written, well characterised, well shot. I honestly think, bar some iffy racial implications here and there, like, for example, the sole black character dying, and then a Mexican character, because he's the foreign one, is being obtuse, let's just say. Yeah, those aren't necessarily the most comfortable things, but they're so incredibly minor to the story as a whole. But the long and the short of it is, this story, I would say, is a magnum opus. Terrence Dicks and Malcolm Hulke did such a good job on this that, honestly, not much can compete. Of course, there are some stories, heck, even stories in Troughton's era, that I personally prefer more. But this story not only deals with excellent themes, but also is structured so well, tells its story so compellingly, is a befitting endpoint to the show when they didn't really know if they were gonna make another one. There's such an air of finality about this. Even the first cliffhanger foreshadows the Doctor's execution. It's beautiful. It's genuinely beautiful. It is a crown jewel of season 6. Arguably the crown jewel. But I felt bad not including the other two. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Doctor Who's Crown Jewels. We are in colour, finally! Sadly, this means we're saying goodbye to the second Doctor. But, through happenstance, we are saying hello to number 3. So, season 7. It's too good to be true. Sure, it only has 4 stories, but all 4 stories are so good that my honourable mention this week is the entire season. Watch season 7. Watch season 7. It is one of, if not the best season of the entire show. But now, time to get into the crown jewel. I would say season 7, each story in it is as good as each other, bar one. One is far above the rest, and that is Inferno. Commonly thought of as the one where the Doctor goes into a parallel universe. It happens in that, but it's more so the cautionary tale of science going too far, over-ambition causing danger to those who are bystanders, I guess. And the parallel universe cements that. The drilling experiment go on, things starting to go wrong, and then the Doctor ending up in a parallel universe where it's further along, and it's getting worse to the point where the planet is gonna die, and then returning as this sole survivor to his own universe, so that he can try and stop it. And as potluck, the person who died in the alternate universe survived in the Doctor's home universe, meant that Earth could survive. Oh boy! That is a 7-parter, and it is pretty brutal in places. The Doctor doesn't only get a trial run, he has it on the hardest difficulty setting, because everyone's a fascist or a slave to a fascist. Let's start with Stallman. Stallman being very overambitious is as a defining character trait, and takes an element from the Base Under Siege formula where the head of the base just doesn't listen to anyone. But I feel like because the Base Under Siege formula works so well for Doctor Who, it makes sense to use aspects of that to try and make a good story. And Stallman embodies that. And everyone working on the Inferno project starts out kind of unlikable, but when you see them in a desperate situation in the Inferno Earth, that kind of recontextualizes how you feel about them in the normal Earth. Although that being said, Sir Keith, he's good. He's good in both universes. Well, I say he's good in both universes. He's dead in one universe. But hey, you can't be evil if you're dead. I think the reason why they made him, like, quite morally likable to begin with is because they knew he wasn't going to be in the Inferno Earth. I keep calling it the Inferno Earth. You know, when I say Inferno Earth, I mean the alternate Earth in Inferno. I think the biggest transformation for me was Sutton, who kind of came off as a bit playery and a little misogynistic towards Preta. And in the Inferno Earth, he really was the voice of reason and someone that was so incredibly open-minded that he became the likable one in that universe. And that's not to say he wasn't like that in the normal universe either. He was completely demonstrating that. Also, I think with Preta, she was also quite narrow-minded, like Stallman. It just wasn't a good look on Sutton's half, but, like, sometimes it makes sense, but other times no. The Doctor being traumatized by episode 7 really, the visible trauma on his face was beautiful to see. I love seeing my favourite characters suffering. I think other stark differences are with Benton being, instead of this lovable soldier boy, he's a really strict military man. John Levine really sells it, as does Caroline John with Liz to Elizabeth. She was very believably the same character, but very clearly went a different path. She was going to be a scientist, but then decided to join the military, which made her a bit more narrow-minded, especially in fascist Earth. And I think the most striking one, the one that actually made it to the DVD cover, is the Brigadier becoming the brigade leader. Nicholas Courtney, as an actor, does what good actors do, and when playing different characters, feels like different characters. And it was clearly written that way in the script, where it's like, he's obviously meant to give off a same sort of vibe, but feel like completely different. And I really love that. I think the last thing I've got to talk about is the sound design. There were a lot of loud noises in it, but that makes sense. They're drilling. And also, the raw power of the Earth, you kind of want to have be loud. So the sound design in this is excellent. Visual effects work gets ropey in the Barry Letts era because they like using CSO, green screen stuff, and it does tend to look ropey whenever they use it. No exception here, but that's just what you gotta do in the Pertwee era, you just gotta bear that. I think the Primords also are lumped into the good sound design. I don't get why the Primords are a thing. I don't get how this, like, burning hot green liquid turns you into a werewolf. I don't get it. It kind of reminds me of the Paradox forms in Pokemon Scarlet, in a way. Like, Paradox Human. Do you like Inferno? Do you think Spearhead from Space is the best? Do you think Silurians is the best? Do you think Impostors of the Death is the best? Do you think Season 7's bad? Why? Hello everyone, and welcome back to Doctor Who's Crown Jewels, and we need to talk about Season 8. I would say Season 8 is probably the weakest season we've covered thus far. I mean, it's pretty on par with Season 3, to be fair. Sure, it doesn't have the arc, which, you know, the arc definitely dragged down Season 3, but Season 3 more than made up for it, with the fact that the longest story in the season was also the best, and with another cracking story at large. Season 8 kind of goes from okay, I guess, to good, I guess. There isn't really an honourable mention, because although I do like every story in this season, there's nothing that particularly wows me other than the Crown Jewel candidate itself, because there's quite a gulf in quality between the Mind of Evil and the rest of the season. The goings-on at Stangmore Prison, with the Keller machine that the Master has built using a living creature to absorb all the negative thoughts of the prisoners at Stangmore to make sure they don't commit another crime. Everything to do with that is quite interesting, and Stangmore basically being the majority of the story really shows which one is more interesting. Because the peace conference and the Chinese delegate dying and all the stuff to do with that, I don't really see the point in that. Because if the Master's plan was to steal the missiles, wouldn't he just need to do that? Because UNIT were doing that anyway? I might have missed something. I don't know. Ask anyone at Whoniversals about me missing something about a story in Season 8, and they'll point right to the demons. Character-wise, we've got the Master now, who is the main antagonist for the entire season, and he's amazing, phenomenal. Roger Delgado is one of the best recurring villain actors the show has ever had, and I feel like any attempt to recapture his legacy since has been fairly unsuccessful. There are some incarnations of the Master people may prefer to him for their own reasons for what they bring to the character, but I don't think anyone's out Delgadoing Delgado, if that makes sense. I have issues with the Doctor in this season. He's a bit... For some reason, he's just a bit mean. Like, I get that he's having a bit of friction with Jo after respecting Liz a lot in the last season, but he's just kind of a dick to everyone, including Jo, unnecessarily. It doesn't even feel like their conflict actually stems from anything. I just think the Doctor is bullying Jo, which is not the sort of reaction I would expect from this incarnation of the Doctor, really. He has no nonsense for anyone, but, like, for people who aren't even deserving his no-nonsense attitude, I don't get it. Yeah, the Third Doctor's not particularly my favourite. When I like him, I love him, but I don't really like him in this season at all. He's alright in The Mind of Evil, don't get me wrong. And I think throughout the season he does get a bit better, but because The Mind of Evil's still fairly early in the season, I'm a bit His best material is against Roger Delgado as the Master, simply because the Master does deserve that bantering attitude. And John Pertwee and Roger Delgado got on really well. The Brigadier's still great, and I really love how Nicholas Courtney was able to convey stress. Because it's a stressful situation, you know, and he even got to have a bit of fun pretending to be a milkman or something. Benton and Yates are pretty good. And Jo. I like Jo. I feel like if the script was tightened up a bit, and if it were in any other season, I would enjoy it a lot more. In fact, I would consider it an all-time classic of the show. But I genuinely feel like its existence in this season is hampering it. Maybe I would even look past some of the sort of plot details I'm like, because I would be distracted with how good it is. When the Pertwee era is good, it's amazing. I just don't like Season 8's vibe at all. I will say, my favourite moments from this story are when the Doctor and the Master are being subjected to the Keller machine. What the Keller machine does to attack people, because it does attack people, is that it psychologically makes them believe that their greatest fears are attacking them. Someone who had an intense fear of rats died with scratches on his face. Someone with a fear of drowning fully drowned in a bone-dry room. And how it tried to attack the Doctor was, firstly, it attacked him with fire. He saw a burning world in Inferno, and that's something that traumatized him, really. I mentioned it last week with Inferno, but still, this is an incredible part of continuity in Doctor Who, and that is very much down to the fact that Don Houghton wrote both Inferno and The Mind of Evil. Okay, so no wonder why it's good. Why didn't he write any more? Another way that the Keller machine tried to attack the Doctor was a bunch of monsters like the Daleks, the Cybermen, all that jazz. Meanwhile, it did attack the Master, and it's probably one of the greatest moments in all of Doctor Who. The Master's greatest fear is the Doctor laughing at him. I love The Mind of Evil for this. And yeah, it feels like a lost Season 7 story. It has a lot of action, it has a lot of suspense, it has a lot of interesting ideas, it has a lot of great performances. It's a similar tone to Season 7. There's also other characters that are really good in the story too, and I honestly think you should check out The Mind of Evil. Season 8 may not be for me, but it may be for you. A lot of people do really enjoy this season, and there are merits to it. And as I say, I don't think any story of the season is bad. They're varying levels of okay to good. Because The Mind of Evil feels like it should have been in a better season, I will have to say it is the crown jewel of Season 8. That was an interesting episode. I wasn't expecting to hate on Season 8 that much. I don't even think it's a bad season. I just don't like its vibe. Let me know what your thoughts on Season 8 are below. And next time, we're going from overrated to underrated with Season 9. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Doctor Who's Crown Jewels. We're on Season 9. And last time, I kind of had a rant about Season 8, not really a fan of Season 8. Season 9 basically gets rid of everything I didn't like about Season 8, but keeps everything that I did like about it, and is just an improvement all around. Sure, the lower bound in terms of story quality is still the same. However, pretty much every other story is like an echelon higher than they were in Season 8. You've got the Sea Devils, which is a fascinating retelling of the Silurians, one step higher with Day of the Daleks. Sure, the Daleks don't need to be there, but it's a fascinating story nonetheless. And then you've got The Mutants, my honourable mention, which no one talks about. It's a fascinating story about apartheid-style oppression, and just one man who wants to destroy an entire race because they're different. And then you've got the crown jewel itself, The Curse of Peladon. So what's it about? Well, the Doctor wanted to have a bit of a test flight of the TARDIS, but the Time Lords hijacked it. So they're on Peladon now. They get mistaken for the Earth delegation from the Galactic Federation, and the planet Peladon is planning to join the Federation. However, there are some political machinations going on. Can the Doctor trust the Ice Warriors? Yes, he can. Who's behind all these apparitions of Agador? I don't think I need to speak much about it, because realistically, the plot is fairly simple, but I've explained it, but I think it is a really nice plot. I don't want to go too far into it, because I think you should really watch it yourself. The delegates are quite interesting, most notably the Ice Warrior delegation. Islir might be one of, if not my favourite, Ice Warrior we've met in the entirety of the show. He really portrays the Ice Warrior honor system, and really sets the standard for how non-evil Ice Warriors should be written. We gotta love Alpha Centauri. We love them. We love Alpha Centauri so much here. If you don't love Alpha Centauri, I don't love you. You deserve everything miserable in your life, because Alpha Centauri is just a bundle of joy to watch. Of course, all of the Peladonians are great, including Peladon himself. He's quite an interesting character. They tried to bridge alienness with humanity with him, even by making him half human on his mother's side. He's a well-intended individual, put in quite impossible situations, and I quite enjoy everything he brings to the plot. Jo is great as always. I think she's a bundle of joy, and truly gets involved whenever the Doctor can't. And the Doctor himself, that old chestnut. I really hated how the Doctor was characterised in Season 8. Now I feel like he isn't unnecessarily a dickhead. Although in The Curse of Peladon, he kind of is, but that's framed as a bad thing. In my opinion, if you're going to make the Doctor a dick, you've got to either frame it as comedy, or if you're going to frame it as drama, give there a solid reason. And that solid reason is that he's wrong. He's being prejudiced against the Ice Warriors. But even still, he saved Islir's life. Although he was suspicious of Islir being the instigator of all the bad things going on. Luckily, no one's actually being properly antagonistic to the Doctor other than the High Priest. I do like it when the Third Doctor snaps back at people snapping towards him, but I feel like that's kind of missed in this one. Understandably so, there's not really much opportunity for that to happen. But there is in The Mutants. What? Just watch this whole season. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Doctor Who's Crown Jewels. We are on the first anniversary season Season 10. Season 10 is an amazing season. If Season 7 wasn't as, like, incredibly amazing as it is, then Season 10 would easily be the best season thus far. When the weakest is a Dalek story that isn't even the worst Dalek story we've had thus far, and all of them have been pretty good, you know that, we're in for a good season. In fact, like, the rest of the season is the honorable mention this time. Okay, maybe not Planet of the Daleks, but the other three that I'm not going to be mentioning are the honorable mention. Which one's the Crown Jewels candidate? The Green Death. This was not planned. This was just... my nails happen to be green now. And it sees trouble in Wales as some miners discover some green goop in the mine that kills them. Global Chemicals has something to do with it due to their new oil refining process. And Joe doesn't like anything about this, so decides to join the likes of Professor Clifford Jones and his crew to try and stop Global Chemicals and try and make an actual difference. But there's more to Global Chemicals and the green goop as it seems, as this green goop is very damaging to the environment. It kills people and turns maggots massive. Yeah, it's quite political and conspiratorial, but honestly, those are great. And this era does it so well, especially this story. I do have to say, the way the threats come and go, but the overall arcing theme of Global Chemicals, building and building and building as this really powerful entity, is something beautiful to behold. As is the Doctor and Joe's chemistry, as it's pretty clear that she's going to be leaving the story, because she's very smitten for Cliff Jones. I also love seeing the Brigadier's stubborn attitude towards all this green nonsense change, and he starts being very kind to the people against Global Chemicals, as he starts to see Global Chemicals is very sus. Mike even has something to do. He does some espionage, spy work, undercover as some minister of some description. Cliff is a major part of the story, and he's honestly great. I love his cocky attitude. I love how much of a jokester he is. I just love how human he is. The more I watch the story, the more I understand what Joe sees in him and what he sees in Joe. Because when I first watched this, I thought, nah, they didn't really fit. Heck, I even thought Joe and Peladon had better chemistry, but no, Joe and Cliff do. In fact, I think Cliff is one of the better one-time supporting characters in the show's history. I really like the threat of the giant maggots. It's almost horrifying in a way. Yeah, that's the point, and yeah, I think that works perfectly for what they're trying to demonstrate. The horrors of destroying the natural world with your dirty processes. The natural world has to try and adapt to that, and adapt it does in horrifying ways that are even worse for us than if we didn't even strive for this fuel in the first place. The head of Global Chemicals, Stevens, is a very good villain. He is very connected, and therefore can get away with what he wants. But he's not the head honcho. The head honcho is the boss, the supercomputer, who really should have been the return of Wotan. Wotan, if you don't already know, is the main villain of the War Machines, who was also a supercomputer. This could have been great. It would have been a great return, but hey, they didn't do that. Boss is still a great character. He has such a fun personality. And the concept of a computer designed to be illogical, to be most efficient, is fascinating. Seeing how machine would outperform man if left untapped, which is not really a major theme of the story, but I do feel like it complements the themes of the story pretty well. But yeah, I don't really have much to say. The Doctor himself was really good in this one. He had great action, great comedy, great emotional scenes. He does what the Doctor does best a lot of the time. And seeing his reaction to knowing that Joe is probably outgrowing him in a sense, seeing as how she wants to move on to new pastures instead of hang out with him. Seeing him come to terms with that throughout the story is great, and it's like these moments are lingered on, but they're in the background of the story. I weirdly come to Classic Who for the characterization, and it's characterization like list that I really love. I like how subtle it is, but it is so there and feels a lot more real than a lot of things in the modern series. Not to say that the modern series doesn't
do things emotionally well. And not to say that putting emotion in the forefront doesn't do that. It does. It can. It just depends how it's done. And I am fine with any approach, really. I don't really mind. And that brings an end of an era. And you may be asking, well, how is that so? After the unfortunate and tragic death of Roger Delgado, the actor that played the Master, Unit being dialed back a lot, and the departure of Katie Manning as Sher Grant, John Pertwee didn't really see much point in staying, because all of the people he'd grown to love working with were all leaving, including the behind-the-scenes people of Barry Letts, the producer, and Terrence Dicks, the script editor. So it meant that his next season, season 11, would be his final. Hello everyone, welcome back to Doctor Who's Crown Jewels. So what is fairness? My criteria for Crown Jewels has largely been the best story from each season, and anything that comes close is an honourable mention. But what happens if an honourable mention in one season is better than a Crown Jewel in another? I like this more than The Mind of Evil. I think this is the first time I'm covering a Bob Holmes story. Yeah, there's a reason people say he's the greatest Doctor Who writer of all time. And Time Warrior is remembered for two things. Introduction of companion Sarah Jane Smith. There is a reason she is the companion ever. And all of that starts within the Time Warrior when she basically forces herself into the plot because she's a journalist. And her reactions to medieval times as a feminist is very interesting. It's also remembered for being the first story to feature the Sontarans. I've never really cared too much about the Sontarans historically. It was only until the lead up to Flux that I really got them. The Time Warrior is not just the best story they've ever appeared in as a major threat, but also it's the best depiction of them. Lynx's attributes in terms of his appearance, in terms of his ideology, in terms of what the Sontarans are like as a race, are very exaggerated to the point of humour. However, Lynx as a character is not. You really start to understand what sort of people the Sontarans are just by Lynx alone. He doesn't understand human physiognomy, such as sexual dimorphism, as well as the fact that we need to eat and sleep. That is actually a big thing for us. But he's intelligent, and a warrior, and ruthless as a result. The comic relief doesn't really come from the Sontarans in this one, although I do feel like there is some comedy to be explored of the Sontarans, of course, which has been done in later stories, to varying degrees of success. But Irongron serves as a not really formidable villain. He's kind of laughable, but he's a fun one. All he wants is power and glory, and Lynx helps him get it. But he needs Irongron just because he wants to get off this awful planet. And to be honest, don't blame him. Human race bad, who wants to be here? And the Doctor himself, very charming as usual with John Pertwee. In all honesty, I think the dynamic between the Third Doctor and Sarah in this story has better foundations than, say, Jo, or I dare say even Liz. I do prefer the dynamic between 3 and Liz more than 3 and Sarah, but I love them both. I also love the plot. Scientists from the 20th century pulling them back, and that's how things get investigated, and it essentially becomes a pseudo-historical. Yeah, I feel like I should call this a Crown Jewel, after all. It was quite fun. But it wasn't in the thumbnail. Before I continue, you may notice that I didn't mention any honourable mentions. Yeah, what of it? It's season 11. There's only really 2 stories worth mentioning. I know that's a bold statement, but let's be real. Death to the Daleks, while really fun, that doesn't translate into it being really good. And Planet of the Spiders feels a bit weird as a finale to an era, like a whole defined era, like not just the Third Doctor but of Barry Letts and Terrence Dicks. I know it was like a last minute change of plan, considering one of the main things they were gonna do involved someone who had died. I still feel like this course of action was a bit weird, especially considering there's quite a bit of filler and quite a bit of, let's just say, problematic depictions of certain races and how you can cure a disability with crystals. But there is stuff to enjoy in those 2 stories. maybe not so much the Monster of Peladon. I really don't get that with people. So before I start talking about the best story of the season, and one of the best stories in the Jon Pertwee era, in my top 3 in fact, I think something needs to be done. That's better. Starts off, London's deserted. Martial law. Doctor gets imprisoned. And they also discover the reason why London has been evacuated is because there are dinosaurs just appearing and disappearing. The reason why is interwoven with a group of people who are desperate for the world to be a better place, but it can't be, so they're gonna make a new world out of Earth's past. I love how conspiratorial this is executed, and not only that, this feels like a better ending to Pertwee's era. It's got all the elements you'd want. It's got a car chase. It's got some other action. It's got some real-life political concerns. It's got political conspiracy. It's got great interaction between Doctor, Companion, and Unit. It's got a very great human villain, and it's got shitty monster designs. Honestly, I hope when this season goes to Blu-ray, they do some CG effects over the monsters. Not because I find issue with them, in fact, I find it quite charming, and I don't know if I would like the story any other way, but I know other people would. It's something that's stopping people from enjoying the story, which I feel like people should just lower their expectations. They shouldn't have standards so far up their arse a lot of the time. But, you know, it's a good story. Something which, if you can look past the dated effects, if you can look past the fact that episode 1 is in black and white and the rest are in colour, which, if it's the consistency that you find issue with, just turn your TV screen black and white. I don't really think there's much else to say about Invasion of the Dinosaurs. I just think it's really well executed. But there is one more thing. I have to talk more about Sarah Jane. Her biggest strength in this story is the fact that she's a journalist. She investigates things and often finds leads to what's going on with the situation and is proven right because she connects the dots. Now, what is her biggest weakness in the story? Which characters are designed to have flaws. If they're not flawed, they're not relatable. And her main flaw is that she's a journalist. I know what I just said about that being her biggest strength, but it gets her into situations which are a bit precarious. Wanting to find out what's going on and essentially winds up in the lion's den. Wants to take pictures for her story, is caught up in sabotage and nearly gets killed. Yeah, it's a flaw of her character, but it's also her biggest strength. And I think it's quite an interesting thing that a character's greatest flaw and greatest strength are interwoven. I just think it's good characterization. I really like it. And this sort of stuff is, again, I mentioned this last week when I was talking about the Green Death. You know, characterization is what I come to Doctor Who for. Especially Classic Who. I think it has such great characterization. Right, time to turn the colour back on. What do you guys think? What are your thoughts on Season 11? What's your favourite story from it? Have I missed anything notable about these stories without spoiling them outright? Because here's the thing, I want everyone to watch Invasion of the Dinosaurs. It's amazing. Pertwee wears blue in it. You wouldn't have seen that because I had it in black and white. But trust me, it's good. And I don't want to spoil it. I knew the twist going in, but there is a twist that, yeah, is there quite early on, but the way it unfolds and the way it's handled in the story is great. But if you disagree with me, or feel like something else should have at least been considered, leave your comments down below. I'll ignore you if you praise the elements of Tommy being cured in Planet of the Spiders. But anything else that isn't just problematic, no matter how you look at it, fine. I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you about even the Monster of Peladon being the greatest story ever made. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Doctor Who's Crown Jewels. The third Doctor's time has come to an end. But the fourth Doctor's is just beginning. He won't leave. And what, pray tell, is in Season 12? Well, There are 2 candidates this time around. I'll cut to the chase. The first one is the Ark in Space. Why do I keep rhyming this time around? So the Ark in Space is basically the same sort of setup to Alien. There's an alien creature laying its eggs in humans, and it is hatching and causing all the humans despair. Simple plot, really. Sure, there's some iffy implications to do with the idea of, like, eugenics and stuff, but to be honest, there's not much for me to say. All the actors delivered terrific performances, particularly the new main man himself, Tom Baker. This is his second serial, and already feels like he has been here a while. Something I like a lot about Season 12 is the dynamic of the TARDIS team. We've got the 4th Doctor, very eccentric, Sarah Jane to sort of ground us, and also just one of the best companions ever, and Harry to cause conflict with the two, but in an endearing sort of way. And honestly, Harry's at his best here. Not only does he make remarks that annoy Sarah a lot, but he's actually very practical and very helpful a lot. In other stories, at best, he's treated as the third one, which isn't necessarily bad if you give him stuff to do, which they do, but he's the third one. He's not really that substantial, but what there is, I really like. I do like Harry a lot. And that's pretty much all I'm gonna cover with Harry Sullivan for the entire series, I'm afraid. I think the Ark in Space is just a very disturbing concept tackled in a way that kids can enjoy. And it's just a fascinating concept to explore. Genuinely, I don't really have much to say on it. It is just that good, but there's not really too much for me to analyse that hasn't really already been said. And then we get to the one that's in the thumbnail, the one that you were expecting, because why wouldn't it be this one? Genesis of the Daleks, one of the best Doctor Who stories ever made. Doctor sent Tascaro to kill them before they were even born, and we meet Davros, and Davros is a megalomaniac. He cares more about his Dalek project than anything else. 2 main themes are really explored. There's themes of wartime, fascism, and all that jazz, which are explored to in a very fascinating degree with all the characterization for the most part. The world building also really emphasizes this and establishes what sort of world you would need to be in order for the Daleks to sort of be made. One with so many tensions and a fascist fearing for his race's survival. So just like the Nun, seeing that there isn't really a good side or a bad side, and even the neutral ground is quite dangerous, is pretty cool. Just all this alone makes me love it, but it has the added edge of when the Doctor's finally able to touch the 2 wires together. He was fine with Davros averting the creation of the Daleks, but it's different when it's him. Everyone talks about the "do I have the right" scene, but it is required viewing for Doctor Who fans, in my opinion. More required viewing than the entire story that butchered the whole point of that, but we will not talk about Magician's Apprentice and Witch's Familiar today, or any day. I don't really have much to say. These 2 are just universally revered, and they're both very uncontroversial picks for Crown Jewels. I feel like anything that I would bring to the table here would be quite obvious. I suppose that I should bring up my honourable mention is Robot. I don't think people talk about it enough. It's generally liked, but no one really talks about it. It sets the Doctor off on the right footing, and it's just a regular unit conspiracy. The characterization of the robot and the fact that we have a female human villain for once, who is written very well, yeah, honestly, great. Yeah, for some reason this was a very brief Crown Jewels. I don't really have anything to say on the matter. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Doctor Who's Crown Jewels. Harry's gone, so it's season 13 time. Now, of course, season 13 is like the best season of Doctor Who of all time, so naturally it's going to be very difficult for me to pick a Crown Jewel. Is it though? Season 13 is great. Don't get me wrong, but when you say it's like the perfect season, that implies to me that the stories are all like definitively amazing, but at the same time, people say that about something like The Brain of Morbius, and I'm like, oh, it's good, but just because it's in the Hinchcliffe era doesn't mean it's perfection. I mean, Revenge of the Cybermen was the last season. Like, that's the only Hinchcliffe story I don't like, Revenge of the Cybermen. And I like everything in this season, but saying it's all perfection, I think, is a bit hyperbolic. Because Terror of the Zygons and the Pyramids of Mars, those would be my honourable mentions. I mean, they're really good. But I wouldn't say they're anything earth-shattering. I would say The Seeds of Doom is. I get the whole hype for Season 13. If every story was just as good as The Seeds of Doom. And to some people, they are. But the thing is, I like stories when they're not just Doctor Who. It's a carefully constructed cautionary tale about, science getting out of hand. A discovery in Antarctica of an alien seed pod catches the attention of millionaire Harrison Chase. Harrison Chase, he loves plants. I mean, he loves plants. Alas, the scientific discovery was proving dangerous, and the Doctor discovers another one. It gets stolen, Harrison Chase has it, and tries to study it. And then it gets too powerful, which he wants, and the world is at risk from being attacked by all local plant life. The Doctor's definitely a lot more cold and focused in this one. I think it works because he understands the gravity of the situation, and the resistance to his influence is so great he has to resort to some level of violence. Which I understand, but remember, it's a kid's show. It's a bit much. And Sarah's great. She's just perfect. She's bitchy in a girl boss kind of way, We love that for her, She's amazing. She's a queen. She slays. I buy her being a secondary Doctor. And plus, that, her in the Seeds of Doom alone makes me go, you could have a spin-off. And she did. And I have very fond memories of it. The Crinoid as a threat is a very interesting one to explore. And it's unique. Yeah, sure, we've had nature-related stuff in the past. And maybe I'm a bit biased because they've been the crown jewels of their respective seasons. But there hasn't really been any where nature itself can be possessed to kill. So it's a bit more unique in that aspect. Sure, we've had plants that turn people into them. We've had the Vargas, and heck, we're going to have the Vervoids next decade. But yeah, the Crinoid threat is interesting, and the way it builds and builds over the 6 parts is very cool, in my opinion. The side characters, too, are phenomenal. Harrison Chase makes for a really good villain. He grows more and more detached from humanity to the point where he values plant life more than human life, which is kind of initially foreshadowed, but is definitely in full effect by the end. The other side characters, including some Scorby, who is a really, just wanting to save his own skin kind of mercenary. And, there's unit people, but they're not the ones we care about, so who cares? There's government people as well. And there's also an old lady who paints pictures of flowers and is amazing and the best character in the entire season. The music! Okay, right. So I neglected to mention that, Dudley Simpson does great music all the time on Doctor Who at this point. This wasn't a Dudley Simpson one. I can't remember the name of the guy who did it. It might be on screen. I can't guarantee how lazy I am when I edit this. But the music in this one is phenomenal. It makes it actually feel like a theatrical film. And that's honestly what this needed. Parts of The Seeds of Doom were adapted from a book which then got adapted into a thing. And it really does feel like that sort of vibe. And the horror behind The Seeds of Doom is not just about the monster. I do think Harrison Chase is a scary villain. When he grinds people into fertilizer, he just stands and watches. And there's something oddly chilling about that. He then gets grinded into the fertilizer himself. This story is a bit grim. I don't know why children are watching it, but they are. And they... Yeah, I think it's a very effectively scary piece with a very serious sort of drama. And Thor and Sarah are iconic. So, yeah. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Doctor Who's Crown Jewels, where for the past 3 months I have been looking at every season of Doctor Who and picking out the best of the best, as it were. Season 14. It's beautiful. It's amazing. It's immaculate. It's the best season thus far. There is controversy surrounding it, such as the increased amount of violence around this time, as well as the finale's problematic elements. But in terms of raw story quality, I think this season is fairly unmatched. Let me talk about the first Crown Jewels candidate. I don't want to go over honourable mentions this week because the rest of the season is really the honourable mentions, but the one that nearly made the cut was The Face of Evil. It's underrated, just check it out. The Deadly Assassin. People are like, it ruins the time. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. The Time Lords are meant to be boring, and also it's not exactly taking away from their power. Everything in this story is meant to be the Master doing a very calculated attack on the Time Lords. Time Lords who are very capable of defending themselves, just so he could get to the most powerful artifact in Gallifrey. It's a very imaginative story detailing a very trippy concept such as the Time Lord Matrix, as well as a lot of political machinations going on as well. A lot of this story feels like you could almost view it as a sequel to the War Games, and it's just because I see a lot of parallels, such as last time the Doctor was on Gallifrey, it was to do with a bunch of war games going on. When he enters the Matrix, what does his imagination conjure up first? War. Chancellor Goth is there, persecuting him. One could say that's the same Time Lord who persecuted him in the War Games. The Master is there. One could say the War Chief is the Master, but that's a bit controversial to say. Those connections made the story a lot more awesome for me, but it's just a load of headcanons in it. If politics and Time Lord lore aren't your thing, this one's not for you. If it is your thing, this one's obviously for you. And if you're indifferent, I recommend it. I'm the latter camp. I don't care much either way. I just want a good story, and I think this is that. I mean, it's the Doctor fighting for his life. I mean, you gotta love stories like that. The Robots of Death is my favourite story of the season and my second favourite Fourth Doctor story overall. It starts out as a whodunit. I know, robots in the title. It's obviously about who's controlling the robots. But the way you learn more about each character as the story progresses is very interesting. And also trying to figure out how the robots and the killer operate is also very interesting. The demonstration of the Doctor and Leela's intelligence is shown throughout. And yes, Leela is intelligent. You may think of her as a savage, but she uses her brain a lot. Honestly, she's one of my favourite companions as a result of this. It doesn't matter how you're brought up, if you're intelligent and able to see the bullshit that life flings you, you're gonna get far. I don't really have much to say on either of these stories. Much like Season 12, I've picked like the two stories ever. So it's kind of hard to say what's not been said before, but in all honesty, I really love the world and characters of the Robots of Death. But I don't feel like I should speak about them because I'm either going to say what's been said before or I'm either going to spoil it, which I do not want to do. So I just recommend watching it yourself. It's a very fascinating story. The Doctor and Leela's dynamic is brilliant. You've got a lovely side cast who are all very interesting, especially one of the robots, D-84. He should have been a companion. Both of these stories are also just really nice to look at. Robots of Death made the most of its limited budget, and The Deadly Assassin is just a visual spectacle. I just think both of these stories are really good, and I even like the villains. People seem to suggest that Peter Pratt is one of the weaker Masters, and his performance isn't fully explored because he was wearing a mask, but I do feel like what he does was justified enough. It really does feel like he is the Master, but I do admit we have seen better. As for Capel, who I'm not going to be showing visuals for because that is a spoiler, people seem to think he's a weak villain, and I don't see why. He's just not really shown all too much, but then again, he's the main threat of Part 4. Everyone else has been whittled down until it has to be whoever it is, and that's when we see him. It's a mystery, guys. Like, and you may think, oh, by structure it creates weak villains. No, like as soon as the Doctor realizes, oh, it kind of has to be him. Seeing and hearing more of his motivations, well, he's insane. So there's not really much you can go for from that. I don't know. I think these stories are really neat. And they are my crown jewels for that reason. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Crown Jewels. My mic isn't shot, but do I care? Not really. Let's talk about Season 15. On the one hand, you've got some of the most genius, inventive Doctor Who stories like you've had for the past 3 seasons. On the other hand, the ones that aren't those are pretty bad. Obviously, opinions are subjective, but these opinions are held by a lot of people, admittedly. Let's go through the season one by one. Horror Fang Rock is really good. Many people would have guessed this might have been the crown jewel for this season. Considering it's about my opinions, and I personally feel like, yes, it's really good, but not the best of the season. Yeah. But if it was the best of the season, I wouldn't be upset. The Invisible Enemy. He's just kind of naff. It's like Bob Baker, Dave Martin as writers. You could tell they were coming to the end of their career on Doctor Who. All of their scripts post-Hinchcliffe era are not good. And The Invisible Enemy is just not that great. It's pretty mid. Image of the Fendal is the crown jewel, so I'll get into it later. Sunmakers is also a really great satire by Robert Holmes, basically about how capitalism is evil, especially taxes. Underworld's the worst one. The Invasion of Time devalues Gallifrey and the Time Lords a bit, considering they're now able to be invaded by the Sontarans. No. And also, the way the political system is explored in this one actually makes them look a bit shit. So it's a very mixed bag sort of season, and we haven't really had one of those, like anything this extreme before. But as you could tell, there were still some really good ones, and I recommend checking out the ones that I listed that are good. Image of the Fendal, though. Last season, you may have heard me sing the praises of the Chris Boucher scripts, and this is another Chris Boucher script. Chris Boucher is my second favourite Doctor Who writer of all time. He's not quite my favourite. We'll get to my favourite next week. 3 for 3, brilliant scripts. And although The Robots of Death is my favourite of the 3, Image of the Fendal is very much a close second. It's like this really cool gothic horror script, and it involves taking satanic mythology from everywhere, really, and turns it into a bit of a cosmic horror. But it does use those occult elements very effectively, including in some of the characters. And the existential questions it raises are also very interesting to explore. Considering if we found human remains that are 12 million years old, wouldn't that strike you as odd? The first part is fairly Doctor-light, but I don't think that's a bad thing. Things build and build and build until the extreme. Oh no, this is just one that there isn't really much in the way of quantitative detail about this story. I would say this story, in terms of how it handles itself, is definitely more qualitative than quantitative, if that makes sense. It's not like I can keep listing things that I love about it, like Deadly Assassin or Genesis of the Daleks. And that draws to a close another Crown Jewels. So, I get the feeling I'm in the minority in this one, because I don't think many people dislike Image of the Fendal, but not a lot of people would consider it their favourite. I feel like the popular choice for this one is Horror of Fang Rock, and it's close. I would say it's an honourable mention. Heck, it's better than some of the Crown Jewels I've talked about in this series, but I felt like only speaking about Image of the Fendal because it definitely is the best. It is I, Matt, and today I am covering the crown jewel of the Key to Time saga, Season 16. Usually when I watch Season 16, I marathon it. I decided to go and just look at what the crown jewel candidate actually is. You may be thinking, but what if I change my mind? I don't think I'm going to change my mind on Season 16, to be honest. I, like most people, feel that season 16 starts off phenomenally, gets still really good in the middle, and trails off into less good at the end. And I've always held this view, and honestly, I've been cementing my views on season 16 more and more as time has gone on. I watched every episode of Doctor Who in 2021. I rewatched season 16 in the lead up to season 17's release for a second time in 2021, actually. And both of those times I felt pretty much the same. The only change, in my opinion, was the Armageddon factor going from mid to bad to mid to okay. Everything else I liked just the same. So I don't think my opinion's going to change. That being said, the honourable mention is the Reboss operation. It's really fun, really good, just as good as the honourable mentions from last week. Meaning, I could have talked about it here, I just didn't really want to, because let's just focus on the Pirate Planet. The Pirate Planet is one of, if not the funniest Doctor Who story ever committed to television. Honestly, the comedic timing of the regulars and the absurdity of everything to do with the establishment on the planet is just really fun. It also deals with really interesting sci-fi concepts, such as, well, the planet being a hollow planet that materializes around others and mines their materials. It's pretty interesting, not gonna lie. Some of the most widely sought after minerals in the galaxy just being laid on the street because they're that rich. But they've got all this wealth and no freedom to think. Hiding away from psychic zombies, but turns out the psychic zombies were nice. To be honest, I don't really want to ruin a lot of the comedic value. I just feel like Douglas Adams really has a knack for dialogue, a knack for just having a good time, but also is able to detail a nice and serious plot when need be. Usually I go into Doctor Who more so for the message it's trying to tell us. Douglas Adams doesn't really do that. And I think it's a talent to have an almost apolitical plot. I'm not going to say it's completely apolitical, but Douglas Adams' stories do not have any sort of direct allegorical focus. Although there are aspects of the plot that you can't help but deny, like the establishment aspect. That's just a common theme in Doctor Who, being anti-establishment, but that's a thing in the Pirate Planet. The highlights for me were the Doctor allowing some guards to accelerate towards a wall and crash into it, and also K9 fighting a robot parrot. That was just cool. When you try and break it down without spoilers, Doctor Who plots just don't really have much to them, even though they're 2 hours long. Honestly, I will actually address how I felt watching this one in particular, because this is quite different to how I would usually watch this, because I usually marathon season 16 if I want to watch it. This is in season 16, but I watched it in isolation, and it's odd, I would say. It's quite an odd feeling, but this one worked on its own almost better than in conjunction with the rest of the season. Mainly because finding the segment of the key to time wasn't really the main focus of this one. In terms of plot, it was more so focused on the mystery of why the hell they're not on Califrax. Watching this one on its own enhances the plot, because you're not going, but can you get to the key? Can you get to the segment of the key to time? You just don't do that in isolation. So I think these stories should be viewed in isolation more often, but there's nothing wrong with watching it all together. I mean, I usually do, and it's usually a good time. I mean, it's obviously City of Death. You know me. Case closed. Okay, yeah, that's not enough to warrant this Crown Jewels video. So, welcome back to Crown Jewels. We're in a bit of a predicament this time round, considering we've hit season 17, which contains my all-time favourite Doctor Who story of all time, City of Death, which I've already talked ad nauseum about in my review, and My views haven't changed. Everything I analysed about it, I still love. I'm gonna elect not to talk about it, but officially it's a crown jewel. There's not gonna be any honourable mentions, because although I do feel like Season 17 is underrated, I don't think anything's strong enough to even warrant being called an honourable mention. So Douglas Adams is my favourite Doctor Who writer of all time, so naturally this may be considered a cheat by some of you. I do not care. I am picking Sharda. So Sharda, beautifully comical story, yet feels very epic in proportion. It definitely feels like a finale to a season because of its scale. Ignoring the fact that there's this mythic energy around it that has been circulating ever since people found out that it was a thing that just didn't happen. Watching it, there is still this air of grandeur about it, even though it's just a little funny, silly, goofy story. Douglas Adams knows how to make something feel grounded and serious, which is a bit weird to say, but what I mean by that is you take the story seriously. You buy the gravity of the situation of what Skagra's trying to do with his sphere, and how he basically kills Chronotis, nearly kills the Doctor, and he's also shown off as very intelligent, which is also a scary quality for a villain to have. All this without even knowing what his plan is, which I do feel like is very impressive, quite honestly. We do find out what his plan is in the second half, and his plan is a bit of a funky little twist. The stereotypical conquer the universe motive is very much seen and almost in a meta way critiqued, because what he chooses to do, although similar, is distinctly different in a way that makes sense and is, I guess, motivating. And the way he lays out why he wants to do it also sort of makes sense given what we know about him as a person. All this sounds pretty deep for a silly little Douglas Adams story, but it's there. It's all there. And not only that, but the wittiness of the Doctor and Romana, whilst also understanding the gravity of the situation, is a perfect combination. And I feel like this is the perfect TARDIS team for a Douglas Adams script. Because they're both alien, they get to exhibit a slightly inhuman quality where they grasp of the situation stronger, but are also detached enough to have witticisms, which just with Doctor and Romana's characters is brilliant. And I know I said this about Leela, but Romana is also one of my favourite companions. Chronotis as a character is fun. He's a bumbling old fool, but then the twist about him, it both makes complete sense and kind of comes out of nowhere. It's like, it's one of those twists that is the perfect kind of twist, yet without being too much of a massive revelation. It's just, it alters the plot in a way and recontextualizes the plot in a way that is so wonderful. We also have Chris and Claire, two perfect human characters who serve the plot well and do what they need to do in the rest of it. I do get the feeling Douglas Adams wished there was a contemporary human companion as well, because you've got the likes of Duggan and Chris in this season, which fill the sort of human role of being a bit oblivious to the situation and give the Doctor and Romana someone to explain things to, which I do feel like is a bit of an essential role of a companion, because although Romana is not as experienced as the Doctor, arguably she is more intelligent but less experienced, so the Doctor has more knowledge overall. It's just the things Romana has knowledge on, she has an intense knowledge on. It does give each of them a chance to explain things to each other, which is a great dynamic, but in terms of trying to reduce that down to an audience level, I can understand why. Chris isn't comically stupid. He's smart. He's intelligent. He has a degree. But at the same time, he's definitely a fish out of water, and very drastically so. As was Duggan. And I feel like I can speak about Duggan because, Crown Jewel. Duggan very much was not smart, and very much comic relief in that setting. Either of them would have been great companions, in my opinion. And K9 is essentially a very functional tool that gets good moments in this one. I don't think there's any more to talk about with Shada, other than the sort of animation itself, which I think is fine. I don't really think there's much for me to talk about that hasn't already been said before on this channel. Hello everyone! I am back from the dead, but I need to do some catch-up. So, where was I? Funnily enough, I was in E-Space. Yes, Season 18 is one of those seasons, and for Crown Jewels, just to recap if you need a recap, I'm going through every season of Doctor Who, and also a bit more, but we'll get to that soon enough, I assure you. And I'm trying to find the best of each season. Yeah, that's the general rule. Even if the best of a season is pretty bad, which none of them are, can I just say. No matter the quality, I'm just looking at the best one, explaining why I like it. So, Season 18 is... I want to say mixed bag. Yeah. But like a variety of mixed bag. You've got your pick and mix, or you get some of the good stuff from the pick and mix. It's lovely. You get your full circles, your states of decay. You kind of got some okay things. Not your favourite by any means. Not really that great. But and even the best of them, you know, you enjoy them. It's not fine dining, but you know it's gorgeous. But then you got some things that are pretty mid, but you know you enjoy them enough. And then you've got some stinkers in there. It's a very mixed bag, and I feel like the best the season gets is the E-Space trilogy. Logopolis also gets a shout, but I just think that's alright. I also think Warrior's Gate is alright. Both of them do have very interesting ideas. I just don't think from a writing point of view they're very interesting in terms of how it executes those ideas and the characters within them, but, you know, I think it's alright, you know, it's enjoyable. Naturally, outside of the E-Space trilogy, apart from Logopolis, I'm not really a fan. I thought I was gonna be talking about State of Decay this week, because going into Season 18 I thought it would be the best one, because it has been my favourite one prior, but actually I've found a new appreciation of Full Circle. Now, there have been honourable mentions in this series so far that are better than Full Circle. Season 18 doesn't leave a lot for me to choose personally, but to be fair, Season 18's not for everyone. I'm not the Season 18 person. I know plenty of people that do like Season 18, and I understand why. It's a very imaginative season. But I feel like the E-Space trilogy is, as an overarching concept, it has one good idea and doesn't really play much with it. Because the idea of negative space-time coordinates is interesting, and the storytelling potential is potentially infinite there. But they don't really do that. It's just used as a device that gives the Doctor and Romana some anxiety of if they're ever going to return. And Romana has her own thing of, does she even want to? And I would say, well, that character drama is paced well throughout the three scripts. I do think Christopher H. Bidmead, and I would assume it's Christopher H. Bidmead who did this, sprinkled it in nicely throughout the three stories. But the stories, I do think, are more individually interesting, because Full Circle is... yeah, I'll get into it. State of Decay is a very standard Doctor Who story, which there's nothing wrong with, but it's not... like, you don't need the E-Space trilogy for that. And Warrior's Gate, although does the most with the E-Space concept, isn't really in E-Space. Its coordinates are all zero. It's at the intersection. And the weird spacey stuff comes as a result of that. So E-Space as a concept, not really the biggest thing for me, but not from a lack... well, yeah, it is from a lack of trying, but what they did do, I did enjoy. But what about Full Circle specifically made me really like it this time? Well, I just like how the story is structured. It does start off with the introduction of the arc, and which I said was really well handled. Introducing Adric as a character, he's very much meant to be a very different kind of companion from the offset, and whether or not it works for people, like, naturally Adric is very popular to hate on. I don't hate Adric. I very much see what they were trying to do, and even then, he has his own merit on occasion, and I enjoy watching him. I also like the themes of like high society versus the sort of people viewed as the deadbeats. And Adric as a character is doing more than just be the new companion. In fact, the story, although the spotlight he is given metacontextually is very much he's the new companion, because the Doctor and Romana don't know that. Because you can, with certain stories, I think you can tell when the Doctor's like, yeah, you're going to be the new companion, like in Rose and Smith and Jones. But it kind of reminds me of like something like The War Machines, where Ben and Polly are very much highly focused on, but they're not necessarily treated as they're going to be companions per se, although they kind of fill in the companion substitute. But then again, so did Duggan. So we've had... It's not like there's a void. So it's weird. He's given that spotlight, but he's not treated as such, even though they know he's going to be. When I say they, I mean the production team. They definitely know. But the characters, not even Adric, knows. And not only does he have to do that, but throughout the story, he also has to act as sort of the mediator between that high class and low class. There's also a bit of a theme of gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. Let me explain. In the society, there's 3 sort of elder characters. They're called the Deciders. They make the decisions for the society. They're essentially a council of 3, but there is a chief one, and the chief one gets access to their knowledge, to the knowledge that previous generations have contributed to. But it's only ever been the first Decider who ever gets to do that. And it seems that every first Decider has decided to gatekeep this knowledge and lie to keep things good, to keep the peace, for the best of society. That's where the gaslighting comes in. The girl boss stuff comes in when we get all the juicy character drama with the third Decider. I forget his name. He's played by George Baker. He was great. He was honestly one of the better side characters because he did have some inner turmoil. I wish we got more of him, because the inner turmoil kind of turned off like a switch, or like a tap, whatever metaphor floats your boat. But it was just, you just didn't have the turmoil when it was convenient for the plot. So, fair. I'm not saying the story's amazing, but I do really like how the Marshmen are treated. They're initially treated as something to be feared. That they're treated as a myth. Then we see them. Then one gets on board the high-class ship when they're trying to leave, and that's when the Doctor gets intermingled with them all. And the Doctor's treatment of it is very sympathetic and caring, and perfect characterization for the Doctor. It's weird, like, the Doctor's usually characterized as this empathetic figure, but even for the 4th Doctor, like, the 4th Doctor doesn't really have too many moments where he is that personified, but here he was, but it felt very much in character with this interpretation of the Doctor. It was a really good balance, and it really scratched my itch, and I think that kind of pushed me over to going, yeah, no, this is better than State of Decay. The thing is, I definitively preferred State of Decay going in, or at least I thought I did. Then watching it, seeing everything that Full Circle was really doing, as well as how good the characterization was. Like, seeing what it was doing, okay, equal pegging. Characterization, it's character. Character does good. I would say it's so great, but I wouldn't call it like anything particularly fantastic or phenomenal or necessarily groundbreaking. But it's unique and a breath of fresh air. And for that, I would say it's the crown jewel of season 18. Who talks about Full Circle? I think it's great. Well, since season 18, do you find great? Actually, I'm genuinely interested to see what everyone sees in this season down below. And with that, I will see you guys next time for season 19. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Crown Jewels. Yes, I had a haircut last time. It was terrible. So, season 19 is the first season in a while that I actually think is really good. I wouldn't call it one of my favourites, but it's genuinely really good. People sleep on this one. They really do. They sleep on the Fifth Doctor era as a whole. I'm not going to treat it as if time flight doesn't exist, and that does bring it down for me, the fact that time flight is there, because it is bad, but the rest of the season is really good. I do admit, for main characters, when you don't really know how to group them together, how to orientate them throughout plots, is a choice. But I feel like they all have clear functions within the story. I personally feel like if any of them are superfluous, it's Nyssa. Only because she's just too nice. She's smart, but Adric's there. Unfortunately, I do believe this does kind of hinder some of my enjoyment of the season, but not entirely, because I do really enjoy it. For example, Castrovalva I think is underrated. It's very creative, and I do very much enjoy it. I also enjoy The Visitation Black Orchid, two pretty decent historicals. And if Time Flight didn't exist, that's the lowest the season gets. Stuff that I just like. My two honourable mentions are Four to Doomsday. Four to Doomsday's good. People sleep on this one. Why does no one, care about it? I wouldn't say it's a 10 out of 10 story. It's got really nice ideas, explores them in a really interesting way, but doesn't quite have that essence that would bring it up to perfection. And also, even then, it does suffer a few pacing problems towards the end. Monarch's just sort of defeated out of nowhere, and then the story doesn't really end. Nyssa just faints and then done. It just feels like the story just stops, which is unfortunate given how much I enjoyed everything leading up to it. Something else which I wasn't expecting this to be an honourable mention. I was expecting not to even really be talking about it, but Earthshock. Yeah, people love this one, and were probably expecting it as my pick for a crown jewel. But there's always been something about Earthshock that I couldn't quite click with. And this time, I felt like I could enjoy the story from start to finish. It wasn't just the Doctor and Adric arguing, then resolving their argument, static, and then boom, you know? With all the relevant Cyberman stuff during the first two parts included. But, this time, I actually felt like I could follow along with it, and I think my problems with Earthshock were mainly a me problem. Cybermen's plan was good, done well. The character stuff was really good. I feel like all four characters were handled really well. Maybe, do you know what? It's a joint crown jewel. Why not? I would say my only issue is that there wasn't really much to my personal taste in there, and I think that might be why I've never really clicked with Earthshock. I don't mind a bit of an action. It's just the thoughts and ideas behind it. There wasn't really much politically motivating it, other than some of the characters really wanted money. But even then, that was a focus until it wasn't, and it just, oh no, it doesn't. I think that's the source that was missing. It's source, but it has everything else that I would want. So Earthshock good. So Kinder is the one that I would say is arguably the best Fifth Doctor story. There is one that we'll get to in this series that is definitively better, and one that I personally prefer for nostalgia reasons. But other than that, Kinder does have the things that Earthshock's missing for me. I don't think it handles itself as well as Earthshock, but it's good. I think the idea of the Mara, drawing inspiration from the actual myth of the Mara here on Earth, yeah, it's an interesting concept, and the way it's characterized is perfect, I would say. I just wish we got more of it. And I know we get more of it in Snake Dance, but in this story it just felt perfectly handled, and yeah. If your biggest complaint about something is, I wanted to see more of it, either they underutilized it, or it was done perfectly, and it's the latter in this case. It doesn't really have a presence in Part 3, but I honestly felt like this time I was more invested in the Kinder themselves and how the Doctor and Adric were dealing with them, and also dealing with the humans who are going insane because of the Kinder's weird magic powers, and that threat was more prevalent. And then as we got to know more and more about the Kinder, we got to see that there was a larger threat that was causing all of this, that being the Mara. And the way the Mara was integrated into the plot through Tegan, and everything to do with that, oh my god, it's like some of the best stuff I've seen in Doctor Who. I really love the trippiness behind it. And the direction's pretty solid too. No Warrior's Gate, it was really well directed for what it was. I just feel like the technology was letting it down personally. Here, there was nothing letting it down in Kinder. The only thing is the Mara itself, but even then, watch the DVD version. Turn the CGI effect on. It makes life so much better. But yeah, I felt like Kinder, with its whole indigenous peoples and how you treat them, as well as temptations, and how one demon can rot society from within. It's just such a interesting story. Note how I didn't mention Nyssa. It's because she's not in it, like, at all. They excuse her absence, and that's it. To be honest, I don't think Nyssa's absence would have made me prefer Earthshock. I do genuinely think all four of them are handled well. But honestly, Nyssa is... Here's the thing, I enjoy her when I watch her in something I like, but when she just leaves me empty as a character. They should have killed her in Earthshock and not Adric. Because the Doctor and Adric's chemistry was getting so amazing, which kind of makes Adric's death in Earthshock more impactful, if you pardon the pun. But it's... And that impact was beautiful, but at the same time, get rid of Nyssa. I know people didn't like Adric, but like, Adric is a better character. Just overall. But what do you think? I think Season 19 is underrated, and I definitely think Kinder and Earthshock, which are the two I think people like the most, are examples of why you should not take the Fifth Doctor era for granted. I know Earthshock is a popular pick, but I feel like you really should just take it in more, because there is really good character work in Earthshock and really good thematic work in Kinder, and those are like my two things that I really like. And if both had an equal amount of both, they would genuinely be like possibly like the highest of the high tier. welcome back to Doctor Who's Crown Jewels. We're on season 20, the season that started with Arc of Infinity and ended with the King's Demons. I'm not including the 5 Doctors. That's next week's video. So, season 20, the anniversary season, they're gonna pull out all the stops. Season 10's the only good anniversary season. We've had 3 in the show's lifetime. We've had season 10, season 20, and series 7 in the revived series, and season 10's the only good one. In my opinion, I mean, if you disagree with me, feel free to spar in the comments below. More particularly about season 20. Let's keep it topic specific, but I feel like you'd be hard pressed to find anyone that really loves this season. I personally don't think we've ever had a really, terrible season, just seasons that haven't been for, me specifically. And I know a lot of people tend to agree with me on the seasons that aren't as good, and I would say this one is probably the weakest of Classic Who. It doesn't really give me much that I'd want to revisit this for. I mean, Arc of Infinity is just another Gallifrey story. Admittedly, it's a bit better than the last one we had, but it's not that good. King's Demons is worse. The best part about it is that it's mercifully short. It's just a bit... the Master's plan is a bit not great, and relies on people not knowing history to actually have stakes. Chameleon is a cool concept, though. I do admit that. Snake Dance is good. I will say Snake Dance is good, but nowhere near as good as Kinder. Martin Clunes is great, but realistically, if you're going to do a sequel to Kinder and expand upon the Mara is such a fascinating concept, and really, they just didn't really focus too much on that. But it's still really good, and I do like what was there. It's just... I mean, I might change my mind. I might change my mind for the better, because I've only seen it once, and I didn't rewatch it in the lead up to this, because I knew exactly where my favourite was going to lie. And this season has a trilogy. The Black Guardian trilogy. The E-Space trilogy, this is not. I didn't even think the E-Space trilogy was that godly, and I made my own criticisms in Season 18's video. But at the same time, it was the highlight of the season for good reason, because it was... The 3 stories were interesting. There were some creative ideas sprinkled in throughout. Mainly in Full Circle and Warrior's Gate. But still. Here... the premise is a good premise. Again, I really like the premise of Turlo being another, what I like to call an anti-companion. Yeah, we've had a few of those recently. We've had Adric, who's the anti-companion because he wants to travel in the TARDIS, but acts in ways companions typically don't. We've had Tegan, who didn't want to travel. Now she does, but still. She's quite mouthy, and I think she's more of a traditional companion now. But in Season 19, she was a sort of anti-companion because she didn't even want to be that, and that did cause some interesting drama. Now she's just an Australian bitch, and we love her. But we needed a new anti-companion, thought JNT. So why not have Turlo, someone who agreed with the Black Guardian, made a deal, to kill the Doctor. Which, I would say... that stuff is probably the most interesting stuff in the trilogy. Because Mordrin Undead, it's okay. I mean, it messes up with continuity, but who cares? It's a story that does things, and it gets better towards the end, from what I can remember. But, I don't know. I mean, I've seen it a few times, and it... Terminus Part 1 was good. Couldn't tell you what happened in the rest of it, though. Other than Nyssa leaving, which was more of a shock because I forgot Nyssa existed by that time in the story last time I saw it. So that leaves one story. That was a lot of rambling about my apathy towards the season because it doesn't really excite me. It doesn't really, like, the Fifth Doctor's era doesn't really have much in terms of thematic substance. It's not like it's not there, it's quite sparse. And if you don't really have that, you've got to make up for it in other aspects like characterization or pretty good high concepts, which I would say Enlightenment does do. Now, as a closer to a trilogy, again, it's not as good as something like Warrior's Gate, but as a story in its own right, oh my god, I would say it's even better than Full Circle. Yeah, so, Enlightenment is the crown jewel by default, but it still earned its stripes, if you know what I mean. Enlightenment tries to have the sort of ominous start that Season 16 had. Doesn't quite work. But like, it does jumpstart the plot in an interesting way, I will admit. It is trying to do its own thing at the same time, but I feel like if they were trying to go for, like, ominous, it just felt a bit... oh, the power's off. Well. You know? But the snippets of the White and Black Guardians we get at the start and at the end is really cool. I always find it quite interesting. It's a very niche media trope that we get these ethereal beings that we don't really get to see in a conventional setting, and we consider them almost formless as a result. But then we meet them at some point, and they're just like you and I. And that's what happened with the Guardians for this. I don't know, I just always find that kind of cool. And I don't know why. Someone psychoanalyze me, please. So, the Doctor's been told to stop the race. What race? A boat race. In space. Yeah, spoiler alert for the part 1 cliffhanger. It is a really cool cliffhanger, and I really enjoy it. They're racing for enlightenment. What's enlightenment? Just basically a power that grants you whatever you want, which again does feel a bit like the key to time, but it feels a lot more personalized, and there's not as much at stake, especially considering what happened at the end. But these beings called Eternals have abducted humans and tried to recreate said humans' time periods in the boat race itself. And the Eternals are another being at a higher echelon than Time Lords, which I do think we need to see more of. Not too much, but like, it's always cool when they show up, because it's just a reality check that the Doctor's not the most important being in the universe. The Doctor's not the most powerful being in the universe. And, you know, they're nothing compared to some beings, like the Guardians, like the Eternals. The Eternals exist beyond 4 dimensions. Although the TARDIS does end up travelling, crossing the 4th dimension, likely through crossing the 5th, none of the Doctor nor any of their companions ever really exist in the 5th dimension as beings. We all exist in the 4th. It's just most of us are quite restricted in said 4th dimension, but we're not as restricted in the 3rd. Give or take the laws of physics, but that's taken as assumed. The Eternals exist in a higher dimension, eternity, meaning they can't conventionally die. They can, we just can never see them die, because we can only see stuff in a 4-dimensional universe. Because they truly exist beyond that, they cannot be seen to die. We cannot see them die. They just get recompiled back into their main dimension. Which I do feel like these are fascinating concepts, and they're slowly woven through. And the fact that they're full-on telepathic, when Time Lords are only sometimes telepathic when the plot asks them to be, it adds a different edge, because if you can't trust them, and you feel like you need to be able to stop them, how can you commune? Because if you speak, you're thinking about, well, how to stop them, and they can hear that. Because they can hear you thinking about that. You can't communicate without them knowing. And it proves for effective, like, tension. I can't talk about Enlightenment without talking about Captain Rack. She is a presence to behold. And she's another Eternal, but she is working for the Black Guardian, and she also likes to play dirty. Linda Barron really gave it her all in this performance. I feel like she treated the material seriously enough. I feel like, yes, she was truing the scenery, and yes, she was being very camp, but nothing felt out of line. But she did like to laugh a lot, and she was also very ruthless, and she was just very entertaining to watch. And all of these combined, it's just a 4-parter, so it's not that all too long. If you have enough of these elements, it's not too many that make it feel overstuffed. It knows it needs to wrap things up, so it allocates the right amount of time for that. It brings up the character drama brought up through the Doctor's almost existential crisis. Granted, that's not really too much of a thing, it's just, you know, there is some of that undertone, but he has to keep a straight face, of course, so there's not really much of that. I feel like calling it an existential crisis was a bit too much, but I feel like, you know, there was some of that. Tegan's reluctance to keep going because she had a full-on existential crisis and had a full-on she was disgusted at the fact that the Eternals were treating people like her as disposable. Because from her point of view, no one is. And Turlough was having another crisis of faith, as was his character up to this point. And I just feel like the character work, the overall conclusion to the arc, the high concept ideas, just all of that woven in, beautifully paced. I have not seen the 45-minute cut of it. I don't think they would be able to handle it that well. I have just made 20 videos in this series. That's a lot. Let's celebrate by talking about the 5 Doctors on its own. The reason why I've decided to do this for Crown Jewels is because it's a special, it's not part of any season. Yeah, it probably would be part of the same box set as the Season 20 Blu-ray, but K9 and Company was for Season 18, and no one's saying that's part of Season 18, are they? And Shada for Season 17, come to mention it, although that was actually meant to be designed to be part of this season. The 5 Doctors is a special. Because that's how that works. Sure, you can lump it together with Season 20 as a season, and I would if I had to, but I don't have to, so why should I count specials as not specials, you know? Because they're called specials for a reason, they're called series finales for a reason. If The King's Demons was the season finale of Season 20, but 5 Doctors was also Season 20, it wouldn't be a finale, would it? These words exist for a reason, and I'm using them properly. Anyways, the 5 Doctors. My copy's signed by Peter Davison. If you're like me, and you've been watching Doctor Who for a long time, especially classic Doctor Who specifically, for as long as I have, which has been close to 15 years now, That or longer, to be honest. You've probably seen this one a billion times. The Five Doctors is just so... It's a comfortable story. It's very comforting. It has all this iconography that you recognise, all woven together in a way that plot-wise makes sense, with nothing really being mishandled, I would say. Now, is it just fan wank? No. Is it mostly fan wank? Yes. The plot is not very strong, but that's not what this is designed to be. It's designed to be a celebration of 20 years of Doctor Who, and I think it does that. It does manage to circumvent the lack of 7 of those 20 years being personified by including Sarah Jane, who was in there, and by including K9, who was in there for another bit of it, as well as reusing footage of Shada. It makes sure to justify to the uninitiated what things are, because it's been a few years since we've seen a Dalek. They mention a Dalek. Like, it's implied that the old man we see at the start, that's Doctor Who. The characters that are called the Doctor are the Doctor, you know? And chances are you probably know them because they had a lot of press coverage leading up to this, so you probably recognise them as the Doctor. And any companion who hasn't been in the show for a while, any one of them that's brought back, basically is mentioned. Like, who the hell is this Susan? She's calling the Doctor grandfather. It's the Doctor's granddaughter. To be fair, the Brigadier did appear in the season prior. But reminiscing about old times, justifying why this Doctor is with the Brigadier, makes sense. I feel like Sarah Jane is a bit less justified, but she is the most famous companion. She always has been since her introduction. And she also recently had a spin-off. The reason why K9's there isn't really justified, but at the same time, it was it in School Reunion. You know, the Phantoms of the Past scene, you know, everything in there is basically done in such a way where new viewers wouldn't get lost. And I've never really had a hard time following the Five Doctors, not even when I first watched it, which it was my first classic Who story. I think. It was either that or the Two Doctors. I both got them at the same time, so it was going to be... basically, you know, it's not... And if I'm not lost on this being the first story out of the first 20 years of the show that I watch, it says a lot about Terrence Dicks as a writer, the values he had when it came to honouring the show's legacy. Because now as someone who has seen every episode of Doctor Who, I feel like it adequately represents the show in a concise 90 minutes. It doesn't do everything, but if it did everything, then it wouldn't really be, you know, penetrable to someone who doesn't know the lore. Something that I will forever credit the DVD for is by having a documentary that explains all of the references, and it being narrated by Paul McGann, icing on the top. For the record, I watched the original broadcast version for this. I, like a lot of fans, find the effects a lot more charming than the updated special effects stuff, but the updated special effects stuff is good, and also it's an extended edition. I didn't feel like watching the extended version. I just felt like, you know, setting aside those 90 minutes for watching, you know. I don't really know what I could say about this other than what's already been said. It does what it needs to do flawlessly, I'd say. And the thing is, it's... a lot of people take Doctor Who very seriously in this community. I try not to, but I will admit I do value stories that could be much deeper analysed in terms of what they creatively bring to the table, as opposed to a checklist of things that the fans can get. And I do feel like that's a cynical thing that franchises nowadays tend to just do. You can't go one Marvel movie without a bajillion references to the comics or previous Marvel movies or movies that are yet to come. But here, I feel like it was done... Well, first of all, anniversaries I feel like aren't an excuse. I think you can get away with it if there's a special occasion that you're trying to celebrate. But... And not only that, I feel like this story handled all that beautifully. And sure, like, this may be nostalgia making me feel good about it, but I don't think it's a bad thing that it's just fan wank, pretty much. I mean, it's not just fan wank, as I said. It has a plot, the characters are well done. That's about it outside of the fan wank. But I should not say fan wank too much. Someone's kid might overhear me say this. I apologize to you specifically, Phil. You know who you are. Yeah, it's not just that. It's not just fan service. It's heartfelt, and what it's trying to do, it does perfectly, and I like it. I just do. I would say it's one of my favourite Fifth Doctor stories, which one might say it says a lot about the rest of the era, but at the same time, I mean, it does say something, but it's not entirely... I do enjoy watching the Fifth Doctor's run, but this is a particular highlight. So yeah, this will be indicative about how I cover specials. If there's a group of specials back-to-back, I'll be covering them in a group. I'll also group together all the Christmas specials that aren't included as part of that. And by that, I also mean the first two Jodie Dalek stories. So yeah, specials will be grouped together in certain ways. This is a solitary thing, so I'll group it together in that way, of just it on its own. Does it have a crown jewel? Yes. Itself. So yeah, I hope that makes you look forward to particularly the 2009 and 2022 specials, because the 2013 ones, I don't think do it. I'm just gonna say, Adventure in Space and Time, not a Doctor Who story. Five-ish Doctor's Reboot, not a Doctor Who story. So it's only really Day of the Doctor, Night of the Doctor, and Time of the Doctor, none of which I think are good enough to get their own crown jewel, personally. Hello everyone, welcome back to Crown Jewels. So the Caves of Androzani.
You so fucking precious when you smile.
What can I say about the Caves of Androzani that hasn't already been said? Not much. This is going to be a really short one. I will say, bookends of the season, not great. Rest of the season, phenomenal. I would actually say the entire season would be an honourable mention. Some may even be contenders for Crown Jewels themselves. I just think you should watch this season, yeah? You can just ignore the bookends, you know? Whereas the Deep in Twin Dilemma, you can just ignore them. Watch the rest of them. This season is so good. The general themes of despair and hopelessness ring true throughout, and it puts the Doctor and co in very uncomfortable situations. The Caves of Androzani most especially. Again, I don't really know what to say, because everything that I would say about it, everyone has already said. Fifth Doctor's character arc, perfect. Sure, Nicola Bryant's accent as Perry isn't exactly the most American consistently, but she delivers a really great performance. Jack and Morgus make effective villains, and every other character being a total piece of shit. Yes, Give me more. I'm sorry, I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss. This video is gonna be really short. But hey ho, I've been needing to do these quickly anyway. Are you surprised? Are you disappointed that I have nothing really to say? I mean, it's all already been said. It is genuinely, and this probably has been said by many people as well, this is genuinely my top 10 Doctor Who stories of all time. But there's not really much I feel I can speak about it. Like, because it's already been said. And everything that people say about it rings true for me as well. Hello everyone and welcome back to Crown Jewels. This week we are on about season 22. Ooh. So, we're on a Marmite season, and this time it's Marmite because people either love it or hate it. I personally really like it. Time Lash is fun, and that's the worst you get. That's not bad. Okay, Time Lash isn't really well written, but it's a bit of fun. It's a bit of fun, you know. And how fitting we've gotten to the Doctor wearing rainbows for Pride Month. I'm very happy. Let's be real. People are either gonna pick Revelation of the Daleks or Vengeance on Varos. Don't see why they pick Revelation of the Daleks. It's pretty good. Nothing all that special. Vengeance on Varos is really well told. I feel like the world of Varos is built up in a very interesting way, and all of the characters we see just enough of to get an insight into how they work. Especially the couple watching TV. It is very brutal, and I first watched the story at the right time because I was thirsty for that brutality, because I'm a messed up individual. But I think nowadays this is a bit grim, but I still really enjoy it. It's, yeah, I like a bit of TV to be morbid, but I don't think this was necessarily the right idea. But when they did it, turned out it was pretty good. Syl is an amazing villain. I wish we could see more of him. Nabil Shaban's still alive. Let's keep doing it, please. And I think all of the performances are really interesting. And just the general idea of the punishment dome and having to vote on everything, death being such a culturally important thing on Varos, and all of the plot being spurred on by a rare commodity being sold too cheaply, and then being in a political stalemate about it. I would say it's very much cynical. It's a very cynical story, but sometimes you need those in life, and I think Vengeance on Varos is good if you can stomach it. I would say my honourable mention is The Mark of the Rani. It's a lot more fun, it's a lot more upbeat, and it has interesting themes of its own, exploring the Luddite Rebellion, as well as exploring the idea of the Rani as a scientist without morals, but not necessarily someone going out of their way to cause evil, which makes the Master's inclusion make sense, considering he is that. Season 23 hurts me. There is quality in there. Don't get me wrong, if you're a fan of Season 23, I completely get why. It's not like with Season 20 where it's like there is just a lack of quality there, even though there is a nugget of gold in there. It's like they took a whole nugget of gold, right? And just divvied it out by like shaving it into buckets of shit. That is my review of Season 23. I don't like the trial of a Time Lord I don't like it. The apathy towards the entire narrative device generally makes it hard for me to go back to this season. Mysterious Planet I've never really liked at all. I think it's bland and boring, and there's some fun in there, but it just doesn't really interest me. The most interesting thing about it is that the Time Lords did some shady stuff. Oh my god, I would have never guessed. Who could have thought the Doctor's people who he ran away from because they are shady and stuff did a shady thing. Mind Warp is probably the best, but it's a mess. No one really knows the character motivations, and therefore there isn't really a focus, so it's basically just torture porn. Which, to be fair, Vengeance on Varos was also torture porn, but with an actual focus and narrative story, basically. Well, it's not saying Mind Warp doesn't have a story, it's just... what is the Doctor fighting? We don't know. And that's the problem. It's still really good. I do definitely think the performances are solid, and there is an attempt at balance with the entire premise of the story. And it does end on a very grim and poignant note. And I honestly think that is fine, and it does feel earned. So there are elements to the story, or I say to the story, to the segment of the story, and I'm basically awarding Mind Warp the crown jewel. Because it is the best that this season has to offer. Now that being said, Terror of the Vervoids is also, I think it's an objectively better written story. However, the high points aren't quite as high. Mel is introduced in a really interesting way. They just don't bother with an introduction with Mel as a character, which is sad. I'd like to have seen her first interactions with the Doctor. We do get to see the Doctor's first interactions with her, but that's not really made a point about, because the Ultimate Foe... those last 2 episodes were a mess. They could have been less of a mess. It was inevitably going to be a mess of some kind, because you can't exactly blame it for the writer dying halfway through, but, you know, everything that happened after that kind of resulted in just a mess that wasn't fun and not a good climax at all. But I enjoy Mel in this season. I enjoy the Doctor in this season. I enjoy what Terror of the Vervoids was trying to go for. And I also enjoy how it conducts itself, and how the characters are handled, how the mystery is handled. Mel screaming isn't actually anywhere near as annoying as people make out in her entire run, but I am looking at this isolated example. Obviously other examples may differ. But the whole murder mystery aspect of it, murder mysteries are always... they are a good story structure generally, and having one of the characters already have met the Doctor and kind of has this sinking feeling that something bad is going to happen is an interesting angle to take a character. And some of the characters are suspicious, some are not. But once we find out what's going on, we get a perceived sense of threat, and I do appreciate what this story does in the context of the trial. The trial scenes are easily the weakest part of, well, I say the story, this segment of the story, because Trial of the Time was one story. It just has different writers contributing different adventures the Doctor has been on. They are curating those adventures. The overall story is one story. But I do appreciate what Terror of the Vervoids brings to the trial itself. And what it does is concrete proof, or rather the final piece of the puzzle of what is going on and that is the absolute confidence we can have that something's being meddled with in terms of the Matrix. But I don't like the trial aspect of the entire story, so therefore I'm not a fan of the story. I don't mind 14 weeks of a courtroom drama. That's fine. The actors pull it off. The direction pulls it off. The writing does not. I do not believe the constant bickering between the Doctor and the Valeyard actually worked. I don't. I fundamentally do not. Not to say that I don't think it would. I do definitely think if you're going to make a Doctor bicker with someone, make it the Sixth Doctor, because it's the most entertaining. And I do definitely think this plays to Colin Baker's strengths throughout. I definitely think Michael Jaston brings to the character of the Valeyard what was needed in terms of performance, and I do definitely think in Big Finish audios he really gets to stretch his muscles of what the Valeyard can be. And also in The Ultimate Foe, I will admit the freedom he gets as the Valeyard in that, I think is good. Linda Bellingham as the Inquisitor is amazing. I definitely think you needed someone like Linda Bellingham as that character to sort of rein in these two big personalities. I'm not going to spoil who the Valeyard is, even though I'm pretty sure most of you probably already know. If you don't, I don't want to spoil it, because I want you to enjoy anything the story has to offer. Because I don't actively want to be all doom and gloom. This is just not for me. And also, I don't think the twist... The twist is almost a good twist. They just made it too confusing of who the Valeyard actually is. They could have made it a lot simpler. But I do appreciate who he's meant to be. And as a result, the actions they've taken are pretty interesting, and I do enjoy it. I just think if they made it simpler, it would have been way more effective. The Season 23 Blu-ray box set actually has Terror of the Vervoids on its own, and I do think that is an improved experience. They also alter some shots using CGI to try and make the story a better experience, let's say. Some of the effects were dated, but it was a minor amount that they updated. If you're a purist, don't worry. This is just an ultimate way to experience the story that I think is an improved way. You don't get all the baggage this season provides with this new version. So I do definitely think... Maybe let's say that's the crown jewel. Why not? So yeah, this has just been me rambling about a season that every time I think about it, I'm actually apathetic. That being said, look, this whole series is meant to be proving that there is something good in every Doctor Who season, and there is good in here. I just definitely think it's a lot harder to talk about, given the overarching storyline of this season is quite intrusive to the overall experience. Flux, it wasn't intrusive enough, one may argue, but I definitely think the way Flux handled it made it easier. So when I get to that, I won't have a lot of... I might mention some critiques about how the storyline overall was handled, but I do prefer Series 13 to Season 23, and I think the weakest of that season stands up pretty well against this season. But that being said, I don't know if I'd call this my least favorite Classic Who season. It's probably in my bottom 4, because I'm not a fan of Season 15. Season 18, I think I'm starting to warm up on a bit. Season 20, I don't think so, and this. But next week, we have a season that I enjoy. I don't consider it amazing. It is probably another one of the weaker Classic Who seasons, but there is a gulf in quality between Season 24, which is next time, and this.
So, I've spoken about Paradise Towers before. On Will's series, Who's Overlooked Writers, I joined him for the Stephen Wyatt episode, where we discussed the writing style of Paradise Towers and The Greatest Show in the Galaxy. I'll touch more on The Greatest Show in the Galaxy next week. However, this week, Paradise Towers is the only real gem in this season. Everything else is controversial at best. That being said, I do feel like people who don't like Delton the Bannerman just don't like fun. Yeah, it's not an amazing story by any means. I like it because it's fun. It's just fun though. And Dragonfire feels a bit messy, and Time in the Rani, not a great first impression, let's just say that, for this new era of the show. Arguably my favourite era overall. Season 24 is experiencing a lot more growing pains than any other first season of an era did. So, yeah. That being said, I feel like the only issues in Paradise Towers... Here's the thing, I don't even think it's the tone that's the issue. I think there are some things that may be a bit of an acquired taste, as described in the previous video, and that's the more camp embellishments, which I do feel like are justified a lot of the time. The Kangs being admittedly kind of cringe. Don't tell me you're surprised that children are being cringe. Especially when they're making their own sort of society. So I felt like that was fine. I feel like the only real issue I've previously had was really when the chief caretaker got possessed by Carwagnon. Which, spoilers, by the way. But, yeah, even then, I wasn't all too bothered by Richard Briers' performance, and he was great throughout anyway. What wasn't addressed in the video I made of Will a couple of years ago, which I stand by the way. If not, I have an even better appreciation for the story than I did. Paradise Towers, with its tone, with its sort of almost pantomime-y sort of vibe, despite this really bleak and depressing, harrowing tale of a society that's fallen. Honestly, I do feel like the two go hand in hand. There was a general analysis of the 7th Doctor era in that video, where Will and I did express the tone being a very deliberate juxtaposition that also helps to reinforce the main points. But I do feel like the same applies here in Paradise Towers, mainly because I feel like they balanced it the best. Because a lot of the things that are admittedly quite over the top are a direct result of the actual harrowing stuff. And I really appreciate that. And I feel like that's the angle I'm going to go down, simply because it's the only angle I can go down, and it's the only thing I can talk about. Like, the Kangs are just girls who have just had to grow up on their own, build their own sort of society. The Resis have been isolated for so long that although they're living pretty comfortably, they don't know when they're going to have their next meal, so have to resort to whatever they can find, which can include people. Having a much more industry-style job does result in some level of authoritarianism being practiced, which you can argue is good or bad. That's not the point. The point is, where's the extreme? And in an extreme scenario, naturally, the most extreme form of authoritarianism will occur. And I think it's quite interesting to look back on a modern lens to the caretakers, because they're swearing by this book and making everyone's lives miserable because they believe their book is telling them to. Obviously in the UK I don't think that's really as big a deal, but like in other parts of the world where you've got a sort of religious far right, it's quite an interesting thing to look back to, and the fact that the Doctor does utilize that against them to try and escape is honestly a brilliant moment, and the first real time we get to see Sylvester McCoy have a proper Doctor moment. And his performance in this episode, honestly, again, I'm going to reiterate what I said in the Who's Overlooked Writers, and that's people tend to have a view of the Seventh Doctor that just isn't really accurate. They say he's a bit of a clown in season 24. He's still a bit of a clown, but reeled back in a lot in season 25, and he becomes this evil chess master persona in season 26. And although, yes, his darker shades bleed through a lot more in season 26, he's very consistent throughout, except Time the Rani. And people seem to have this view of the Doctor in season 24 as being this, like, buffoon, who's basically a trouting clone without understanding the point of trouting, when no, he's not. No, I'm sorry. Is the only serial in season 24 that you've seen Time the Rani? Because if that's the case, sure, I get that. But there is other stuff in the season besides Time the Rani, and Paradise Towers is very much in line with how he's characterized in season 25, I would say. Where, yes, Troughton's the template, however, there's stuff broiling underneath. And although that's not really taken so much into effect at this stage, you can tell there's this sort of intelligence brewing underneath, where although he's got quite a bubbly personality, when he's trying to outsmart the situation, he definitely has cogs turning that you don't even know are there. And Sylvester McCoy, honestly, I feel like somehow, someone with Sylvester McCoy's career up until this point managed to pull off a sort of suave confidence in being intelligent, which that's not a slight on Sylvester McCoy. He's a fine actor, as he proves being the Doctor. You just wouldn't expect it from someone whose career up until this point was literally clownery. And I don't even know if J&T thought this is the right thing to do, but I guess Sylvester McCoy used his talents as an actor to properly portray the material done, and Stephen White and Andrew Cartmel just kind of had a nice time with it. The thing is, with Mel as well, people tend to just reduce Mel down to she's the one that screams a lot, and that's about it. There's not really much to her character, I will admit, and she does scream quite a bit, but in this story she only really has 2 screaming sessions. One halfway through, and one in part 4. I think it's in part 4. Basically, when she's about to be eaten by cannibals, old lady lesbian cannibals, which is a, nice vibe. I respect it. As well as when a robotic crab tries to drown her. It's believable. I think any Doctor Who companion would, and I don't think people would label any of those as, like, stereotypes. It's just screaming at literally everything is the stereotypical Doctor Who companion, and Mel does do that, but not in this story, so yeah. Pex's storyline is very, very interesting, and I do appreciate it. He starts out as a coward who's pretending. We then find out he's a coward. We then see that there is some bravery in him. Him wanting to show off actually did help out, and then even though his fear was at an absolute maximum, he ended up doing the right thing and ended up sacrificing himself for it, because he was scared. He knew he could die, and he did, but he managed to defeat the villain anyway, and that garnered respect from everyone when previously they all hated him. Unifying everyone based on the fact that the thing that was their common enemy is defeated, and was defeated by someone who they all now admire. That is a nice ending. Paradise Towers is not a bubbly story. It's a bleak story with a bubbly exterior, but it doesn't end in the most bleak way. Sure, would you say something's resolved? I don't think Paradise Towers really has a resolution, but the main threat is now gone. Because the situation that led to Paradise Towers in itself is just a mystery that's brought up, and sure, the mystery was solved, kinda, but the consequences are still there, and you sort of feel it by the end. You don't feel unsatisfied, but you do feel that there is more to be done, but at the same time, what could be done? And it makes sense to just leave it there. I'd love a sequel to this story. I would love it. I would absolutely love a sequel to the story. And the BBC were even thinking, hey, could we have a sequel but the Daleks are in there this time? I mean, it doesn't have to be a Dalek story. I think that would actually be kind of reductionist. But it was a story that the BBC appreciated, and I think it got the balancing act just right. So for that, Paradise Towers is a crown jewel. I think Season 24 is underrated. I do feel like people hate on it too much, but the growing pains are there, and not everyone can really see past it. The Seventh Doctor era as well tends to be more obscure, because not as many people watched it at the time, so therefore less fans rave on about it. I do. I think it's a brilliant era of the show, and I recommend it to anyone. It's really just good. When you get good in the Seventh Doctor era, you get some of the best material in the show's history, and you get good quite often. But even the people who are diehard fans who have seen all of the show, they tend to get more excited over, like, Third and Fourth Doctor's era, or they may have more biases towards modern Doctor Who. But in my opinion, what's good about the Third and Fourth Doctor's eras are still present in the Seventh Doctor era. You just get a bit more. And in a sense, what the Seventh Doctor era does sets up what the new series would then do. So I do feel like the Seventh Doctor's era, which starts with Season 24, it's got a slice of everything. Season 24 is just trying its best to construct that. And I would say Paradise Towers is the first sign of what is to come.
So, this might be the most difficult one yet, because all of the season is good. Yes, even Silver Nemesis. I'm not covering Silver Nemesis today, because it is the weakest by some margin, but people are too harsh on it generally. People say it's just derivative of Remembrance, and while I will not deny the derivativity of Silver Nemesis, its focus is a bit different. This is pretty much the only time I'm going to be talking about Remembrance of the Daleks in this video. Not because it isn't a crown jewel, because it is, but because everything to say about it has already been said. So, just getting that out of the way first. Remembrance of the Daleks definitely has an overarching theme of racism. I mean, you've got black Daleks versus white Daleks, for crying out loud. And it's not exactly subtle. It's also not subtle in its action. It's very action and theme orientated, as opposed to character orientated per se. I mean, I would say the character moments in Remembrance are better, but the overall enigmatic element of who is the Doctor and Ace's faith in the Doctor are more so questioned in Silver Nemesis. Meanwhile, it was just glossed over or left on the cutting room floor in Remembrance of the Daleks. But I do think the Doctor and Ace do get better character moments in Remembrance. More so Ace. I mean, the Doctor does get really good character moments in something else, which I'll bring up soon. By the way, if you're wondering what the crown jewel is, it's whatever Silver Nemesis isn't in this season. So, yeah, it's the whole season, bar Silver Nemesis, but do you know what? It's part of the glue that makes this season great. I would say it's arguably my favourite season. It's difficult to say, because Season 26 and Series 1 are also in my top 3, and they are just that good. And do you know what? Let's speak about the Happiness Patrol now. I don't know how to structure this video. This video is kind of an existential crisis of everything's good. How do I even do this video? Does this video even need to happen? Could I just say Season 25 good and amazing and all that? I don't know. I think I'm having a manic episode. But the Happiness Patrol is really good because, you know, why not have Doctor Who overthrow a Thatcher-like government just overnight? Because do you know what? That sort of story is a perfect idea for a three-parter. I do definitely like how in the Happiness Patrol there is a lot of commentary on over-regulation of people's personal lives, which you could see as a metaphor for, well, Section 28 in a sense. It's undeniable that Helena is Thatcher, let's be real. Overthrowing her government is symbolic of the desire to get rid of Thatcher. The ironic thing is, gay means happy. You know, pink is associated with homosexuality. And for those who aren't in the know, Section 28 was a law Margaret Thatcher's Conservative government introduced, basically forced any mention of homosexuality in schools to be banned. At all. So if a gay kid was like, I'm being bullied because I'm gay, teachers aren't allowed to help. Similar laws are happening in America right now, and it's really scary. That cold irony of the Happiness Patrol just gives it an edge. I think the Candyman just had to be there, just so there's some weird and wackiness. It's a very sickly sweet tone, which is perfect for something that has the Candyman in it, because it's sickly sweet, which emphasizes the sinister goings-on Terra Alpha. Something else in the Happiness Patrol that I don't think people talk about enough is the side characters. Honestly, that one character who was a member of the Happiness Patrol but realized she just wasn't up to Helena's standards and just went into a depression because she can't authentically be who she is. There is a lot of queer coding in this, and I am loving it. And this is the first time I've really clicked, oh my god, yeah, this story is so gay. I mentioned that the Doctor has really good moments in this one, and just the ending with Helen A is just a perfect stand-down moment of the Doctor, but an even more perfect one is the one everyone goes on about. It's when he manipulates someone to not shoot him when he's at point blank range, and it's just so cool. And everything the Doctor does in this one is just very Doctor-y, and Doctor and Ace's dynamic throughout this whole season is perfect. Ace is my favourite companion. Seven's my favourite Doctor. This is a match made in heaven. They have great chemistry. It's very much like you sense that they are a double act rather than you've got two really good characters with good chemistry. They work together. And that's not necessarily intrinsic to who they are as characters. That's just something else that adds another dimension to when I'm watching the Seventh Doctor run. I do feel like some of its ideas could have been explored more, like the indigenous peoples of Terra Alpha being subjugated to live in the pipes that boiling candy gets flushed through. They may be explored more in the novelization. That's the thing with the Seventh Doctor era. Like, I feel like its tone works. When it really wants to get dark, it can, but it doesn't get so dark it alienates people. That's the thing. We'll get more into this next season, because next season does have a lot of darker undertones. But so does this. It's just the camp aspect is still a facade. Kind of like how the Doctor's still very much clownish. Now I've brought up clowns, let's go to the circus. Again, I don't know if I can talk about it too much, because I've already talked about it before. That was my problem with Paradise Towers last time. It is in my top 10 favourite stories of all time, like Remembrance of the Daleks. Something that I didn't really talk about too much when I was discussing it with Will is what I really like about the characters. Because we talked about the characters, but only on a surface level. I feel like there were more undertones with the characters. I think it's quite clear. WizKid is the sort of fan that's really enthusiastic, who's fairly young, didn't see it when it was considered good, but still really enjoys it to this day. And Nord is just the kind of fan that's just cringe. Meanwhile, the gods of Ragnarok are the viewing public. If they stop liking it, the show will die. And all the people working for the Psychic Circus are the people working on Doctor who are even thinking, is it even worth it? Something that I didn't get into is how the chief clown is this person that's keeping on going with its destruction and throw people under the bus, sacrificing them in order to get things going. The murder of the people in the Psychic Circus could be how JNT's relationship with Eric Sayward kind of got destroyed. And you could almost see the chief clown himself be almost like a controller of BBC One sort of thing, like Michael Grade or whoever his successor was, I can't remember. And they're trying desperately to do everything in their power to destroy it from within. Captain Cook and Mags, to me, are the Sixth Doctor and Perry. And I never really went into too much detail. I don't know if people actually caught on to that when I brought that detail up in the video Will and I did. Well, Mags is exploited. You can argue that Nicola Bryant was exploited for her body. I guess so is Mags. She's not exactly in a sexually explicit outfit, but she is a werewolf who's being exploited for her abilities. Particularly in the cliffhanger to part 3 and the opening scenes of part 4 is where that's really shown. Captain Cook is the Sixth Doctor because he's very egotistical. He really rambles on about all of his adventures as if people are interested, but they're not. He really likes the sound of his own voice. As much as some of us would hate to say that now, that is just how the Sixth Doctor was viewed by everyone. He's also just an unpleasant person to be around. He's just vile. He was also helping out the villains. Could be a very specific nod to Mind Warp. We don't know for sure if the Matrix was fully tampered with or not in that. That may have been something people were complaining about back then. There's so many little moments that elevate Greatest Show in the Galaxy, because it's actually just a very straight-faced tone. It's only really campy because it's at a circus, and that's what brings not only the lighter-hearted elements out, but also the more sinister tones. I definitely think on this rewatch, I think the Seventh Doctor is very much someone that just wants to investigate the circus because he senses something sinister, but he gets surprised when he's in a trap, which I do feel like is a little out of character, but at the same time, this time it didn't bother me as much. I feel like I could have done better, but at the same time, that's like the only gripe I have with the story. One more thing about it being an allegory for the show itself, which that's not just why I like it. I mean, I liked it when Love and Monsters did it, but I like it more here because not only do I just prefer it when the show gets all kind of depressing, this just explores it in a much more deeper and interesting way. If we ignore the themes and we're just setting, characters, plot, it's great. And I do love the imagery of the Doctor clowning around, because if you cast a clown as the Doctor, expect him to perform at a circus in front of gods from the dawn of time. Love it. I love the Seventh Doctor era. But something else about its theme is that, you know, people didn't like screams, like Mel. I mean, Mags is just a companion character. I definitely have projected a lot of Perry onto her, but something about Mel I can project onto her is that she was screaming blood-curdlingly. Understandably, she was seeing something absolutely vicious and vile, something that people would not want to withstand, and then she was muted because she was screaming too much. And I think that's just a really nice little detail. Little moments like that. Little moments like any isolated moment in the Doctor's performance to the Gods of Ragnarok. These little things accumulate, and I really enjoy it. I think using the Daleks to directly explore racism in the 60s, a time within the show's lifetime being used as a historical period piece, I don't think has ever been done before. Utilizing some really camp imagery to contrast the almost fascistic allegory for Thatcherism, and a commentary on the show, which makes the average family these godlike beings with these dark themes and the Seventh Doctor era's pantomime camp aesthetics, they're just something really good. And I do feel like the 7th Doctor era is probably the most creative era of the show since the 60s, and I would argue more creative than anything in the new series. I definitely think season 25 was a lot more successful because they threw stuff at the wall, saw what stuck, saw the good from each of the stories, and I'd say Paradise Towers was really a blueprint for how the season would be. Check out the last Crown Jewels for how I talked about Paradise Towers. I mean, Paradise Towers was the most critically acclaimed story of season 24 at the time, and I do think it should be today. But season 25, I definitely think, well, they brought back Stephen Wyatt for a greatest show in the galaxy, and the aesthetics of Paradise Towers also bled into the Happiness Patrol, but, you know, they dialed it up. And, you know, they were confident enough to do the Daleks, and Remembrance is one of the most highly regarded Dalek stories. Silver Nemesis. But yeah, that's what I think about season 25. My camera's about to die. What do you think? It's a brilliant season. So I'm in Perivale, where they filmed the final episode of the final season of Classic Who, Survival, Part 3. And Part 1 and 2, but let's forget about that. So, you may be thinking, it's the crown jewel of season 26, isn't it? I mean, it was kind of difficult, because they're all so amazing. But let's be real, it's the Curse of Fenric. Bamboozled you! Yeah! Anyway, let's get back to my room, where I'll discuss it further. It's season 26, we're at the end of the classic run of Doctor Who, and it ends on a bang. It ends on possibly the best season of the entire show. I don't think there's a single stinker. I think, if anything, they should all be crown jewels, but I'm only going to talk about one thing. And as much as I do want to talk about Survival and how much I love it, everything that's been talked about Survival bigged up has been said, so realistically, I might as well talk about my second favourite Doctor Who story of all time, The Curse of Fenric. You may be thinking logic still applies, but I'm electing to try and talk about it anyway, because you don't often hear people say, oh, this is my second favourite story of all time, and the only reason why I say second is because we've already... Well, I say we've already talked about City of Death. We've not, because I already talked about it years ago, and I stand by that video. But I've not had the opportunity to talk about The Curse of Fenric, a story about faith. I talked about Ace's faith in the Doctor last time, and this story kind of delves deeper into that to some extent. This season, actually. Something that I really like about this season is that the mission statement was, let's make it about Ace. Because in a way, season 25 was more about the Doctor, but that's why you had Ace get a friend who was very much like her in Battlefield. Instead of delving into the Doctor's home on Gallifrey, they delve into this one home Ace burned down due to her own personal trauma in her own life in Ghostlight. You've got her faith in the Doctor be tested, as well as her feelings towards family and faith generally in The Curse of Fenric, and she goes back home to Perivale in Survival to drop in, see her old friends, and that's how they get embroiled in that story. I also like how, in a sense, the tone matches the Doctor's character, who drops the facade of being a clown a bit more in this season. Now, that's not to say he's never clownish at all, it's just a bit more rare. We tend to see him focused, and honestly, that very subtle costume change of him just wearing a darker coat also emphasises this, as many people have said before. The Curse of Fenric kind of puts Ace's entire character into perspective, considering we know she's had an iffy relationship with her mother, just not a fun home life. And that's kind of put into question, considering the baby she meets is that of her own mother. Or rather, the baby is her mother. Honestly, setting it in the Second World War is a stroke of genius as well, because it's just before the Cold War happens. Introducing the communist Russians makes a lot of sense. There's also everything going on in the war, but this is taking a step back, taking a step aside, because it's not about war. War plays into the theme of faith in The Curse of Fenric. And that theme of faith is the main reason I love it. The theme of faith is explored beautifully whenever it can be, and the story doesn't stop. It just doesn't really stop. Everything either develops it or enriches the theme. Reverend Wainwright is probably my favourite side character of the era, because he perfectly represents what this theme is trying to go for. Because he is someone of faith who is starting to lose it due to this war, who is conscious of the fact that there are innocent people on both sides of the war being killed, and you cannot just say, oh, it's fine, we're doing the God's work, if you're killing innocent people. So although his faith is strong, it's waning. Wainwright. Perfect name. It also makes his death ever more tragic because he died due to his lack of faith. Meanwhile, the vampires that killed him were perfectly warded away by communism. Just the concept of communism, even the Doctor's faith is something called into. The thing is, people say what the Doctor did to Ace was horrid, and they'd be right. Emotionally manipulating her into believing he didn't care for her one jot after all these years is a gut punch that was morally wrong, even though he was forced into that situation. But his groveling after the fact does appear genuine, especially when you realise what he did to ward off the Haemovores, and that's name his companions. Just under his breath, and that is canon. I believe it's in a novelization, and it's in the script, and if, like, without the music, that's what he was doing. That's what McCoy was doing. He was saying Susan, Ian, Barbara, Vicky, blah blah blah. He has faith in his friends. Honestly, that's one of the biggest things I love about the Doctor as a character, and realistically, although people all the time talk about how he's almost going against that in the story, in a way, I do feel like it reinforces it. He just had to make a really tough call. This iteration of the character does it a lot. I'm gonna end my discussion on the stories here and round up my feelings about the original run of Doctor Who and the Seventh Doctor era in particular. I am a big fan of how it handles character, and the Seventh Doctor era, particularly season 26, was really when they decided to focus on it a bit more. Character was never usually the focus, but it's done in a very rounded and almost naturalistic way in all 26 of these seasons. That's what I really love about the show as an adult, but it managed to capture the imaginations of so many people, myself included, and everything that this show has done, whether good, whether not so good, whatever, it's magical and the best premise any TV show has ever had. Genuinely one of the most creative things out there, and these characters and these stories that have been told, they mean so much to me. The Seventh Doctor's era in particular does it stylistically in a very interesting way, and in my opinion makes the most interesting, layered and real main protagonists. That's not to say they haven't done successful since, far from it. This run of the show did so well in so many areas. So I guess season 26, even though there's only one story in it that I consider like a crowning jewel, even though they're all so brilliant, the fact that they're all so brilliant is kind of why I've always found season 26 to be my favourite. I feel like I've been pretty comprehensive over the past few videos as to why the 7th Doctor era is my favourite, and the 7th Doctor as a character I don't think I've made clear. In a sense, I would say the 2nd Doctor is the most perfect Doctor. He has everything I would want the character to have, but the 7th Doctor has more. The 7th Doctor also embodies these qualities, maybe in his own way, but he also gives a more layered and interesting development of the character as some larger-than-life chess master, but not someone that's cold. He does cling on to his friends just as much as any other Doctor. I love him for that, and that is why he's my favourite iteration of the character. I see a lot of me in Ace, not gonna lie. Ace feels like the kind of friend I'd love to have. She is the perfect balance of what the new series tries to do to make these characters inherently layered and interesting, but executed in a way that the classic series does so well, in my opinion. Every facet of her character, you find something interesting. Surface level, she likes explosions. Deep down, she has a traumatic home life. And from how the Doctor met her to what we see in season 26 is a brilliant journey, and in a way I'm glad it technically never ended. Hello everyone and welcome back to Crown Jewels. I'm Matt, and we've covered all of Classic Who. Knew who was about to happen, but there was this thing in between, because if there wasn't, it wouldn't have that distinction. There were 15 years where the show wasn't on. Surely there had to be something, right? Because we can't just go from the 7th Doctor to the 9th Doctor without someone in between, right? So there weren't that many things that released in the Wilderness Years, and I've not really been considering doing minisodes. So I'll just let you know what I would scrape from the bottom of the barrel to consider. Obviously, there's the TV movie. It's the only regular episode that aired between the end of Survival and the beginning of Rose. I don't think it's the best thing in the Wilderness Years. I like it. I enjoy it. And you can see what my entire views on it are already in my review that I made in 2016, and a more updated review, which I currently stand by, in 2021. I mean, there's dimensions in time. Thought I might as well mention that, because it counts. It's canon. People say it's not canon. Why? Literally, what is your evidence for it not being canon other than, I don't like it? Well, do you know what I don't like? You, for complaining. You're not canon. I'm only counting Doctor Who episodes, so not Search Out Space. Guess there's the webcasts from the early 2000s. They're pretty decent. Shout out to Death Comes to Time in particular. Not Scream of the Shalka. I feel like it's overrated because it just has a different Doctor in it. And people are like, ooh, that's different. The Shalka Doctor's just like a more bland 8th Doctor, not gonna lie. He didn't have the time to develop, so it's a bit unfair to say. Also, if I'm gonna be talking about the 8th Doctor, although Sharda was one of the webcasts and it featured the 8th Doctor, but I mean, I've already talked about Sharda. A better version of Sharda at that. And let's just bring up Night of the Doctor. I like it. Nothing else to say. But there is one thing that I haven't brought up yet, and that is The Curse of Fatal Death, made for comic relief in 1999. Starring Rowan Atkinson as the Doctor, Richard E. Grant as the Doctor, Jim Broadbent as the Doctor, Hugh Grant as the Doctor, Joanna Lumley as the Doctor, with Julia Swahala as Emma, and Jonathan Pryce as the Master. I think it's a really endearing parody of Doctor Who. It was written to essentially be a funny episode of Doctor Who. Stephen Moffat wanted to write some Doctor Who. I was like, you know what would be funny? This. That's the thing. We're laughing with it. Some cynical people may say, but it foreshadows everything that Stephen Moffat's going to do, and this stuff's bad. Wah. I have made it no secret that I'm not particularly fond of the Moffat era, but, it's fine here. I feel like it would be remiss if I didn't talk about some Big Finish in this series. And I feel like I should talk about it in this video. Mainly because when Big Finish started making Doctor Who audios, it just ended up being a stand-in for what wasn't on TV. The books were that too, but I'm not familiar with them, so I can't really comment. I'm sure there's plenty of people on the channel that will be willing to talk about the books now or in the future, but I can talk about some audios. Although there are great audios that happen during the Wilderness Years, such as Spare Parts, Master, and what have you, I'm not going to talk about any that aren't of the 6th and 8th Doctors. Unfortunately, the 6th Doctor only really had Vengeance on Varos during Crown Jewels, and I don't think that's very fair. Because I was kind of a bit wishy-washy during season 23, because I don't really enjoy thinking about the season, let alone watching it. And literally, I've ruled out everything the 8th Doctor's got. So, like, I need to give him something. So I'm gonna briefly go over some audios that I really like from both. 6th Doctor, I'll only really mention Jubilee. That deals with themes of how we view the Daleks, but also by extension how we view the Nazis in pop culture. And that means reducing these grand threats down to the butt of a joke, which is an interesting route to go down. By the way, all of these audios I'm going to be talking about today are written by Robert Sherman. And funnily enough, in the next video in the series, I'm going to be talking about a Robert Sherman script again. There are plenty of great audios that aren't written by Robert Sherman. These ones just happen to be my favourites. I think one of the greatest things about the audios is Evelyn Smythe, companion of the 6th Doctor, and she's easily the best one he's ever had in any form of media. If you're a big Finnish connoisseur, I don't really need to talk about Evelyn. You know her. I know her. She's amazing. She's this old lady history teacher who likes making chocolate cake and hot cocoa and all that, and is really sweet, and can't tolerate any of the 6th Doctor's bullshit, which really makes him reevaluate how he acts and goes, do you know what? I should be less harsh. Because the 6th Doctor does have a golden centre, he's just covered with shit. Which was the idea, and I do think they did it well, but they didn't have enough time to peel back those layers. You can see a bit of that in Trial, to be fair, but he needed a few more seasons to really cement himself as one of the best incarnations of the character. I just recommend listening to as many 6th Doctor and Evelyn audios as you can. And Jubilee's the best one, in my opinion. It's also kind of horrific, which all of these ones are going to be, so these aren't for the faint of heart, and these may not be entirely accessible to the hard of hearing, specifically. The 8th Doctor, Chimes of Midnight is one of my favourite things ever, and yeah. I've talked about it at length. I made a review about it in 2017. I was young. I don't think my thoughts on it have changed at all. It starts out as very comical and becomes very serious in tone. What it tries to say and do is quite deep, and really, I just recommend listening to it. And Scherzo is also really good. I don't really know how to discuss this one. I'm just going to recommend it. I will say the previous context is that the Doctor and Charlie, who is also brilliant, she went into the TARDIS with him when he decided to exile himself into a universe without time. However, they're not sure what the physical properties of this universe are, and it may be lying to them, and they go a bit mad. And there's a lot of body horror in it. It's not the most grotesque, but there is quite a bit in it. There's a lot of reflection about love and what that means in multiple contexts. There's also quite a few jump scares, just to give you warning. It very much has to be told in the audio medium, because any other sensory experience they have, they do not know if it's real. And it would kind of spoil the effect if we got to have a glimpse at what they were seeing, or what could be seen, what could be felt, what could be smelt, what could be tasted, what could be anything. And finally, I'll give this honourable mention. It's not part of the Wilderness Years, but it is an 8th Doctor audio. I'd be remiss not to talk about my favourite 8th Doctor companion, Lucy Miller, played by Sheridan Smith. Yes, that's Sheridan Smith. I would say I recommend listening to the range as a whole, but the thing is, like with the new series, if it's done well doing a lot of setup, and is able to pay it off, that setup and payoff is naturally going to be favoured highly. The two-part story, Lucy Miller and To the Death, are an honourable mention. If you're a fan of the Monk, you'll be a fan of Graham Garden's Monk. If you're a fan of Susan, she's back. If you're a fan of the Daleks, it's a good Dalek story. And yeah, but I will say you kind of need all of that prerequisite, so it's not really something I can really talk about without that. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Crown Jewels New Series Edition. Series 1 is one of my favourite seasons of all time. Genuinely, I think even my least favourite in this season could qualify as a Crown Jewel. That's how much I love it. Same for Season 26, actually. So, honourable mention the entire season. Again. So how did I get around it for Season 26? Considering one story was in the absolute upperest of upper echelons in my entire opinions of Doctor Who, even though everything in this season can be a crown jewel, let's just stick with whatever's in my top 10. Surely it is just one story. There's two. There's two stories. Two stories are in my top 10 of all time. So let's go in chronological order. Spoiler alert, it's the Dalek stories, both of them. Not saying anything else in the season is bad without the Daleks, it's just the Daleks thematically and literally bring out more character development with the Ninth Doctor due to the added lore of the Time War. It's just naturally gonna make whatever good thing you have even better. Daleks are the MSG of Series 1. MSG, monosodium glutamate, it's the little white powder that makes your food better. Dalek is a very witty, but very bleak reintroduction of the Daleks. Sure, the Daleks had demonstrated all of these tactics before. This may have been the first time people have seen them. Sure, Daleks flew in remembrance of the Daleks, and funnily enough, no one watched it. Everyone watched this one. Something I like about Dalek is that it brings out an uglier side in the Ninth Doctor. So far, he's been a happy-go-lucky, chirpy adventurer. Although, we know he's coming with baggage. And now the baggage is front and center. You can almost sense he was having PTSD flashbacks when the Dalek was just on screen. I mean, Eccleston pulls it off. Also, Henry Van Staten is a character that's arguably more evil than a Dalek, and that's been compared. He reduced this great force of the universe to a museum exhibit, which, if you listen to what I was talking about with Jubilee last time in the Wilderness Years episode, you would know that those themes are kind of carryovers of this. But these themes are developed into a theme of what place do the Daleks, and by extension Doctor Who as a whole, have in the 21st century? And they're not explored that much, but it's there, and it's an undertone throughout, and in a sense the resolution that both the Doctor and the Dalek grow and change is a sentiment that is not only really good character development, and honestly that alone like shoots it up into the stratosphere for me, but also thematically carries really interesting weight that can be analysed, and it has been analysed to death. Rose in this episode is also really good. People don't like Rose for some reason, and I get it. I also get the people that do. I feel like I should explain it here and not in the Series 2 Crown Jewels, because although I'm talking about the bigger picture of Rose right now, and bigger pictures are best talked when looking back rather than looking forward in the context of media analysis, in my opinion. My opinion of Rose is very much formed around Series 1 as opposed to Series 2. People don't like Rose because of the way her and the Doctor act in Series 2, and the whole point is that they're this annoying
cutesy, sickly sweet couple so that they earn hubris. That's the point. And if you don't like that, if you want all your characters to be handy-dandy, just nice and one-dimensional, then go ahead. I think it breeds interesting dynamics. And there are other ways to explore flawed characters. Some I do like, some I don't. And Doctor Who is a different entity now than it was back in the classic series, so that's something to keep in mind. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, I don't mind the Doctor and Rose's dynamic in Series 2, because anything that I feel negatively towards them is kind of the point. And when you start realising that, you start realising they actually did a fairly good job. Although, I'll discuss that more in the Series 2 Crown Jewels, and I have a lot more interesting things to say then. But for Series 1, Rose, as a character, is meant to be... she's meant to be doing a lot of things, really. She's meant to be the audience avatar, but also a developed character in her own right. She's meant to be just the average, bog-standard 19-year-old from London in 2005. She's also meant to be the ideal Doctor Who companion, taking all the best aspects from the likes of Sarah Jane, Ace, and what have you, and trying to distill them into one character who also fits that background. But not only is she meant to do that, and mirror us, and fill this mould, and also have these attributes put onto her, but she is also meant to be this beacon for the Doctor to develop as a better person, and she's meant to develop because of him as well. They're meant to have a symbiotic relationship. That's a lot of things going on, and they pull it off. And I would say this episode arguably pulls off that latter point the best, simply because this episode was designed to do that. Rose sees sympathy in the Dalek because she does not know what a Dalek is. She just sees a creature in pain. She cares for it because the Dalek manipulated her into caring for it. She sees that the monster the Doctor is becoming, as a result, is somehow worse than what the Dalek is at that current moment. And the ending is beautiful. I think the ending of this story is perfection. But let's move on to the ending of the series. Taking what worked well from the past, taking stuff that would bring it to the modern day, whilst also trying to make the most compelling stuff possible. Hence why you start out just the Doctor's dropped into the Big Brother house. Literally the Big Brother house.
You have got to be kidding.
Rose is a contestant on The Weakest Link, except Anne Robinson's now a robot.
The droid.
Welcome to the Weakest Link.
But then it starts becoming more sinister, which I love. I love it when something seemingly so perfect and normal has something sinister. And I think the Russell T Davies era of Doctor Who is the crowning father of that in Doctor Who itself. Because people say Doctor Who usually does this but scary, but that was only really the Russell T Davies era. I've not really noticed anything in Classic Who that really comes close to Big Brother but it's evil, or statues but it's evil, or the dark but it kills you. I've not really noticed anything near the extent of what the Russell T Davies era did, but I like that subversion. And that's how it starts out. And then we've got themes of the Doctor knowing his hubris because of what happened in the long game. And that's something else. Not only do I think it's interesting to see when the Doctor has failed as a character, and that really brings out some really interesting performances, really, from anyone playing the Doctor in that regard, and Christopher Eccleston being one of the best people who has done that. But also, I think, bringing in aspects of just the odd random episode, like the long game of all things, became something important to the finale. And that's the thing. Every episode leading up to the finale was important. Not necessary to understand the plot, but everything that those episodes did was subsequently incorporated into the plot, rewarding viewers for sticking with it, and not only that, giving more weight to the entire series and especially the finale. Because if everything's been leading up to this, it really gives a sense of scale. Bringing back the tradition of the Daleks being grotesque, awful beings, they made a child a computer again. Yeah, it's not... The Daleks flying isn't the only thing that Series 1 lifted from remembrance of the Daleks. And the fact that the Doctor and Jack found out, well, Rose found out too, but a bit more directly, that the Daleks were behind it is bizarre when you think about what's been leading up to this, but makes sense considering they needed to lay low, and they also needed to rebuild, so it makes sense to hide in a crevice of history where no one would bat an eye. A historical void left by the Doctor. Not only did he cause humanity to suffer, but his callousness rebuilt the Daleks. Let's talk about that. We saw what one Dalek can do. There's millions. Well, millions?
That's just about 500,000 of them.
If one could do all that damage, this is an armada led by the Emperor. Yes, the Emperor is back. And about time too. I think the Emperor had a really cool design, and it was really interesting to see the top dog of the Daleks, basically. But that was about it. That was all of the Emperor's appeal in Evil of the Daleks. He was great in Evil of the Daleks, but I feel like now they've given him a character and a purpose, now that we know how he was able to rebuild the Daleks, and oh my god, he now has a god complex. He was able to make true Daleks out of almost nothing, and by almost nothing, humanity. And because of that, the Daleks hate their own DNA, which was why the Dalek in Dalek killed itself. It radically exponentiates everything Dalek did. Although it is literally power creep, it feels earned. And it doesn't diminish what Dalek did either. That's just how good these episodes are. I like my Emperor Dalek with a god complex. Honestly, the Emperor Dalek in The Parting of the Ways might be one of my favourite Doctor Who characters of all time. So the Doctor being faced with an impossible battle, yeah. And it really does feel impossible, because he's given so little time to do stuff, to the point where there's all these thematic stuff with him needing to recreate the Time War, essentially. But also all of that Dalek action, where the Daleks just massacred everyone. Just because they felt like it. They didn't even need to. They just wanted to kill things, which really cements what the Daleks are as characters. They know they can take a detour, and they genuinely believe these people deserve to die. And then there's the Rose stuff. The Doctor sent Rose home because he wanted her safe, which makes sense and perfectly within the characters established. Although the Doctor was inspired to be a better person because of Rose, and hence didn't kill everyone, Rose was also inspired to be a better person because of the Doctor, so she went back to save him. It says a lot when, after the dust has settled quite literally, and the Doctor now needs to regenerate, he's learnt self-love again. He starts the season off with a whole bunch of repression and self-loathing, but now he's opened up, and he loves himself. All thanks to Rose, which makes the whole Series 2 dynamic make a lot of sense now. Because quite literally, Rose saw the universe for a glimpse of a second, the same way the Doctor does, all the time. Since they reached common ground, you can see why they were like, we are equals, we can start doing the smoochy now. I genuinely feel like something not being someone's flavour genuinely makes people think, because I don't think this is a 10 out of 10, it's a 0 out of 10, what are you on about? Because people love this finale, but they don't like the romance with the Doctor. And heck, I'm not someone that likes the idea of the Doctor being in romantic situations. But I do feel like it worked with the Doctor and Rose because they set it up very carefully, and it makes sense for them to go in that direction. Not just because of the TV climate of the time, but because they as characters now feel like they fit. Why do I love the Ninth Doctor? The Ninth Doctor is... It's kind of hard for me to compare the Seventh Doctor and the Ninth Doctor because they're both my favourites for very similar reasons. And they genuinely just... It's hard to compare because they're very similar but very different. As I said with the Seventh Doctor, he's like the Second Doctor, who I think is the characterisation of the Doctor as a whole perfected, but with a bit more. The Ninth Doctor has all this characterisation and this one big character arc, and it's done perfectly. The Ninth Doctor, throughout all of his trauma, still is able to be the Doctor. However, through the arc of Series 1, which is why I love the series so much, it's in my top 3, and it's very difficult to realistically, compare it with Season 25 and Season 26. With the arc of the Doctor making everyone's lives better and helping them out, but them in turn helping him, and them being humanity as a whole, which is why we didn't really go to any alien planets. All of that, circling this character who starts off self-loathing, ends up self-loving, but is still the Doctor deep, deep down, and is still able to help when he can, honestly turns this character that I really love into something more. I can't really express in words anything more than that. That's just so special to me. I didn't have any particular nostalgia through watching him growing up. I mean, no more than I would say I did for, say, classic Doctors, but he was still a presence, and it felt special. And his season and all the stories within it are special to me, especially that second half. Oh my god. I could say that about some other seasons coming up. That second half's really good but we'll get to that with Series 3 and Series 4. The Ninth Doctor's amazing. In fact, he's fantastic. As everyone has made that joke, but still. Hello, and welcome back to Doctor Who's Crown Jewels, Series 2. It seems to be a little bit controversial, not a lot. I still think the majority of fans still like Series 2. Some fans of the new series, and people who are more ardent Classic Who fans, tend to say this is a bad season of Doctor Who, when I don't see that at all. If anything, all I see is people going,
this is the weakest out of RTD's 4,
as of recording,
seasons. Therefore it must be bad, because nothing... If it were good, it wouldn't be the worst one.
Even though that's not how things work, by that logic, the Ambassadors of Death is bad, when it's not. That said, I do think there are reasons why this season is considered a little weaker. For instance, they didn't know they were going to make a second season, and they had a bit less time than the others to really plan. As a result, we've got half the scripts being written for Christopher Eccleston and not really written to accommodate a new Doctor, and a little less quality control. Not really a sense of overarching cohesion like the other 3 seasons do. The other 3 feel more than the sum of their parts. This is just the sum of their parts. But I think most of the parts that it's the sum of are really good. Okay, some are just alright, but you get better. You do get worse. But that's 2 episodes out of 13. That's 10%? That's between 80 and 90% of quality. Okay, mileage may vary, but still. My point stands that I think, at least to me, that this season is pretty strong. It's in my top half at least. That being said, there's not a lot of competition here. Crown Jewels is meant to be about the best story in each season. Possibly stories plural if there are more than one that really deserve talking about. Here, I've got one and an honourable mention that I feel like are worthy. I kind of want to stay away from talking about The Girl in the Fireplace, but that would be my second place for this season. Stephen Moffat, during this time of the show, wrote really good scripts. They almost felt like fairy tales in their own way, dealing with the concept of time in a really interesting way as well, while also delicately handling their characters. Other highlights of the season include the Cyberman two-parter. Kill him! I think it's a really good two-parter. I think people just don't like it because they're too attached to the Mondasian Cybermen. Sure, this is a sort of reboot of the Cybermen, but like, if people aren't dumb enough to forget the fact that there was a Cyberman head in Dalek, I think we'll be okay. These Cybermen happen to be from another universe, but the whole point of the Cybermen is that anyone can become a Cyberman, really. That's the existential threat. Humanity's preservation, which could apply anywhere there's humanity. Speaking of Cyberman stories, I do really like the finale, and I think the second part is better than the first. But enough of all that. Let's talk about the two-parter that I've not mentioned yet, because let's be real, even if it wasn't in the thumbnail, you would probably be able to guess. The Impossible Planet and the Satan Pits. It's really good, one of my favourites. I mean, of course it's one of my favourites, I mean, it's this series, you know. But something people don't like is the Doctor and Rose dynamic. A, they don't like the Doctor being romantic. B, they don't like the Doctor or Rose interacting, or even Rose as a character at this point. For the first point, I refer back to my discussion on this topic in the Series 1 Crown Jewels, the last one. But, as for the second point, come here. That's the point. Okay, think about it. They're on common ground now. Makes sense for them to be in a relationship. Stylistically, this is more like what the 2000s were kind of about as a decade, so it makes sense for them to really push this romantic narrative between the two. But the whole point is that they're setting up Rose's departure at the end of the season, because if the 2000s is comfortable with romance, surely the Doctor and Rose being comfortable with each other and being so special to each other, they're sort of almost in their own bubble. That's why we see the treatment of Mickey as a bit...
How long's it been since I could have stopped? 10 minutes? 20? 29?
iffy, to say the least. That's why we see the alienation of Queen Victoria.
But I am not amused. Yes!
That's why we see... in Army of Ghosts. It's why we see almost flirting in the face of danger in this. This is them not caring about their public displays of affection, and in a way, they're not humble about who they are. A lot of stuff is being set up so that they get the ultimate lesson in humility, and the ultimate lesson in hubris. That's why the Doomsday ending works. And people are annoyed about it, probably because they didn't really click with anything beforehand, and therefore are annoyed about all this melodrama, when in reality it's earned. And in this, they sort of have a dynamic where, yeah, they're flirting in the face of danger, they're a bit careless, and then it really sets in that they can't go home. The TARDIS is gone. For a bit. It comes back, but, you know, you've probably seen this episode. And they start having existential questions of, do they settle down? Is this truly the end? And I do think it was... If it was an accident, it was a beautiful accident, and if it was planned, it was genius to have this story be the final production block of the season, because that's when Billy was moving on, and therefore those feelings between David and Billy were more naturally able to come out in their performances as the Doctor and Rose. There's two things I really like about the story. Dingy sci-fi is something Doctor Who's done before, but this is the... Actually, no, it's not the first time New Who has done it, because we've had Satellite 5 as, like, dingy. But here, it's a dingy space station that looks like it's on the brink of collapse, and it's grungy, really. Here, everywhere is grungy. We don't get to see any living quarters. The least grungy place is literally... I think we see Toby's? I think it's his living quarters. It might not be, it just could be an office. But, it's still an office that looks reasonably friendly, considering. And the second least grungy place is where the devil is. I'll get back to that. Actually, no, I'll get to that now. I really like it when Doctor Who goes a bit... gothic? That be the word? Because, like, it's very much using the occult. And I'm a fan of Image of the Fandal, as you may know if you've been keeping up with the series. But I mean, whenever Doctor Who goes occult, it's usually satanic, but, like, I'm a fan of when the show does that, because it doesn't happen often, because it's based so much in science. But if you think about it in terms of the exploration of the universe, there are so many unknowns that occultism and spirituality could fill in. And if you're trying to think what would make sense, exploring the universe and just happening to find something satanic, let's say, that is a vibe that I really like, because I'm a big fan of the idea of, like, cosmic horrors, cosmic unknowns, but are scarily familiar. I don't know, I just like the idea that they found something that they instinctively know in this place that's very instinctively foreign to them. And that is just something that really produces a lot of... I don't want to say character drama, because there's no real drama between the characters, other than just slight personality clashes, but realistically they all have the same goal, they just do it. But more so existential dread that the characters all feel. It's consistent throughout, but also just as an aesthetic, I just love it. Sci-fi should have occultism more often. Not too often, it wouldn't really be sci-fi anymore, but still, it's good, and it makes it unique. Even though I've mentioned Image of the Fandal, that is unique as well. It doesn't happen much, and it doesn't happen very often, but I love it. The Beast as a villain is amazing. Quite literally, the devil is so easy to do, and is so easy to do effectively, because it does rely on the fact that you need to be invested in these characters enough to have those glimpses into their past be enigmatic enough and give you a whole new perspective on those characters, but not totally, because it would kind of ruin it if you just found out everything, but enough so that you can see how they react to it being brought up. You just kind of need the devil to know a scary amount of those characters and almost egging them on, and that is done perfectly. Absolutely precise and perfect. I love the Beast's plan. His body cannot escape. Any chance his body has of escape will cause his body to die. But his mind could escape. It's put near a black hole not just so his body can die if he escapes, but so no one would even dare come there. But humans are stupid, so... And he latches on to one stupid enough to try and look into him more, and that's why Toby gets possessed. And he doesn't want them to die. He just wants to scare them. And in a way, you may think, oh, why does he possess the Ood and do all that? He wants to kill enough of them. Which is why Toby, when possessed, stops the Ood, so it's consistent. Okay, speaking of the Ood, I love them. I think they're cute. Silas Carson is a nice change from Nick Briggs. And when I say nice, I mean real nice. I love his voice, and I love the character it brings to the Ood as a species. Now, is it a bit problematic for them to use a slave race and the Doctor just not really tackle it? Kinda. But I don't really see it as an issue because they decided to rectify it before the production team disbanded. I don't think it's that they realised they made an error, but they just couldn't... They had too many ideas that they couldn't really fit into this story, so I'm glad they addressed the slavery thing, which is called out on, but they didn't really explore it in this story, and they explore it in another story. And not only that, the Doctor not being able to save the Ood works as good setup for that other story. I'll briefly talk about my thoughts on Planet of the Ood in the Series 4 one, because I'm not going to talk about every contender for Crown Jewel in Series 3 and 4, because there's too many again. So another thing about this story is that it's paced impeccably, it just handles everything it tries to do really well, and it's a base under siege. It's a format that's proven to work, and honestly, they just brought out the best in everything, and I am surprised Matt Jones hasn't been asked back. Because, yeah, like, Matt Jones has only done this. What? Genuinely, I love this, and if a novelization happened, I would pick it up because I just want to eat the story up. It's a brilliant story. I love it. I love all the characters, and the score is probably one of the best Doctor Who soundtracks because that strings work. I don't know instruments, but it's haunting, but alluring, and it gives you a foreboding, existential sense of dread. It feels like everything around you is burning and dying, and in a way it is, because you're next to a black hole. It's a beautiful score, and Murray Cole did an amazing job. He usually does a great job. But yeah.
You like this bit?
Hello everyone, hope you're having a nice day. So, I just noticed after recording that this is going to be the 100th video in my playlist. Can't believe I've made that many. I just want to say thank you all, and I hope to continue to deliver until the day I leave. Longtime viewers may know that some videos were deleted without our permission, including a few of mine, 4 of which were not able to be retrieved. So with that in mind, that oddly makes Season 26 my 100th video. That feels weird to me. Anyways, back to your irregularly scheduled content.
You know, we actually met Paul Cornell at LFCC, we being Jean-Luc and myself. And one of our friends, Kian, had some Battles in Time cards. It's because we didn't have anything to give Paul Cornell to sign, and I chickened out, so Jean-Luc got him to sign the Battles in Time card of Mother of Mine. So, yeah, that's a bit of a fun story for some pre-titles. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Doctor Who's Crown Jewels. Series 3, Series 3, Series 3, it is good. I alluded to this fact in one of the previous Crown Jewels. I can't remember if it was like the Series 1 one or the Series 2 one. That Series 3 and 4 are also some of my favourite Doctor Who seasons. I never actually said that, but I said the second half of both are really good. And I'll be getting into that for Series 3. There are some honourable mentions I need to go over first, because it's a pretty loaded season. I think the opener is actually a really solid opener.
We can have cake!
It sets up the new companion of Martha really well, and sets up the Judoon really well. And it's just a really interesting conceit for a story, and you really get an interesting sense of a ticking time bomb, essentially. It does showcase how intelligent Martha is, and shows, hey, look, we know you liked Rose, but let's give you someone new and someone different. Martha is great. I love her. I'm a fan of every intelligent companion. Martha is a brilliant addition to that lineage, and I think it's amazing. She is so good. She is clever, and her whole character arc of herself trying to figure out self-worth through the Doctor, because she kind of has the hots for him, but then she realizes she's more than just that, is really good. And I think it's interesting having a companion who's less so interested in the entire experience and more so interested in just the Doctor. Because although I'm sure she enjoys travelling, I think the main thing she gets out of all of these episodes is how brilliant the Doctor is, which is a theme of the season. Because she's worshipping the Doctor, we naturally get a theme of, well, worship of some description, and other religious subjects come in too. I mean, there's literally an episode called Utopia. And that entire 3-part finale is not only a good way to bring back the Master, although I think this interpretation of the Master with John Sim in the role, not to say anything bad about John Sim, I think he delivers a really good performance. I feel like it relies too heavily on the campness of the Master.
Oh, you probably go to heaven. Please don't hang your head and cry.
And I don't necessarily feel like his sinister side is shown all too much, but I feel like that doesn't really bother me for the story, because I do think the story is really good. We do get a bit of a dip in the final part. The final part is a really good showcase of Martha as a character. We see how far she's come. She now knows her self-worth and is able to enact the Doctor's plan effortlessly, but realistically it's her that saved the day. I just feel like the Deus Ex Machina at the end was so grand, there was no way you could really set that up in a way that makes it feel earned. I don't think it makes the story bad. I don't even think it's a bad ending. I just think it's wild. I do feel like that is emblematic of what I'm not as fond of with the final part, but I'm still somewhat fond of it, and it doesn't really ruin what the entire story was building up to at that point, so I'm really a big fan of that. And I'm also a big fan of Martha. And we'll get more into Martha later. But with that said, I will have to say I'm not going to go into all 3 stories that I'm going to be talking about right now. I'll get one out of the way, and then I'll discuss 2 to some extent. So Blink is obviously a crown jewel. It is a phenomenal bit of horror that does something really interesting and builds its characters really well and builds the villainous threat really well. It's a genius concept, executed perfectly, paced really well. I cannot fault it. The other single part I'm gonna talk about, which is more of a dark horse pick because I don't see many people talking about this despite it being brilliant. And I am of course talking about Gridlock!
If it's any consolation, Valerie, right now I'm having kittens.
No one talks about Gridlock! Why? It is phenomenal. I understand people have their misgivings with the New Earth trilogy. Some people aren't particularly a fan of The End of the World. world, and I think it does a real good job of what it's trying to do, but it's not perfect. There is growing pains. And then New Earth happened, and that's just... no... It's a body swap episode for a Doctor's first proper adventure, and not a good one at that, which stunts his character. Gridlock's a bit different. Gridlock's my second favourite. Now, why on earth would it be? I mentioned themes of religion earlier, and quite honestly, they're the most overt here. In my humble opinion. So there's an eternal traffic jam, and for some reason it's an allegory about religion. I'm just going to spoil the ending and say the traffic jam gets stopped by the Doctor, who is literally a messiah figure at the end. And all the cars drive up out of the city. And they drive upwards into the light, into the sunlight, which some of them haven't even seen ever, because they were just born in the motorway. Some of them hadn't seen for 12 years. Some of them haven't seen them for 23 years. The thing is, everyone's living on hope and prayer. Quite literally, they pray together. Not necessarily because they believe in some, like, homogeneous deity, but because they believe in each other and they have solidarity that one day they will all make it. However, it does become apparent that no one is going to help. And that is because everyone died. The Macra! Yeah, they're back!
There's no such thing as Macra!
Second time in the show's history, and they only appeared twice, and they're appearing twice in Crown Jewels. How brilliant is that? I really love the fact that the Macra are the villain. I don't know, I think the Macra add a bit of depth, because I feel like it adds something implicit to the story, in my opinion. Because sure, people might go like, oh, they're not like the Macra, they devolved into mindless beasts. Well, call this a headcanon all you want, but I do feel like the implication is because they're feeding off of all the fumes, and this situation feels perfectly manufactured for the Macra to feast on. There's no real way of stopping it, because it's just an endless cycle with literally no bureaucracy, just lost souls pumping out emissions. Although perhaps this is to do with some grander scheme with the Macra, who knows. It's not really elaborated on, but I do feel like the situation may have been manufactured, because everyone's reduced to skeletal remains. The people who are controlling the Undercity. Yeah, when I say everyone, I am of course excluding the very old Novice Haim and the, well, much, much older Face of Bo. I think this one deserves another chance. There's a lot of interesting themes going on, really good character work, and a villain that actually provides more depth to the situation by their mere inclusion, as opposed to any explicit lore needing to be written for something brand new. It's not my favourite of the season, but and I know this is a dark horse pick, but I genuinely love this one, and I think people are sleeping on it. Human Nature and the Family Blood people aren't sleeping on, but you know, it's the best one.
Did they see you?
I don't know!
But did they see you? Really?
Let's get the elephant out of the room. The racism isn't in the story as much as people like to say it is. It is a minor theme throughout, simply because it is depicting racism in a historical context. It is unfair on Martha, yes. It is an unfair situation. It's an unfair situation on everyone involved, bar the Family of Blood themselves, who are the villains. And I would very much like to hear other people's opinions, and I can understand why someone of colour would feel uncomfortable watching. I feel like a lot of people would complain that history's being misrepresented if they didn't do this, and I feel like, personally, I'm queer, so people of my marginalized group have also been historically subjugated to some degree. They're not one and the same, I admit. However, historical depictions of more extreme and normalized prejudice, I am personally fine with experiencing through watching dramas which depict it. Obviously, it's an uncomfortable viewing experience, but telling these stories helps us to realize that this was wrong, so that we don't fall back into a bad habit. Unfortunately, liberally going, oh, let's not offend anyone, and let's hear everyone out, when some of these people want other people dead. No, like, we need stories like this to be told. It's not as if it isn't used as such, however, it is constantly called out on. The character of Jenny is Martha's friend, who has class solidarity which penetrates through any racial barrier. For the most part, any condescending attitude that Joan or John Smith has towards Martha is, well, usually not specifically racist. Remember, she's a maid. They are much higher class than maids. They would likely do this if she was white. The only real, specifically racist thing that occurs between any of the major players is Joan towards Martha, simply because Joan very much feels like a very closed, not necessarily closed-minded character, a character who can't bear to open her mind simply because she's afraid of what the reality is. And in a way, that's how she's been grown up. And honestly, I can understand it, especially considering she had already lost a husband. She does not want to lose another love. And that love falls in John Smith. I'm not saying what Joan said to Martha is okay. In fact, I am siding with Martha, putting Joan down immediately after the fact. So, yeah, racism bad. The story agrees with you. And something else that has to be addressed is how this worship of the Doctor is carried on through with not just Martha, but this time Tim.
Tim Timothy Timber!
Now, Tim as a character is essentially acting as the Doctor's keeper. He's a bit psychic, and is drawn to certain things due to being able to somewhat see the future. And in a way, the Doctor latched onto that through the fob watch, because his mind is in the fob watch. But yeah, this is the one where the Doctor becomes human for a bit. And it does showcase how alien the Doctor is as a character. It was adapted from a novel where the Doctor did do this too. However, it was the 7th Doctor, and the 7th Doctor is a lot more alien. Meanwhile, the 10th Doctor is a bit more alien. Doctor overall as a character is quite alien and would not necessarily think that his human counterpart would fall in love. It just was something that never occurred to him. And maybe that is something which he was repressing. I don't know, because, as I said, he does come across as trying to repress any attachment to people, because maybe it's to do with the experience of losing Rose. But whatever the reason may be, it does showcase an alien way of thinking. I've heard some people say that it actually benefits the 10th Doctor, but it really just benefits the Doctor as a character by showing how alien he can be. No matter which incarnation, they are an alien. They are not human, they don't experience emotion in the same way that we. I like John Smith as a character. He's very much all the elements you would want in a person that were the elements that were in the Doctor. You can understand why Joan falls for him within the space of a day. It also makes his sacrifice really tragic, because we know he's eventually going to do it. We've got more episodes. But not just that, it's kind of easy to see that he would do that because he is a good person who at many points was willing to give himself up, even though he was reluctant to stop being John Smith. And who could blame him? And the episode is... oh, it's unfair. It makes you really sad that John Smith has to die, essentially. And it calls into question the morality of the Doctor, in a sense, because Joan calls him out for everything that went wrong, including the death of John. I think I like John more for what he is rather than who he is, but David Tennant pulls out all the stops in trying to make him a likable character. Maybe his head's a bit in the clouds, but at the end of the day, he's a good person, a good man, and a man that doesn't want to die. The Family of Blood make excellent villains, formless beings who just want to live forever. Their comeuppance is very much earned. Even if it feels a little out of character for the Doctor, it's still cool, and the Doctor isn't actively trying to be cruel, but he is having his revenge. Revenge is something we don't really see much with the Doctor, but it's something that has been done, so it's not really that out of character, but still. But the Family of Blood themselves, and particularly that, well, Mother of Mine, which took over Jenny, and Son of Mine, / Brother of Mine, whatever, which, can I just say, the language of how they refer to each other is brilliant. But anyway, the one that took over Baines, those two have the best performances. The actors really get to chew the scenery with that.
Your friend or your lover? Your choice.
I especially love the actor that plays Baines / Son of Mine / Brother of Mine. It's weird. He's weirdly camp, but in a really sinister way. He's creepy. The way his eyes just don't dilate, the way he gives that sort of Kubrick stare, even if he's like, you're just witnessing his profile. Oh my god. Everyone has their own take on it, but it's usually always weirdly positive on how they feel about that particular character and that particular actor's performance. But something I really like about Joan's character is that she is intelligent. Despite having her own prejudices, simply because of the class she was born into and the age she was born in, she is still someone that has a sense of morality when it comes to people dying and military, and she is a nurse, so therefore wishes to care for people. But as a result, she is intelligent, and she almost acts as a bit of competition for Martha as a result. However, they don't get too catty about it. I very much prefer it when there's less conflict between characters who are almost counterparts of one another, mainly because, no matter the gender dynamic, I'm not really a fan, apart from when it's really central to understand why certain dynamics work and why they don't. Which, this is an example of, really. If they did it too much, it would be overdoing it. But they do it enough so that we understand what Martha's dynamic with the Doctor is. Similarly to how they didn't really overdo it with Nine and Jack, with their sort of rivalry, to understand what the situation between the whole TARDIS team is like. She has other displays of intelligence earlier on, which Martha does cotton on to, which does warm her a little to Joan, which makes it not entirely a rivalry. I just like all of the characters, and I think they are all very interesting in their own ways, and I do think they are so memorable and carry it, and also this general storyline, and everything that it packs in, all the themes, and all the characterizations, and all the dynamics, and all the mechanics, and all the lore, and everything that is set up for the finale as well. I used to be very cynical towards the new series before I learned to embrace my childhood again and go, do you know what, this actually is alright, and understanding why things the way they were. This one always stood out even then. I've always really liked Series 1, but I've always really liked this story as well. And for that, along with Blink and Gridlock, I would say, especially Human Nature and the Family of Blood, are the crown jewels of Series 3. Hello everyone, welcome back to Crown Jewels. And we're reaching the tail end of the first RTD era. Series 4, much like Series 3, is basically perfect. There's only a couple episodes I'm not the fondest of, but So let's go for the top 3 in broadcast order. Starting, of course, with Silence in the Library and Forest of the Dead. Where to start? It's a very emotionally intelligent and ideologically intelligent story, too. Everything that was set up was paid off in a way that you, I guess, not expect, although all the clues were being jiggled in your face. But even then, you not necessarily understand why certain things are connected, even if you did get those connections. I think the sidecast is utterly wonderful. Like Anita, Evangelista, the two Daves, Mr. Lux, and of course River Song. They are so memorable. And gosh, I really like my religious theming in the RTD era, huh? Quite literally, there's a digital afterlife that's meant to be symbolic of heaven. And there's a lot of naming conventions that have that. I mean, Dr. Moon, the Lux family, Dave is short for David.
Huh?
Evangelista, evangelical, you know, it's like, there's a lot going on there. And meanwhile, Lavash Narada is the darkness because it hides in shadows. So although it's theming that's been done before, it's been being done in a different way, and it has a lot of time to really get under your skin and to really make you go, what? And it's, oh no, it's a really just breathtaking story. As is Midnight.
You are nothing more than average at best. Now shut up!
Midnight genuinely gets under my skin. I love the conceit, and it's a bottle episode. I think it's very impressive that they managed to have such great performances and such a great creepy story just with one set. Handful of actors, done. Again, the sidecasts are quite memorable. Maybe not their names, maybe not like the family's name, but you're not meant to really think this is someone I want to remember. If anything, these are people you want to forget, based on what happens when the mask of human decency comes off while they're utterly terrified for their own safety. Midnight is one of my favourite Doctor Who stories, and it's probably in my top 5. It's definitely in my top 10. I love how it deconstructs the entire conceit of the show. The Doctor being able to worm his way out of any situation doesn't apply here. Being overly cocky because he's like, well, I'm pretty sure I can diagnose this, I've got intelligent people here. But these people aren't taking any of his shit. The Midnight Entity and what it does is, here's the thing, I'm not scared by it, but it's really freaky. I cannot tell you why I find just the mere idea of someone, not even the idea, like the idea of something repeating what you're saying, not creeped out. When it actually does, and it slowly but surely gains advantage, oh, okay, no. And then the thing that scares me the most is it's showing these people as the most normal people who you may not necessarily relate to, but have analogues for in your own life, and these people will resort to murder to get rid of a perceived threat that they're misdiagnosing out of their own ignorance. And it really shows the worst of humanity can be in any of us, which, that's a bit dire to end on, but, you know. Speaking of dire, we've got term left.
So it's Leeds or nothing. Next!
This one hurts. We basically see Donna without her character development, but her and her family slowly whittle away until there's nothing left. Sylvia we see as a empty human being, and Wilf reduced to tears when fascism arises in the vacuum that is created through all of these alien invasions, being somewhat successful. So much got destroyed, and it's soul-crushing. In a way, it was somewhat indicative of what Russell T Davies would do in the future as a writer, and unfortunately it feels very realistic, especially nowadays. But yeah, it's harrowing. I wish I could end on a happier note. Series 4 is really when Doctor Who decided, hey, we're not taking any prisoners anymore. I think it's genius to have a companion like Donna, mainly because you need that levity when you're dealing with all this. And the thing is, the finale, at least the first part, really did its best to shock us, as the rest of the season did. Oh no! I love Series 4, and this was, although I definitely had seen some Doctor Who before this, the old Doctor Who, this is when my memory goes back and goes, I was definitely watching it consistently throughout, although I did miss Turn Left when it came out. But everything else, yeah. The thing is about Series 4, the three stories that are the best ones are just so good, yet, again, so harrowing, and the more I get older, the more soul-destroying it gets. No wonder the show is at its peak at this point, and it's definitely one of my favourite seasons of the entire show. And I would say this and Series 3 are in my top 10 out of all of them. They're definitely my top 3 of the new series, Series 1 being my absolute favourite. I'm excited for Russell to return, but we're not over yet. Sorry this was a bit short, these ones are the popular ones, but I will have to say, before I wrap up, well, yeah, Partners in Crime's amazing, Fires of Pompeii's amazing, Planet of the Ood, amazing, super underrated. They are basically honourable mentions in of themselves. I do also like The Unicorn and the Wasp a lot.
Harvey Wallbanger! Harvey Wallbanger! Well, I don't know! How is Harvey Wallbanger? One word!
I know it's gotten popular to dig on that one writer who wrote that, but I do admit that one's good. I don't like him as a writer anyway. He comes off as very egotistical, and he kind of does here, but it weirdly works because it feels very much like a Poirot mystery in that way. Because it's Agatha Christie, and the tone weirdly works. But anyways, I mean, this whole season's great. So, next time I'm gonna take a gander at the specials that occurred between Series 4 and 5.
As Earth rolled onwards into night, the people of that world did sleep and shiver, somehow knowing that dawn would bring only one thing.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Doctor Who's Crown Jewels. This is the penultimate Russell T Davies episode, although there's going to be a lot more in between now and then, or the final episode of the series. So, the specials. I've decided to cover the specials on their own because there's enough of them, and I don't tend to group specials with a season. However, this cluster of specials is usually grouped together, either called the Series 4 specials, the 2009 specials, or on the Steelbook release, simply just the specials. To clarify, the selection this time round is all the episodes that aired concurrently between The Next Doctor and The End of Time Part 2. Although if I was discussing The End of Time, it would be all in a one-up. I am not talking about Dreamland or The Wedding River Song. The latter is an episode of a different show, and Dreamland isn't part of the main episode list. Although I must clarify, Dreamland's a bit dull, and I might as well mention the Infinite Quest here as well, just to cover my bases. I enjoy it, but we're moving on. Yeah, the preamble's going to be shorter from this point on, because let's be real, Next Doctor, I think it is overhated.
That was designated a lie.
I do genuinely enjoy it, but the previous Christmas specials were stronger. It's not the weakest one of the RTD era, though. Planet of the Dead.
Hello, Pizza Geronimo.
And again, 76, not 67.
I enjoy Malcolm. Think the Doctor's alright. It's not my cup of tea, but who knows, I might change my mind on it. I don't know, but it's Gareth Roberts, so it's hard to really enjoy his stuff. And The End of Time is, Dinner time! So part 1 is just really not my cup of tea, and part 2 is a mess where there's bits I really enjoy, and bits I just really don't. Wars of Mars is one of those stories in the fandom that I feel like has this weird sort of category of quality. I think everyone agrees that it is good. It's just a matter of how good. I feel like you can categorise a Doctor Who fan in two ways, and there's many ways to split Doctor Who fans apart, trust me. But you've either got people who say this is in their top 5 Tennant stories, or not even scratching the top 10 Tennant stories. That being said, Tennant stories are really good, so it is a case of I can't really blame anyone for liking 10 other stories, depending on the stories, but yeah. I'm in the former camp. And when I say top 5, I mean like top 2. I'm still trying to process how I feel about this compared to Midnight, because both of them, I would say, are in my top 10 Doctor Who stories of all time. Yes, I'm going this far. I think how much you like this really depends on the mileage of how you feel about the Doctor not having a companion. That said, I feel like everyone can agree on Heaven Sent for some reason.
I'm nothing without an audience.
Meanwhile, with this, some people are like, oh, I enjoy it. Even though I would say this is much better than Heaven Sent. But I really do think it's... I mean, obviously it's down to personal taste. I'll get to discussion about Heaven Sent itself at a later date, because obviously I will. But I'll explain what I like about the Wars of Mars. Well, mainly it is just a base under siege, really. And that's a category for success in Doctor Who's book. It's hard to mess it up. But the fact that this isn't just a base under siege, but it explores interesting concepts and actually makes the characters extremely likeable from the get-go. This is not just a base under siege, this is a really good one. However, Doctor Who does have a lot of those. It has Tomb of the Cybermen, Robots of Death, Impossible Planet. What makes this different from those? Two things. And these two things I genuinely think... I mean, they're the things that obviously set it apart. Like, if you've seen this one, which I hope you have, it's really good. If you've seen this one, you know what two things they are. They are the threat and the meta-contextual setting. Both stemming from the fact that the story idea literally just happened from the fact that recently, as of time of writing that episode, it was discovered that there had been water on Mars, and still maybe there today. I mean, there's ice caps, so it's solid water, but liquid water as well. So naturally, make that the villain. But it's done in an interesting way, because it's like zombies.
Resident Evil.
So we've had zombies before, in the RTD era itself. However, these zombies weren't exactly mindless. They were beasts. They clearly did not have any conscious thought. Well, I can't say any, but it's hard to explain. Like, they are very bestial, and the only conscious thought they seem to have is strategy. And the idea of water's always patient, and it always wins in the end because it erodes the cliff faces over time, and it's inevitable. It's honestly a genius characterization for these zombies to have. Also, their design is possibly one of the creepiest monster designs in Doctor Who. It was very difficult to pull off, and in concept, it's definitely the scariest Doctor Who monster visually. In execution, you could argue differently. I definitely think they have a freaky aesthetic to them, because we always have this sense of what looks wrong, what looks ill, what looks sick. And the water in the waters of Mars, or rather the flood, as they've tended to be called, it is creepy, and they are utilised very well in the horror department. However, this story, despite being a horror in its first half, or rather in the first two acts, it isn't really hinging on that fear, but it is there. They are meant to scare, and they are meant to freak you out, but they are mainly just a threat. That's what point 2 is all about. Point 2 is the Doctor's role within the story. And the fact that it's been discussed over the past 20 years, could we go to Mars? I've been hearing about it for a while, mostly over the past 10, although I think ruminations about it were being had around the time. Still, it's this fascination. Exploring the stars has always been really something that, ever since the space race, we've been thinking maybe even since before that, we've been thinking, could we touch these alien sands, really? And that sense of exploration has romantically been seen throughout Doctor Who, and Mars is always going to be the first step in terms of actually settlement. The moon is the first step in terms of actually going to another celestial body. But you're never gonna have a moon colony. Or rather, if you are, there's gonna be a lot of scientific development before you can even turn something like the moon into a colony. Mars has been very much a question mark. People have been thinking, Mars seems not too far out, but could it support life? And that has always been a question. Like, is there life on Mars? Can there be life on Mars? Was there life on Mars? All of these questions have basically been asked since questions about living on other planets has been. And naturally, is there life on Mars has been answered by Doctor Who before in the Ice Warriors, but it's a case of, can life be supported now? Because the Ice Warriors are very much a separate concept, but in the waters of Mars, it's very much meant to be, this is the first colony. And they're like saying, 50 years in the future. I would say that's reasonable. Although now it's about 35, so clock's ticking, guys. But, yeah, the first Martian colony. But because it's the first, and it seems like an inevitability, it seemed like a perfect opportunity to be like, this thing that would be a historic moment in the history of the human race is natural to be, like, not even this hypothetical thing, because Doctor Who's dealt with historical events in the future before, but never treated it like a historical before, until something that actually seems tangible, like the first Martian colony, which is right there. And credit to the Waters of Mars for honestly keeping that romantic sense of space exploration throughout, whilst the Doctor talks about, like, to Adelaide, you inspire people, you inspire your granddaughter, and your granddaughter leads a space exploration revolution. And that is beautiful. But the only way that that can happen is if history follows its course. But that involves the entire base dying. In something that history doesn't know, it's unrecorded. But what is recorded is that they died, and it was a tragedy. And well, we found out that it was because of the flood, but people didn't know. So, what happened? Well, the Doctor kept going, I don't want to be here, I have to go, I can't be here. Not even I don't want to, I can't be here, because, you know, the responsibility of time travel, but something's egging him on to be like, investigate, save. And that's just something that's a thing in the Doctor's mindset, because the Doctor saves people, and sometimes has a bit of a disregard for history, but in fixed events like that, can't really do that, which we've seen explored in stuff like the fires of Pompeii. But here, it's the same sort of situation, yet no one's able to stop him. And that's an interesting characterization about the 10th Doctor. He's worked through his trauma now, because that's what the 9th Doctor was all about. It's still with him. So he needs friends to calm him down to stop the rage from simmering up again. The specials don't really do that. He doesn't have any, like, best friend at all. There's no companion there to stop him. And yes, there's companion surrogates, but the thing is about a companion is that they're the Doctor's best friend. These people have just met the man. Or in the case of Wilf, he knows the man, and at least he's an old friend for the Doctor to at least talk to throughout. All of this character arc stuff and all of this aspect about the 10th Doctor's character are beautifully handled here, because in a way, turn left was a warning that the Doctor will not stop in his path. He can be very just focused on something and will see it through to the end. And that is his fatal flaw in this story. Not fatal to him, but fatal to Adelaide, because she kills herself in the end to preserve time, because he saves whoever's left. And honestly, all of this does not only create a very interesting Doctor Who story, but serves as the perfect, I guess, if you're wanting to, like, I think most people tend to pick out the best or most interesting parts of a character's characterization when talking about, like, oh, these chapters of their characterization. The End of Time doesn't really do that with the 10th Doctor. It doesn't really tackle his character at all. It mostly just tackles the overall vibes of the era ending. I don't really sense that the 10th Doctor grows throughout his final adventure like I have with other incarnations of the Doctor. So I wouldn't say this is like a perfect coda or ending for the characters. This is the perfect epilogue. Because realistically, it feels like Journey's End was the end of his journey. Everything after this is an epilogue. This is the defining moment at the end of his life, in my opinion. Do I think the ending was ruined by expanded media later on? I think it would have been better if the expanded media wasn't there, but I wouldn't exactly say it was ruined. I do definitely feel like you can interpret the final moment of the Doctor and the TARDIS in different ways. Like him charging to his eventual destiny or charging to a tirade. Either way works, regardless of if you want to consider Time Lord Victoria's canon. I think the performances, and I don't think the music is particularly strong. It does. I feel like this one's definitely better to view in a somber tone, but there are more lighter parts, and there should be. But I feel like the lighter parts are brought up a little too much for my personal taste through the music, but honestly, who cares? I mean, that's more than made up for by the track Time Lord Victoria, which is honestly haunting and painful. and it really sells this somber tone. But yeah, largely it ticks all the boxes for a base Under Siege, which, you know, makes a good Doctor Who story. Not just any base Under Siege, a good one, and deals with really interesting themes that sets it apart from any other. I would argue this is probably my favourite base Under Siege story. In terms of traditional base Under Sieges, this does it the best because not only does it do it perfectly, but it does some less traditional things with it, mainly as a sort of topping, let's say. But what do you feel about the Waters of Mars? Do you prefer any of the other specials? I know some people would prefer the End of Time, and I've not mentioned it in the best light. I get it for part 2, but honestly, it really depends on how you feel about stories overall. Do you think I've missed anything? Drop your own discussion points in the comments below, and I'll see you next time. Cheerio! Hello everyone, and welcome back to Doctor Who's Crown Jewels. We are on Series 5 of the Revival, and the 31st season overall. Yeah, only 9 seasons to go. It's the first of Stephen Moffat's turn at the showrunner helm. I have thoughts about Stephen Moffat's run as a whole. I'm very mixed on it. I am extremely mixed on it. I think I like more of it than I don't. But I'm not going to be unfair. Crown Jewels is about looking at the best of each season of Doctor Who. There is something that I don't just like in each season, but love. And by something, I mean entire episodes, which is what this series is meant to be about. However, it's not just entire episodes, but sometimes entire seasons. Series 5 is one of them. It's an amazing opening. It really redefines what Doctor Who can be. People were so used to David Tennant. We were all left wondering at the time, how can it continue? And it felt fresh, but it felt like a natural continuation as well. And it also had its own unique ideas brewing. Now I'm going to cover some honourable mentions. These I think are strong enough to be considered crown jewels as well. I'm going to keep it basic and have 2 things I'm going to be talking about. But it could have been 3, because the 11th hour is really that good. Now it has a nice pace to it. You almost have the prologue of the season with a newly regenerated 11th Doctor and Amelia Pond. But then we see that she's grown up and the Doctor hasn't changed. It would be a bit weird if he's changed considering he just changed, but he's basically fully formed in this story, which is a bit unique, but works well with the kind of story this is trying to be. It's good setup, it sets up a load of things. Unfortunately, Moffat's not good at paying things off, but he's really good at setting them up. Amy as a character, we are sold on. Rory as a character, we're sold on. And most importantly, the 11th Doctor we are sold on. Another honourable mention that may be controversial to say is The Beast Below. It's one of those stories that people just don't like for some reason. I think it's because people are just told not to like it, because I don't see anything wrong with this. Like, I'm not gonna pretend it's phenomenal. I think it continues the very much fairy tale aesthetics and theming from the 11th hour. And not only that, but it details very interesting political machinations within Starship UK itself. It's a good story, and I think people are way too harsh on it. And skipping all the way to the finale, I do feel like it's a very solid finale, and is arguably the most solid we had since the first season of the Revival. It very much builds up such a grand scale, which seemingly competes with the Stolen Earth, and also pays it off in a very interesting and different way. The Big Bang is a very quiet final episode, but a lot of important stuff does happen. And you know what? I enjoy it for that, and none of it's done badly. All 3 of those were written by Stephen Moffat, but what about ones which weren't? The 2 crown jewels I'm going to be speaking about are Amy's Choice and Vincent and the Doctor. Amy's Choice I think is a bit of a sleeper pick, because I don't think anyone really puts it at the top of
many lists. They're probably on said lists of best 11th Doctor stories, but I don't think anyone says it's the best. Again, personally, I don't think it is the best because there's another one in the season that I like more. More people should just think about how good this was. Sure, I know the Dream Lord is a popular character, but honestly, I think people were more enamored by Toby Jones's performance than what the character actually was. People are like, oh, he's part of the Doctor. No, he's a byproduct of the dream and the Doctor's insecurities. And as a result, he manifests as someone that really tears apart the Doctor in this one. He's been set up as this fun, raggedy man, madman in a box, a space Jesus, I don't know. He really needs to be torn down so that we can really root for Rory more. I don't think there's anything that we wouldn't be rooting for Rory for. The person he was getting married to ran away with another man and is weirdly getting cold feet about the imminence of the marriage. Like, she does want to marry him, but she also wants to travel in the TARDIS, and it's frustrating for him, but understandably so. The episode isn't very subtle about it being about Amy having to choose between the Doctor and Rory, because that has been a lot of character drama waiting to happen, then happening up until this point. And little character moments here and there do work. Rory is very heroic, despite possibly being seen as a coward, but he does want to protect his wife no matter what. The Doctor wants to save as many people as he can, even if it is detrimental to trying to save Amy and Rory. He can't let these innocent people die. And naturally, although Amy verbally affirms, yeah, I'd pick Rory any day, she proves it. Honestly, it really sells that they are madly in love with each other. Sure, there are issues that come up later on in their relationship. It's very clear from this point that they are made for each other. I mean, they are. They were just they were written to be, but they honestly deserve each other, and we now have a sense of unification. Right in time for Rory to die in real life. There's not really much to analyze, but it's just done superbly. Now, Rory dies, death by Chris Chibnall, which is, it would be a better way to go if it were Torchwood, but... And the Doctor wants to treat her, to visit a gallery to see some Van Gogh pictures. And Van Gogh. I'm going to pronounce it Van Gogh because that's how the episode does it. And that spirals into a tale about not just Vincent van Gogh the man, but the depression he felt and the depression many others feel. As someone who has suffered from mental health issues within the past few years, I've suddenly very much not just understood what the episode was trying to convey, but felt it too. And it does a scarily good job at depicting it. I feel like your mileage on how this episode affects you really depends on how much you're invested in everything going on, but also how much you can personally relate. Maybe not necessarily so, but for me, I definitely always appreciated it as soon as I realized, oh, it's about depression. It was something that's like, oh, it's one of the best 11th Doctor stories, as opposed to it's the best one. Yeah, that's... oof. It hurts to sit through this sometimes, but it's a good pain. It's something you really need to feel. Van Gogh as a character really works as a third companion. I keep saying third companion. I said this when I was watching it. No, second companion. He's the third main character, Vincent very much comes across as a very intelligent man, very attuned to his surroundings, to the point where he even sees an invisible monster, which is allegorical for depression. It's invisible, feels isolated, lashes out in fear. It even looks a bit like a chicken, which many people view people with depression as chickens. It makes sense. The Doctor can defeat this because it's tangible. He can't defeat depression though. And that is what the ending is about. Giving Vincent one happy moment. Something which he would cherish until the day he died. It wouldn't change his overall fate, but he deserved it, and it's beautiful. It's beautiful. There's not really much to analyze with these two. They're just fantastic character pieces, and they very much delicately construct narratives surrounding these characters, and also convey themes of insecurity and depression. I cannot convey with words how well I think these were done. Sort of the beginning of the end for Crown Jewels, and it continues with a bang. 2 bangs. Not the big bang. 2 bangs. You probably agree with me. Vincent and the Doctor is a popular one for a reason, although I feel like most people are like, oh, it's good, it makes me feel emotional. I feel like not enough people analyze it for what it truly is. Maybe I've just not been looking carefully enough, because it is popular. And Amy's Choice is also loved, but yeah, I think it should be appreciated more for what it does with the main cast, as opposed to just, oh, this villain's cool. It's a cool villain. They're both really good, phenomenal guest casts, and I'm surprised these writers were never asked back. Hello everyone, and I'll be brief with this one. I already have 2 videos on this channel detailing in depth Series 6 of the revival of Doctor Who. These videos were designed to be an overall analysis to see what I felt about the season as a whole, and to see if people were being too harsh on it, because, you know, people were saying it was the worst thing ever back 10 years ago. Now it's not really looked upon very favourably, but what did I think? And I like it. I do got to admit, there is a very noticeable turning point in certain overall quality standards. All bar 2 guest scripts this season are pretty good, and the ones that aren't are a bit mid. All bar 2 of Stephen Moffat's scripts are also really good. I'm gonna look at the 3 best of the season, and I'm just gonna very briefly cover them. The Doctor's Wife continues the theme of my favourite 11th Doctor stories being character pieces. This time it's on the TARDIS. It plays with time as well, and it has a really good villain. Honestly, really stellar. Really well done. I wish Neil Gaiman was asked back. I know he was, but let's ignore it. Tom McRae gave us The Girl Who Waited. I honestly think better names for this story would have been The Woman Who Waited, or even Rory's Choice. Because Amy is no longer a girl when she's the younger Amy. The older Amy had to wait 36 years and has become jaded. It's a very well done what-if scenario that really displays the affection that Amy and Rory have, as well as potential cracks forming in their relationship. There's not really much to say other than that, because it is a very small-scale episode. All 3 of these are kind of low-key in a way. Maybe that's just down to my tastes, but these cracks continue to form in the God Complex. I really liked The Curse of Fenric because it was about faith, and this is as well, although that's more of a twist. When I was foreshadowing what I was going to be talking about this time around, I mentioned that there was a story that I was less lenient on and a story that I was more lenient on. The one that I'm less lenient on is Let's Kill Hitler. Every time I watched it since, it was not fun. My tolerance towards it has lowered and lowered. My tolerance towards anything I had wrong in the God Complex, I've been a bit more lenient on. Honestly, I actually kind of like the direction now. I think I vaguely remember talking about how I wasn't so fond on the direction of it before, but now I am. And the sort of references to Rory being abused by Amy, or at least what it may seem like in hindsight with Asylum of the Daleks in mind, it's not really something that, you know, watching The Girl Who Waited and this back to back, it really does feel like they are maybe a bit handsy on one another sometimes, but it still doesn't feel like they are overall, or there is an undertone of abuse. Rewatching all of these character stories back to back really highlights how much of a simp Rory is for Amy. I've kind of seen it in a different light. I'm torn on having these aspects in there at all, but on this rewatch it didn't bother me so much, but if it still bothers other people, I can completely understand why. The entire conceit is very unique. Actually, all of these conceits are very unique. These are definitely highlights of the era, and I think everyone agrees. Everyone loves these three stories, and they're definitely all in everyone's top 10, 11th Doctor stories. For me, I would say possibly they're in my top 5, along with the ones in the last season. Now that kind of foreshadows the fact that I'm not really a fan of next season. Maybe not directly, but we're entering the Clara years, which is the 3-season period where I'm like, okay, no, the show dropped the ball, and I've come to the realization that a lot of what I don't like, although it's not just I wouldn't say it's the existence of Clara that makes me not like them. However, a lot of what I don't like about them do end up being wrapped around Clara as a character. Even if, as an element in certain stories, I think she is fine. But I'll leave that analysis for the next video, and it's not as if the next thing I'm going to cover isn't going to be in my top 10 Matt Smith stories. Like,
hello everyone, and welcome back to Crown Jewels! 10 years ago, Doctor Who celebrated its 50th anniversary, and the season to coincide with that started the year prior, with Series 7. I'm not going to separate 7A and 7B, it's called Series 7, it is an entire season, it is an entire package. Starting from Asylum of the Daleks, ending with The Name of the Doctor. I'm not sure how I'd count The Snowmen, but it's not going to be talked about in this series at all because I don't think it's a particularly outstanding enough story to be considered a crown jewel. I'm only looking for the best of the best. And the best this season isn't, I'm afraid. It's one of my lesser favourite seasons, and I feel like quite a few people agree with me. Series 7... okay, right. Will pointed this out in his recent Who's Overlooked Writers video on Neil Cross. Yeah, he mentioned that Series 7 was marketed as a blockbuster every week, meaning every story was one part long, meaning you had to have 13 story ideas and cram them all into, well, less than 45 minutes even, because of the titles and credits needing to be slotted in as well. And to me that dilutes a lot of story potential for some stories, but also the overall creative decisions made don't feel quite right. I'm not a fan of the overall story arc and how that messes with the Doctor Companion dynamic introduced, particularly with Eleven and Clara. I'm also not fond of the farewell Amy and Rory get, although I am perfectly happy with the introduction of Rory's dad, Brian. There are good things in the season, such as Brian, and such as some episodes. I do enjoy episodes such as The Power of 3 and Cold War, but there aren't many that I enjoy. Those, the Honourable Mention and the Crown Jewel itself, are like the only ones I truly enjoy. Like, I mean, I guess Dinosaurs on a Spaceship and Hyde are okay, but honestly, this season has arguably the worst Dalek story and definitely the worst Cyberman story in it. For the 50th anniversary of the program, I don't feel like this was a success in any stretch of the imagination. But that being said, it's not devoid of creativity, it's not devoid of talent. I definitely think all the actors and all of the behind-the-scenes personnel pulled out all the stops. This season visually looks pretty good. And also, they did the best with what they were given. And I can't exactly blame all of the writers. I think Stephen Moffat is probably someone to blame. He did have a lot on his plate, and he did think, ooh, let's try out this idea, and this idea failed. So, although I would blame him, I'm not exactly angry. There's no reason to be angry at trying something out and then failing. I know Doctor Who means a lot to us, but in reality, he was in charge of this art. This art didn't turn out very well. It was an idea, it didn't work. And that's unfortunate, but there's nothing really to be angry about here. It's just a shame because even the best of this season has more potential to it. So the honourable mention this time around is A Town Called Mercy. Why? I just think it's neat. I mean, Toby Whithouse, I think every single script of his is at least an honourable mention, bar Lie of the Land. We'll just ignore that when we get to that. I forgot to mention The Vampires of Venice should have been an honourable mention in Series 5. But that's just because I had a bit to talk about. There are already quite a few honourable mentions on my plate, as there was. A Town Called Mercy is just as good as that. Not got really much to say on that. It's The Rings of Akaten, as you could tell from the thumbnail. The Rings of Akaten, I think, is a really good character piece. It does the Doctor, and especially Clara, justice. I haven't mentioned up until this point that Clara is probably my least favourite companion. If not one of my least favourite. I definitely think they wanted to do more than they ended up doing. And even if she met the potential that she reached later on, I wasn't a fan of the creative decisions there either. But I think Jenna Coleman delivered a phenomenal performance, especially in this. She has a lot of complex emotions of feeling overwhelmed with possibility, feeling happy, consolation, grief. She has a lot of stuff to do in this, surprisingly. And honestly, that and her dynamic with the Doctor and her dynamic with other characters she interacts with is actually really good. And the whole theming of sentimentality I really like, because I am quite a sentimental person. And it's interesting, I don't think Doctor Who's really tackled it in this way before. As for the allegory of religion, it's quite refreshing to have a positive religious stance. I mean, it's positive and negative, but in reality, it shows what good can be done with it, and doesn't undermine it with the negatives that the villain brought in. Again, the performances are amazing. Matt Smith probably delivers my favourite speech he ever gave as the Doctor in this one, and his performance definitely pulls through. And also the world building in the first half is phenomenal, some of the best world building in the entire show. It's a good story. I definitely think it does deserve more love than it gets, because it doesn't get much love. Even on the most recent poll, it's done a bit better, but not good. Like, seriously people, wake up about it, it's good. But I do have to admit, the pacing is a bit quick towards the end. I do think maybe 5-10 minutes, maybe even 15 would have improved it. But I don't think it needs it. However, I feel like I'm going to defend the pacing at the end, not because I think it served any favours. If anything, I get why it would put people off, because it is a bit ludicrous that the main villain gets defeated within 10 minutes of being introduced. But I do think the way they did it, in terms of the acting, the score, the speech, everything with the themes and the tone and everything to do with that, kind of disguises the cracks in the pacing. I think it works just. And for that, like, I don't want that to be like, for that is the crown jewel of Series 7, because that, honestly, this is good. This is good. And I think people are sleeping on it, and it's definitely, in my opinion, one of the better 11th Doctor stories.
I wasn't originally going to do this one, The 2013 specials, there's only 2 of them. So it's a coin flip. Like, I've already ruled out Night of the Doctor, and I don't really like to cover minisodes, but yeah, just the 2 things here. And I'm not counting Adventure in Space and Time or the 5-ish Doctors reboot, because they aren't regular episodes of the show. But I guess we should treat this less like a review and more so a discussion on how do we criticize media. The way I try to tackle Doctor Who is that I keep it localized to the story that's being told, and usually I see if it's a detriment to what came before, if there is a retcon. Thing is, it's kind of difficult, because I think Day of the Doctor, for what they had to do, for what they were given, and for, well, what was happening around that time, for all intents and purposes, I think the Day of the Doctor does its job admirably. And I think watching Night of the Doctor immediately before this does sort of give me the sense that, yeah, Stephen Moffat did care about the classic series, and heck, that's why he brought back the Zygons. They were the most popular classic monster that hadn't come back, and yeah, that's really cool. And the 8th Doctor, yeah. But I feel like the story of the Time War is such an integral part of Doctor Who lore that treating that as the sort of basis for the anniversary makes sense, especially given that the revival, although established, hasn't gone on for such a long time, where it makes it feel like it's just an extension of the classic series. So they had to keep New Who fans on board, but with some appeasing of classic Who. And yeah, there was the old reference here and there, and yeah, I think it does its job well. I think it's very coherent, and I think the story is actually pretty good. Honestly, I'll see how I compare this with Power of the Doctor. I feel like this might be a bit better, but with Power of the Doctor, I feel like what that does also succeeds in what it's trying to do, but this is going on to a discussion that I would rather save until then. I do enjoy all of the characters in this, apart from Clara. I don't think... Yeah, I think she was a bit more of a background. I mean, she had stuff to do. Actually, the thing is, she wasn't really much of a presence, but admittedly, it wasn't as much of an issue this time round. I liked the moment she had with the War Doctor one-on-one, and, you know, I feel like it's a stereotype of me going, oh, everything's great, but Clara, no. Like, because I watched Hyde the same day I watched Day of the Doctor for this. Yeah, no, the difference is crystal clear, but we are still a ways off from Rings of Akaten. But it's not about Clara, so I'm not really as miffed about that. And honestly, the unit plot, great. I think it works well. And everything's set up and paid off in a very satisfactory way. I do definitely think that this is a good Stephen Moffat script. This is probably the best Stephen Moffat script since A Good Man Goes to War, and will remain the only one I really enjoy until Heaven Sent. So, you know, I think this is good. I think this is a standout of his writing of this period where I feel like he kind of gave up. I have one big problem with it, though, and it's a problem I have due to very personal reasons. And I used to love this as a kid, and I watched it over and over and over. But as I grew up, Series 1 meant more and more to me. It is one of, if not my favourite season of the entire show, and a big part of that is the Doctor's character arc. Now, I don't think the character arc is actually tarnished from a personal to the character point of view. The Doctor at least thinks that it mechanically works out, everything's fine. But the thing is, media, as much as I like to view it in isolation to keep my enjoyment of it, there will always be something in the back of my mind now, retroactively going, oh, but they're fine, mate. Like, that's not good. It's a very intrusive retcon from an audience perspective, because although the Doctor doesn't know, we know now. And it just kind of feels weird. And it's like, usually if I feel like anything to do with a retcon or expansion may diminish an original work, I don't blame the original work, I blame the retcon, or the piece of work that retconned it. But I don't know if I feel like I can call the Day of the Doctor bad. I definitely think this choice was definitely the wrong call, but done in a very good way. I definitely think, it's an anniversary story, have some fan service. And I definitely think having a happy ending to the Time War makes sense to do, and was set up pretty well, and was executed in a very fan-wanky way, but in a good way. But I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the ramifications of it. So the climax of this story, I have extremely mixed feelings for. The coda with the curator, I actually really like, and it's written well, it's mysterious, but also it warms your heart, and it feels right and natural, and it's another thing worth celebrating, or that adds to the celebration, as does Coal Hill School. Not only, and the thing is, Coal Hill School, as much as I'm not really a fan of Series 8, and I really need to rewatch Class. I haven't rewatched it since 2016. Regardless of what came after, at least something came after, so it's it wasn't just a one-off reference. I think, ideally, I remember Stu Bagful made a video about what he would have done with the ending of Day of the Doctor, and although I think it's a good ending, it's an ending to a very different story. I definitely think a lot of what was set up in Day of the Doctor was inevitably going to lead to that payoff. But at the same time, that payoff that Stu Bagful suggested was much better and celebrated the 50 years much more intensely. Because the thing is, I don't know what about 82 was really celebrated in the Day of the Doctor. Because sure, 72, we've got the Zygons, we've got Tom Baker. Unit, although it was made in 62, still, yeah, you got all that. And also in Moffat Who, well, you've got Kate. In RTD Who, well, it's about the Time War. With 62, it's initially set at Coal Hill School. It's got a nice cold open. And heck, even fans of Paul McGann, at least we got Night of the Doctor. I don't know what fans of... Coal Hill School, yeah, Remembrance of the Daleks, but that in itself is a reference to an unearthly child, so I don't really see what fans of the 5th, 6th, or 7th Doctors would have had, but at least we have the 5-ish Doctors, so that's the thing. It's a case of, I feel like they did a pretty good job, considering. I think the 50th anniversary, in retrospect, was actually really good, and I feel like we've all taken it for granted. I'd be interested to see what you don't like about this episode, Because it's an episode that's trying to juggle all these elements in a way that actually produces a plot. It does produce a plot. It produces a plot where, it's the ramifications of it I'm not too fond of, and I can understand why you wouldn't be, but ignoring that glaring thing, putting aside your feelings to that, and putting aside your feelings to the stuff it is referencing, because sure, you may not like the 10th or 11th Doctors, but I think they're done pretty well and fans of those characters will enjoy it. Yeah. That said, what are your thoughts? If you're wondering what I feel about Time of the Doctor, Nick's editing this one, so I don't want to hurt his feelings while he's editing it, so I'm just gonna leave the worst regeneration story of all time out of the picture. But we are finished with Matt Smith's run. I will do a Christmas specials related video in Crown Jewels, so this may not be the last time I talk about the 11th Doctor, or at least an episode about the 11th Doctor. Well, I say about, an episode of his run. But next episode, we will meet the 12th Doctor. And this was about a turning point in my life as a fan where I started to become more cynical. But I do think there is at least one episode in each of the 12th Doctor seasons that I think is amazing and phenomenal.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Doctor Who's Crown Jewels. We're in the Capaldi era. And I think this may be an improvement in terms of actual quality of production. Series 7 had a lot of issues, but I personally feel like Series 8 didn't really have those issues. If you have a problem with Series 8, it's not that it feels underbaked. It's not that every episode had 45 minutes to do a lot. Not only its story, but progress the overall story arc. And not only that, introduce a new character dynamic. I mean, they are doing that, but they're spending more time developing that dynamic instead of making everything self-contained, while also trying to progress dynamic, but in a way that doesn't sort of break with the arc. It very much feels like this time they were told what to do in terms of the characterization and then build the plot around it, which I feel like is a better approach. It's still pretty much every episode is 45 minutes and it's a story per episode, but Deep Breath was given a lot more time to flesh itself out to really make sure that this dynamic starts off in a way that they are set to continue with. And also, it is meticulously planned out what the character dynamics are going to be like. Your opinion on this season, however, is how much you actually like both the structure of the dynamic and also how much you are receptive to the kind of dynamic that it is. Structurally, there is a sort of love triangle going on. It's not your traditional love triangle. It's a different kind of love. It's more so Clara's love for travelling with the Doctor and also her love for the Doctor, as well as her love for normality and life with Danny. It's not that each has its own problems. I just feel like it is very much weighted on the Doctor and Clara, and I think that is just a byproduct of it being those are the two main characters, Danny is a side character. But then again, the whole point of Danny is he doesn't want to be on adventures. Like, it's a natural byproduct of that. I'm not against that. And in theory, I think a toxic relationship between a Doctor and companion is interesting. It's never really been done in this way. At the same time, I've not historically been a fan of it, mainly because I feel like Clara's attitude towards the Doctor I have issue with. Oh no, I feel like we do get a bit too much sympathy for her, which then bleeds into the things we're meant to not like. However, I'm not saying we shouldn't be sympathetic towards it. It's a very complicated thing to analyse, because it's a very complicated sort of relationship with really complex feelings. As a result, it has its highs and lows, and my personal enjoyment honestly depends on those highs and lows. My least favourite episode of the season, and I do think it's very important for me to bring this up, is Kill the Moon. Because it has a whole host of issues, I will admit the best moment of the story is the Dr. Clara stuff, because, quite honestly, it's very much... Their relationship needed something like that for the entire thing to even remotely work, but at the same time, I feel like the actual actions that Clara did were not morally reprehensible. And it's understandable given how the ending of the following story, sometimes the only decisions you have are bad ones. Yeah, sure, but when faced with the unknown and choosing to pick something which is likely going to cause more misery than the other, I don't sympathise with that. And we're not meant to sympathise with the Doctor, and I agree, he did something bad. He forced Clara into a position where she had to be like the Doctor. The Crown Jewels are the Jamie Matheson ones, I'm just going to say this right now. But it's because these two episodes do something with the material in the season that, honestly, I do think Kill the Moon sets up both, but not in a way that it was bad so they could be good. No. I'm speaking about just objective what the story of Kill the Moon is doing. What Kill the Moon does in establishing what the Doctor does, then we understand the Doctor better in Mommy on the Orient Express, and as a result, Clara leans into it in Flatline. And I think the exploration of those are the peak of the season. And having a sort of wobbly turning point, it's something that viewers could be frustrated with if exposed to for too long. But if you're into dynamics like that, I can see you enjoying this season. I've kind of always been a bit more favourable to their dynamic in the stories that I like. As a result, I didn't really think of anything to put as an honourable mention. Here's the thing. I think Mommy on the Orient Express is a very unique kind of story. It's a murder mystery where we see the murderer and the murder happening, but we need to find out what the murderer's motives are and what it is and how to stop it. It's very unique, and how it explores the Dr. Clara dynamic, I think, is interesting. After Kill the Moon, Clara was like, okay, one more travel and I'm done. It's an addiction. She is addicted, but she is prepared to leave. However, the Doctor proving he is capable of doing anything remotely the right thing, as well as explaining the motivations behind why he does the not so great things he does, it's a perfect introduction to the 12th Doctor as a character, or at least who he is in Series 8. And in reality, the whole thing of am I a good man, I feel like what this season was trying to do could have been executed better in terms of the Doctor's characterization, but I do feel like the good man stuff could have been phrased a lot better if it was the intent, which I think it kind of is evident that it was, that it's more so the Doctor trying to figure out how to be the Doctor again, because he's the Doctor, but he's regenerated into a form much suiting into someone who doesn't care. And it's an interesting dynamic, internal dynamic to watch. And honestly, that's why I enjoy the 12th Doctor in Series 8. I've got to admit, I do enjoy the 12th Doctor. I've never said I didn't. I've just not really liked the context he's existed in his first two seasons. Mommy on the Orient Express is also just visually interesting, and also the existence of Frank Skinner as Perkins is honestly great. The Doctor needed to be separated from Clara so that Clara can marinate on her feelings, which I do think was very important. That needed to happen. But also, the Doctor needed something to do and someone to talk to, so why not get Frank Skinner? That's perfect. I do definitely think the structure of the story very much works, and the timer works, and I think everyone's explained why this story's really good. And honestly, everything it does is my kind of vibe, and it does it super well. I only have one point of issue, and that is the climax is rushed. It's a very rushed climax. Also, the themes of soldiers is kind of it's a bit of a strong motif I don't think is good. I don't think it's a good thing in this season. However, it is interwoven pretty well in this story, and the grander context of the season doesn't really intrude. Which I'm only bringing up because it is part of the climax, but I just feel like the Doctor's aversion to soldiers is a bit weird, considering, yes, I know the trauma of the Time War happened, but he was still fine with units, because that was weirdly the exception, but that's understandable. But his own personal aversion to soldiers because he was one and he hated who he was then, wasn't the Day of the Doctor entirely about overcoming. The whole acceptance of one's own past is a slightly different theme that the Day of the Doctor does, which feels completely ignored in Series 8, which I don't think is good. But I think it's fine in Mummy on the Orient Express. That whole the Doctor not liking soldiers isn't really a thing in this climax. But what is a thing in this climax, and I'm not against the Doctor solving it in a minute. The Doctor would have that time. So it makes sense, it's consistent, and I think it's pulled off pretty well. But I really do enjoy everything else in this story. Like, literally, that is just one thing that I can really go, okay, no, this doesn't work. But everything else works completely as intended. Now, Flatline, I think everything it does is done perfectly. I don't think there is a single problem with Flatline. I can't think of any anyways. The two-dimensional creatures, which the Doctor names as the Boneless at the end for some reason, not everything has to have a name, but sure. To Clara trying to be the Doctor because she realises why the Doctor does what he does, and now she's like, well, I could do that. To everything to do with Rigsy being a street artist and all of that motif going in, to the powers that the Boneless have, to the side cast just honestly being well characterised. Honestly, I think that even the pacing, I don't think is an issue. I don't think there is a single issue in the story. I can't think of any. You might think of some, but I can't. I think it was perfect. I keep asking myself, why do I feel more drawn to Mummy on the Orient Express and feel like I want to say it's better when objectively I think Flatline is? Obviously, I like Flatline, I like its conceit, I like everything, but the things I like about Mummy on the Orient Express I like more, and it's not because I think it does it better, it's just a subjective, I think this vibes with my tastes more. But it has an issue, so it's a case of, I don't think opinions can be objective. Even criticism, I think, is pretty subjective, even though it relies on objective reality. You cannot say something is objectively bad because XYZ, because that isn't necessarily bad, it's just not to your taste, perhaps. Unless if I'm proven wrong on this, if I missed something, fair enough, point that out. However, despite that, I personally would rather watch Mummy on the Orient Express again as to Flatline. And Flatline doesn't deter me with that one character who's just an arsehole. It doesn't. But it doesn't deter me at all, but I am just more drawn to Mummy on the Orient Express, and I don't know why. I think the discussion this time shouldn't really be about, do you agree with me? Because you probably do, everyone loves these two. Whatever the case, you can discuss what you feel about Series 8, and I think what you feel about certain stories may well dictate, but then again, that's just how opinions work anyway. Heaven Sent is a masterpiece. You all saw it coming. Heaven Sent is the best episode of Series 9. And what more do I have to say that hasn't already been said? Well, I can explain what I felt during this recent rewatch. That's all I can say. But before I do that, a brief discussion of Series 9.
I find it interesting that Series 9, which may have originally been Moffat's final season, was basically, because he didn't know if Jenna Coleman was returning or not until fairly late in the game, he did have a definitive ending before, but now he's making the sort of final act of the Doctor and Clara's toxic relationship, which I'm not sure how I feel about it right now, because I feel like upon a rewatch I'll like it probably a bit more than I've otherwise liked it before. Mainly because of how I felt about watching the final 3 episodes in preparation for this. I also find it fitting that it's a sequel to the 50th anniversary in a way, because you've got the Doctor basically confronting his feelings about the man who created the Daleks, which are an instrumental part of the Time War. You've essentially got the Zygon two-parter, which is wrapping up what happened with the Zygons in Day of the Doctor, and then the Doctor has finally found Gallifrey. So I do feel like it is a fitting conclusion to everything that was set up in the 50th, which was like the last time he was planning on leaving. So, you know, it's a wrap up. It feels like a fairly definitive finale in a way, a definitive last bow. Whether or not I like it is a different story, but then again, I am not prepared to say either way, because I feel like this is a snapshot of my life where I'm at a point where I previously have not liked it, and I do recognize why, but now I'm starting to sort of shift my opinions.
Shocking.
I don't think my opinions can shift so far that I could like anything more than Heaven Sent, but here we are. We're just going to be talking about Heaven Sent. Are there any honourable mentions? Because I've previously not really liked this season. I'll give it a fair shot, because I do feel like the honourable mentions here may be a bit too weak. And that is the Under the Lake two-parter. I think it is a very good base Under Siege, but it's just that. It's nothing all too special, but for this season's standards that I have previously felt like it had, yeah.
Positively shocking.
I also quite like Face the Raven. It's a very good send-off to Clara. It perfectly encapsulates what her character flaw for this season was, and is a fitting end for the character to go out bravely after making her own mistake. And how this sets up what's happening in Heaven Sent and even in Hellbent is done pretty well. I do think Hellbent kind of doesn't stick the landing for the stuff that was set up in Face the Raven. In some areas, but others it did fairly well. Yeah. I'm not going to say Hellbent because I still have a bit of conflicted feelings about it. Because I did enjoy watching it this time round, because I watched the final 3 episodes to get a full context for Heaven Sent, but because I consider them 3 separate stories. They're separate stories that lead into one another, that have an interconnected theme of losing Clara. It's not a 3-part storyline to me. It's because they're very distinct. It's just it's a trilogy. It's like calling episodes 4, 5, and 6 of Star Wars one storyline, or one story, like a singular narrative, when it's not. They're 3 separate narratives interconnected with an overarching story running through them. This, to me, is a trilogy.
The Force is with you, young Skywalker.
To me, I don't really think Heaven Sent and Hellbent should have been named what they are, because they feel it. Because honestly, if you want to connect them, make Face the Raven have that name too. Or have that naming convention too. If not, make them have their own standalone names. They're either a 3-parter or 3 standalones that lead into one another, and you're vastly benefiting from watching each concurrent installment. So, I feel like I should explain that I feel like Heaven Sent not only... Well, this entire finale has the Doctor being angry and vengeful over Clara's death. And I think the reason why I'm fine with Heaven Sent is that he doesn't really have an opportunity to enact any vengeance, because to me that feels very out of character for the Doctor. But that's the point. I don't buy it, and to me that's where my enjoyment of something like Hellbent can end. However, that doesn't mean to say that I don't buy it to an extent where I can not look past it, because I can. This time around I'm like, do you know what? I understand what he was going for, and there isn't anything that is illogical other than what I feel the character would do, knowing this character's over 50-year history. Heaven Sent does play into that. It works on its own, but I think it also works to set up Hellbent. I don't think there is anything Heaven Sent does that Hellbent doesn't stick true to. Because they give the context that the Doctor could have left at any point, and that was kind of set up in Heaven Sent with his confessions. So, yeah. Also, I might as well make this my definitive, hey, this is what I do and don't like about Hellbent, because I don't think I'm going to get another chance to. Hellbent was fine, apart from, like... I mean, the climax... In my opinion, if you're going to do a climax where it's like, oh, there's no other way, actually make it impossible for anything else to be the case. Because Clara was ready to die. The Doctor wasn't prepared for that. Clara could have just convinced the Doctor. Because, like, she can de-escalate him. We've shown that. She can de-escalate him again. And it's just like, instead of having a whole Chekhov's gun situation and making one of them forget the other, which I do agree is a solution, and it is a solution that, yes, it's the solution we got, and I'm perfectly fine with the way it was done. I don't like complaining about what something wasn't, but in cases where, oh, there is no other way, but I can think of another way, I think that's fair game. And I think, you know, it would have been fitting for both to do so. And at least the Doctor forgetting Clara would have de-escalated things. And yeah, it was a successful climax. Although the ending where Clara's like, oh, there's a bit of wriggle room. She already was prepared to die, and then she was unprepared to die. That kind of goes against what Face the Raven was doing in its entirety. Also, I don't get why the Sisterhood of Karn are there. I don't get why there are Sidemen and Weeping Angels as, like, wraiths. I get Time Lords and Daleks. I get it. I would understand some Tarans as well. But I don't understand what the Angels and Cybermen have to do with Gallifrey. Although there are theories about the Weeping Angels and their ties to Time Lords, that I don't see why the Cybermen are there. Also, I'm not a fan of Rassilon. Not that I think he was badly written, I think he was badly performed. Not saying that the actor's bad, I just don't think he was the right choice. Someone with the gravitas of Timothy Dalton would have made this material a lot more befitting.
Yes. I got the message.
Because he just comes across as a pushover. A grumpy pushover, like, nah, that's not Rassilon, is it? Is there anything else that I don't buy, other than how I feel about the Doctor and Clara? Not really. Other than all of that, it was fairly enjoyable. It was fine. Yeah. Heaven Sent is a masterpiece, as I've said. It's hard to analyze any one particular thing because everything about it, I think, is perfection. I do enjoy other stories more than it, but I don't think this story has done anything wrong. I honestly think the Doctor saying that he knows who the hybrid is, okay, fair, and him saying the hybrid is me, okay, that was a thing that was nicely subverted in Hellbent, because admittedly he thought that Game of Thrones' Maisie Williams, who goes by the name Me, was the hybrid. He genuinely believed that. In fact, he did create the hybrid, but the hybrid was him and Clara and their toxic relationship. But still, and the Doctor running away because he was scared, I can believe that. And I don't think he was scared of the hybrid necessarily, although I think that is what is being insinuated. You can read from that he was scared of the Time Lords, and you can also sort of infer that maybe he's had mixed reasonings, and being scared, being bored, yeah, that I think both can coexist. Heaven Sent is a very poetically written and poetically shot episode, brilliantly performed by Peter Capaldi. The music is done very well. The obsession with mortality and eternity is honestly beautiful. A lot of the direction is breathtaking. The idea that the Doctor's in a personal hell is really good, especially considering he's lost Clara. Any continued existence is hell. And he even says that by the day someone dies isn't the worst, because at least you have something to do. It's all the days they stay dead. Like, lines like that, and the Doctor's thought processes and all of that, honestly, they're beautiful and cleverly written, and everything is paced to perfection. The imagery of the Doctor digging his own grave, the skull, oh my god. And the stuff setting up the time loop, and the time loop being the twist. I genuinely think this is my favourite time loop story of the entire show. I genuinely cannot think of a single time loop story I prefer. I mean, no one's exactly going to say Meglos is better, are they? Also, the time loop itself, when that's revealed as the twist, it's pretty grim, because the Doctor realises he's been here before, and he knows the only way out is to start punching at an impossibly hard wall and keep going forever until the wall wears away, which it will take billions of years total to do. And he has to die and get reborn each and every single time. And also relive the torment that is this prison, and the torment and grief of over losing Clara. It's genuinely a moving piece of television, and I genuinely find it an impressive feat that they were able to pull it off. And honestly, I don't think Hellbent ruins it. I think it doesn't add to it. Hellbent does its own thing with the legwork that Heaven Sent provided. I must say, I did enjoy Clara in all of the episodes we have been discussing, or have been crowned as the crown jewels of each season. Because I genuinely think, when handled well, I enjoy her presence. Even if I disagree with her mentality and don't necessarily like some of her traits, I do feel like when handled well, and when her negative traits don't make her such a unlikable person to the point where I cannot realistically side with her at any point, which I don't think you necessarily have to side with anyone per se to enjoy a piece of media or have a main character be like that, but the unlikability to me bleeds into not really liking spending time with this character, and if I don't like spending time with certain characters, I'm not gonna want to spend time with them, and therefore I may not like or I may not enjoy watching the entire piece. You can enjoy your time with despicable, deplorable people. I mean, you can enjoy spending time with the Master, you can enjoy spending time with, like, Hannibal Lecter, you can enjoy spending time with, I don't know, Darth Vader, I don't know.
But you are not a Jedi yet.
But, like, you know, you can enjoy villains, and you can enjoy deplorable people. You can, or rather, enjoy these fictional characters that are deplorable people, and enjoy spending time with them. But I feel like, yeah, characters can have flaws, and those flaws can make them unlikable to a degree. But I feel like there is a certain point where it starts not just making them unlikable people within their universe, but unlikable to watch, and that's not really what people come to the show for. And feel free to disagree, but to me, that's why I've personally found it quite difficult to enjoy most episodes from the past 3 seasons we've been discussing. But the ones here have a perfect balance. She's either likable, or her character flaws are being built up or paid off. I don't feel like there's an overwhelming amount of I don't like you. I think there's a case of I can see why people do, and I can also see why people shouldn't. But I am enjoying the ride we're going on because you are being written well. Your flaws aren't an overwhelming amount. To me, this is like watching Rose in Series 2. I like Rose in Series 2. I don't think her flaws are overwhelming, but I can understand why people may think that. But yeah. Yeah. I hope this hasn't been too long. But I may not be at peace with Series 9 just yet. But I think I've made my peace with Hellbent. It's a story I enjoyed watching until the very end, and the very end was not... I don't think it was a good ending. But I'm no longer offended because it's happened. It happened, whether I like the fact that they tackled the storyline that I thought ended well, but I wasn't invested in on the whole. The fact that they tackled that instead of the storyline I was actually invested in, and in fact tarnished everything that I was invested in, made me feel defeated and nearly made me want to quit the show in 2015. Now I have a less jaded approach because it's happened. I know that subversion's coming now, and I think it's done well. But of course, feel free to disagree, and feel free to agree or disagree with anything I've said. What is your favourite story of Series 9? And if it's Heaven Sent, we're fine. I'm not gonna disagree. And if Robert's watching, I apologise it didn't go further into that 2-parter. It is good. I do personally recommend it to people who want to watch as much Capaldi as they can that I wouldn't say is controversial. I think that story is good, and I would recommend it. It might be in my top 10 Capaldi stories, it might not, but it's in my top half. But Series 8 and 9 have been a bit iffy for me. But next we have Series 10, which is my favourite Moffat-era season has one of my favourite companions in Bill, tackles the Doctor in a way that makes this iteration of the character possibly one of my favourites. I would say Series 10, 12th Doctor would probably be a contender for my favourite Doctor. And yeah, I have high praises, but what am I going to talk about next week? Speculate below. We're getting into stuff that we've reviewed on the channel, so this is going to be a bit of a possible new different perspective if what I'm going to be talking about overlaps with what I've reviewed. So it's going to be an interesting case of how my opinions have changed over the past, 7 years, 5 years, 3 years, 2 years, 1 year, what have you, you know?
The Crown Jewels.
The Whoniversals started in 2016. There was not a season in 2016. Sure, there was an episode, Return of Dr. Mysterio, which was promptly covered. But the first full season we covered on this channel, as it came out, was Series 10. Naturally, I reviewed some episodes. So the question becomes, what if the Crown Jewels are episodes I have covered before? Back when we were doing the Series 10 reviews, it was decided that I would do episode 5, Oxygen, as well as the finale, World Nothing Time and the Doctor Falls. As time has gone on, I have realised that they are by far the best episodes of the season. Now that's not to say, oh, they became my favourite because I reviewed them. No, I really enjoy the season in general. Choosing an honourable mention is going to be difficult, because I genuinely think there is only one story that doesn't deserve to get that title in this season, and that's The Lie of the Land. Every other story in the season I genuinely think would be an easy contender for Crown Jewels in other seasons. I must give a massive shout out to the first half of the season, because it's a really good mood setter. I have not watched my reviews on the episodes that I am talking about today. They are not my favourites because of the fact that I reviewed them. They are my favourites for the reasons I will discuss. Starting with Oxygen. Oxygen is a base under siege. Already a good formula. I'm a classic Who snob. Base under siege. I know Will's the one that's very much defined himself as a classic Who snob and 62 elitist, like, jokingly, of course, half jokingly. He prefers those things, especially 62. I really love 62 as well. I love the Troughton era, and I genuinely think the sort of framework of this being a base under siege is good, but I'm not someone that's just like, ooh, let's defend ourselves from the monsters. It is a zombie storyline, so naturally there's going to be elements of that. However, the main plot is trying to figure out what to do. The threat isn't just the suits outside with dead corpses inside the suits trying to kill them. They are running out of air, which adds another threat. And not only that, the whole reason they're still alive is because their suits were faulty, which means there's a third layer of it, which really impacts Bill in particular. Now I've mentioned Bill, let me explain. She's in my top 3 New Who companions. I definitely love, I love Martha, I love Donna, I love Bill. And Bill's very special to me because she was the first companion I really truly loved since, Amy and Rory went. So, yeah. Then again, I wasn't a fan of Clara. Still, I'm not really that much, but, what can you do? And Bill was such a breath of fresh air, and as someone who was trying to figure out their sexuality, I kind of needed a character like Bill to really ground me and tell me that's okay. And not only that, she's just fun to be around. And you don't want anything bad happening to her, and she's got these little quirks like basically treating her mum like her imaginary friend and showing her mum all of these things, and basically using her mum as the person she holds dear, feeling comforting even though her mum died when she was a baby. And There's so many aspects to her character, and I just love them all, to be honest. Let's be real, she would be on TikTok. You sense it, but it's not in a cringe way, it's just in a casual way. And I say cringe, I bet if they did it today, I wouldn't care, but I'm saying fandom at large, the most cringe they found her was the fact that she kept having to come out. People kept hitting on her. And there's one more thing that doesn't apply to that I will get into when I talk about the Dr. Falls. Also, Nardole, he's fun. I don't really have much analysis on Nardole. He's fun and I'm glad he's there. Capitalism is something that is screwing us all over as we speak. Making a story about that and the extremes it would go, and the extremes it does currently go, it's a story that logistically decompartmentalizes capitalism and shows you it makes no sense and it's deadly. And it's so satisfying to see the Doctor figure it out. Although there weren't that many clues, there were some that something fishy was going on. But the Doctor just figured it out. But it was set up and paid off, and yeah. Jamie Matheson is great at this sort of thing, like with just basically characterizing the Doctor and characterizing the companions and making sure that even if something does kind of come out of nowhere, it is set up enough. I did mention there was a problem with Mummy on the Orient Express, but this story does set up a good supporting cast who you do want to root for, who do get picked off. And not only that, the villainous concept is handled superbly as well. I wouldn't expect any less from Jamie Matheson. He's someone that people don't really talk about much anymore because like people don't really want to talk about the Capaldi era other than like Heaven Sent and the finale and everything to do with Stephen Moffat's decisions. But I feel like when people do, yeah, obviously Jamie Matheson comes up because he is the best guest writer of the Capaldi era, and I do want him to come back someday. Evidently, because he wrote the best episodes of Series 8 and one of the best episodes of Series 10. The thing that Oxygen does that I think I wanted Doctor Who to do for a long time, and I still kind of do want Doctor Who to do, because it was quite refreshing to see this happen. It's not only the kind of episode or the kind of structure for an episode that I really like. Not only is it paced well, not only is it characterized well, not only are the multifaceted threats done really well, but it's an episode where decisions have consequences. The TARDIS is gone, they can't leave. The sonic screwdriver is gone. The Doctor needs to have more quick wits. He can't just fix everything with the sonic screwdriver. The Doctor goes blind trying to save Bill. Generally, they do have consequences, and Oxygen, I would say, is his best script, especially because he adds consequences to characters' actions. I do recall a really petty thing that I did in my review, like saying it deserves like a 9.9 out of 10 because I was not 100% sure on the scene where Bill went unconscious, but like people told me that, yeah, that's how it usually ends up. Your eyes get a lower frame rate or something. Honestly, why the fuck was I like that? Why? I was a dumb kid, and now it's not a problem, and there was no other flaw. It's perfection. I genuinely think it's probably one of my favourite Doctor Who episodes of all time. But it's not in my top 5, unlike the finale. Oh my god, the finale. If Heaven Sent was like a glass of whiskey, you know, it burns, it hurts you, but in a good way. The Series 10 finale is like 2 glasses of whiskey, because it's twice as long. Michelle Gomez as Missy is an iteration of the Master I've grown to love more and more over time, and it started in Series 10 because I honestly think she's well written, a pretty decent concept. She's intelligent, but she just wants to have fun, and she likes killing people. Do you know what? Slay. And everything in the story has built upon this, but also the scenario adds more to it. I love how this two-parter has just a feeling of despair that does not go away until the very end. Bill, dead. They do save her, but she cannot leave the hospital, which is on the bottom floor, and time moves normally there, but time moves very slowly on the top floor next to the black hole. The contrast between the top being like your wacky Doctor Who adventure and the bottom being disturbing even for horror standards honestly, the patients do give me the chills every time. We've not seen one of the Doctor's companions be turned into a Cyberman before. It happened with Bill, who I have a lot of emotional attachment to, personally. And, ooh, it's hard to watch, especially as she cries through it, and it's upsetting. It's genuinely upsetting. Someone as bright and colourful as Bill gets painted over with a silver coat of paint and stripped away of who she is, which is a lot of analogies and metaphors, and there's a lot of things it relates to, including the Doctor's own personal journey, and it hurts to even think about. The fan service in this does work. Bringing back the original Cyberman design is something that you would need to explain. Expanded media does it well because it's it's just these old ones, and then okay, they were from some of the original expeditions. Here it's trying to tell a sort of origin story for the Cybermen, in a way that's they're from Mondas, blah blah blah. It's not the origin story, it's an origin story, which I like. And the two masters being there is honestly great. They play off each other so well, and not only that, I genuinely think it adds to the whole Missy storyline. The Doctor is able to make it so that at the end of a battle in the second part, a war can be won. However, it's not a battle he can win. He's just trying his best, and he's already mortally wounded. His friend's kind of been put in a blender, and Nardole is Nardole, so he's not got the best chances. Nardole being a badass is something I love in this story. And he's a genuine badass, rather than, I have a license to kick your arse, I'm a badass, baby, that sort of thing. No, he's genuinely badass in the story, and I love it. Seeing the hopelessness and despair throughout this is honestly beautiful, and microcosmically, it's amazing, but macrocosmically, knowing what the 12th Doctor has been through, it makes it even better, because the Doctor also doesn't want to let go of who he is, just like Bill. And speaking of, the one complaint I hear about this story is the last thing that Bill says to the Doctor, or the last thing Bill says to the Doctor while he's conscious, in this episode, as they're both prepared not to see each other again because they're gonna die or something, is basically her clarifying that he knows she's gay. I don't know if you realized, but she wasn't out to her own stepmother. She's out to this other sort of parental guardian figure. This is big for her. She's happy that she was able to be herself around him, and she was happy that he was perfectly fine with it. And that says a lot. And it's honestly touching. I know I jokingly said Heaven Sent is a masterpiece, which I do genuinely agree with. It is genuinely one of the best handled episodes of Doctor Who, but this is easily the best 12th Doctor story, because I think there is not a single thing it fails on. And it also teaches you good science, it's a good horror story, it's a good showcase for our lead characters. It handles fan service well in a way that benefits the story, that also does not require the audience previously knowing. It makes it better, but it's not required. And it's a perfect ending to each of the characters involved, because the characters who have appeared before, even if you count the two incarnations of the Master as separate characters, they all have an ending. Even though, the Doctor's got another one in him, and Bill also makes an appearance, and so does Nardole. But it's a perfect ending. Now it's time to talk about the 12th Doctor in Series 10. If Series 10 was his only season, he would easily be my favourite Doctor of them all. He perfectly encapsulates what it means to be the Doctor. I have issues with the Doctor's characterization in the first 2 seasons, but that's more a stylistic thing, and I'm just like, these things prevent me from calling him my favourite because of the interactions of Clara. Not saying that they're bad, it's more of a me thing. So if the 12th Doctor's your favourite, I completely get it. The thing is, it's kind of difficult to try and compare, because I love the 7th Doctor, I love the 9th Doctor, I love the 2nd Doctor, I love the 1st Doctor, I love the 4th Doctor, I love the 6th Doctor. I also love the 12th Doctor. He makes a character-defining speech. No music, no nothing. Just Peter Capaldi acting his heart out, stating who the Doctor is fundamentally. Bill gets a happy ending at least, and I'm happy about that. And however, basically said, I know when you're crying because I gave you my tear. And then Bill hoping the Doctor survives, and then giving him her tear. Wow, I am actually tearing up. Man, I love this story. It's easily one of the best in Doctor Who, full stop. I talked about Oxygen as well because I thought it would be interesting, and it is my second favourite story of the season. Because, you know, it's interesting to see, like, how my opinions have changed. On your end. I've not checked on my end, because I didn't want to ruin any honest output.
Hello everyone, Nick here. I'm editing this video, but I felt like it was important to address something quite quickly. So as you could probably tell by looking at the video title, seeing the thumbnail, or reading the description below, this is in fact the Crown Jewel video for Doctor Who Series 11. But in the last Crown Jewel video for Series 10, Matt said this.
I'm not moving on from the Moffat era just yet. I'm actually going to be discussing the Christmas specials, so I'm not moving on to Jodie, I'm not moving on to the 13th Doctor just yet. I will, and you'll see that later this month, but for now, I am going to just be covering Christmas specials next week.
So if Matt said he was going to do the Crown Jewel video for the Christmas specials next before moving on to the Jodie Whittaker era, then how come we're doing Series 11 now instead of next week? Simple. He wanted the Christmas specials Crown Jewel video to be released in December, so it would be nearer to Christmas. More appropriate time, don't you think? So, because of that, we are now going to press ahead with the Jodie Whittaker era Crown Jewel videos, starting with, as you can probably already tell, as we've already started it, the Series 11 Crown Jewel video. With all of that cleared up, Matt, take it away.
For all you viewers watching, don't be mean in the comments. I know it's popular to dunk on the Chibnall era, but quite honestly, trying to say, oh, this is the best of it, and being like, ha ha ha, everything is equally as bad as each other and the worst thing to ever happen to the show, you're not doing this in good faith. This is a good faith series about the best of each season of Doctor Who, including the Chibnall era, including the 13th Doctor's seasons. And, funnily enough, there is something that isn't the worst thing. So therefore, that implies there is a best thing. Shock horror. And shock horror, again, it's actually good. I do think there are some highlights of the season, definitely, Series 11. Of course, we've got Rosa. I think it's a very good historical. And it takes you away. Very high concept sci-fi, right down my alley. I was so close to marking it as a crown jewel. And it might as well be, to be honest. Yeah, it takes you away. Is a very good story that really takes some turns. And one story in the season is kind of marked down for having a theme contrasting with its actual plot substance, and having its third act be a bit subversive for no particular good reason. Like, not saying that wasn't planned within the story, but it's a bad plan, is what I'm trying to indicate. It takes you away, does subversion really good. You think there's a monster, turns out there's actually a portal, turns out there's no monster, turns out it's just a sentient universe who wants to be friends, also there's a frog on the chair. That, yeah, No, I like it. And it's very much dealing with a sense of loss and a sense of, trying to cope. I do definitely think it is one of the strongest of the 13th Doctor's run of them all. But I have a feeling that Demons of the Punjab might be even better. I don't think my opinions are that much different to when I reviewed Demons of the Punjab. It's not a repeat of last time, by the way, because the Ghost Monument, I like it. It's not a crown jewel. But yeah, my opinions on Demons of the Punjab I don't think have changed all that much. God, these episodes are going to be short, aren't they? But Demons of the Punjab is a very... It also has a bit of a subversion. It makes you think, ooh, these demons are the evil villains because they're assassins, but turns out they just want peace. And that, I think, is not only a really good idea, but it perfectly encapsulates the theme of grief and loss that this story handles. And of course, it was set up through Prem's memories of the war, and what he fought for in the war is completely antithetical to the world he is living in now. A world about division. And if you're not for division, you might get lost in the crossfire.
He said it!
The fact that the decision to divide up India was made by people who we don't even see, and we just focus on the families that it's tearing apart, is beautiful and gorgeous and personal. And I've kind of underestimated how much Yaz is doing in this episode. Like, she's not being much of an active participant. I don't really think anyone other than the Doctor is. They are observers handling their emotions. I think Ryan is the one that's being sidelined the most, because although, yes, he's doing a proactive thing, that's all he's doing. Meanwhile, Yaz seems to be instigating the plot, instigating their involvement, all because she wants to get to the bottom of the story behind her grandmother and her grandmother's wedding. She just wants to see potentially her happiest moment, but in fact ends up seeing the most tragic. And Yaz is internalizing this a lot throughout the episode. And Graham is the glue to keep the side cast and our main characters together, giving advice to Yaz to try and, mitigate her feelings, which could end up possibly, harmful to the situation. And also, just when he knows Prem is going to die that day, but he wants to see Prem at his happiest moment with his marriage, just the glints in his eyes, it's beautiful. I definitely think this story is possibly the most beautiful thing that I've seen the 13th Doctor era do, and I do think... I mean, I could change my mind on this, because I'm doing some rewatches, of course, in preparation. So something in Series 12 could end up overtaking it. I don't think Flux or the specials will, because I only like 2 of the specials, and they're not as good as this, and Flux, on the whole, is a bit of a mess, so it wouldn't be that, so it would probably be something in Series 12, if not this. And before you all say, oh, it peaked early, no. Look. 13th Doctor's run may have its best story in her first season, right? Do you know what else did, in my opinion? The first Doctors, the third Doctors, and the 11th Doctors. Yeah. Series 11, my thoughts on it overall. I think it was an interesting start. I do definitely think we should have had... the season was very much back-ended. Everything great about this season happened after episode 5. I did like the opening 3 episodes, and everything after episode 5 was great, other than the final episode, which is the weakest of the season in my opinion. But I do definitely think it was trying to set a tone. And I definitely liked this casual yet melancholic tone. Which, sure, we have an upbeat Doctor to counteract that. But in a way, I like how she thematically is the light that guides the characters. Yaz didn't get much this season, which I do think is an issue. But I do think she was good in Demons of the Punjab, and well, whatever she got to do, it takes you away as well. But Ryan and Graham processing their grief, the Doctor was the way they got guided through it. But it was, they processed it themselves. The Doctor just being there to be essentially their tour guide through the universe, through time and space, helped them reconnect themselves. And they may have not have been able to do that without her. I definitely think that Series 11 could have been the start of something special. I don't personally think it was, only because I think the direction they went was more the style that was, oh, it's just an adventure. But, like, I much prefer the stuff that feels heartfelt in the Chibnall era, because it's trying to just feel good. Feel warm and friendly and calm. Sure, it may not be the melodrama of the RTD era or the introspection of the Moffat era, but it's just trying to be. And I don't think it's meant to be anything more than what it is, really. There are some places where it may be lacking, but I don't feel like the whole era should be written off because it's trying to be a McDonald's and not a 5-star Michelin restaurant. Things can be compared, but the scope that the Chibnall era is trying to be when it comes to the interpersonality of the characters isn't meant to be that grand. I'm not saying you shouldn't criticize what there is, not saying you shouldn't compare, but at the same time, just know that it is trying to be its own thing, and it is, whether you like it or not, I don't know. I just feel like people are unfairly dogpiling on the Chibnall era, and it's like, I don't think it deserves all the hate that it gets. I feel like people are just trying to make excuses for hating on it, instead of, doing something better with their life, like liking the things they already like. You know? I'm not saying you should like everything, but focusing on the stuff you hate, when you should be focusing on what you love, isn't the way to go. And in a way, that's kind of what the 13th Doctor as a character is meant to symbolise. A hope and a light towards all of that. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Crown Jewels. Happy anniversary, everyone. This is going up, hopefully, around the 60th anniversary. But here we are. And, of course, I'm going to be talking about possibly the most divisive season yet. I don't hate Series 12. I don't think I would honestly really say I hate any season. But Series 12 is perfectly fine. Like, I enjoy it more than the likes of Series 7, Season 20, and so on. It does overall rank lower. It probably is going to be the lowest ranking of Jodie's run as well, because it doesn't really have good bookending stories. Spyfall and even Autumn 55, although I enjoy them, aren't that amazing. And the finale, I don't want to say it deserves the reputation it has. It's not good, but I will say everything else is perfectly enjoyable. You've got the good Fugitive of the Doom, the great Nikola Tesla's Night of Terror, and
some really good outings as well. There's a really good run of 3 episodes that I'm not exactly sure how to rank, and not exactly sure if I should omit any. So I'm just going to talk about all 3, and yeah. So, why is no one talking about Praxius?
It's Doctor Who time, baby.
Everyone says it's far too fast-paced. I disagree. Sure, it's got a breakneck pace, but nothing feels like it's rushed. It feels more so like there is nothing but action. Action that every step is required for the resolution. And it knows when to slow down as well, considering the scenes where Graham is talking to Jake are really good. Because I personally think they understood that with this breakneck pace, they needed to slow down in certain scenes. Luckily, they didn't slow down so much that they had to ramp up and accelerate everything. Jake's whole relationship with his husband is a B-plot that's very nice, and serves as a perfect drive for his character. Well, both their characters, really. That being said, I do think Suki is great. I really, really like her personality, the vibe she gives off. I also like the globe-trotting aspect of it. Yes, Chibnall likes to do this a lot, but I do think here it works the best. All of the companions are split up and actually do something. Ryan utilizes his brain. Yaz actually decides, hey, just leave me behind so I can do some investigating, and Graham is the emotional support. And you know what? That is a good unit, whilst the Doctor is driving the plot and is the one who's like, right, I'm gonna figure this stuff out, but the companions are there helping her. When this TARDIS team is done right, it proves why I think 3 companions is perfectly fine. But you've got to do it right, and I do really enjoy it, and it's possibly one of, if not my favourite, story of the season, and even the entire run. It's a hidden gem, it's a crown jewel, as it were. Something else that I think people do talk about a bit more, in the way that I think they should, but talk about a lot more for one moment, is Can You Hear Me?
Oh, come on!
It's an episode about mental health, and it's very much important to all of us. Again, it splits the Doctor up away from her companions, and the companions do their own thing, mainly Anguish in their own personal stories of mental health. We learn about Yaz's backstory and why she's a police officer, and it's like, people say Yaz had nothing. Do you know what? I've just listed, so far, 4 episodes where she's brilliant. And do you know what? In most of those, so are Ryan and Graham. So, like, speaking of, Ryan really taking care of his friend, but he does actually have an arc in the season, which no one talks about, and that is his desire to leave. It's in Can You Hear Me, and it is in The Timeless Children as well. And also in Revolution of the Daleks, where they make it explicit by him talking with the Doctor about it. But one of his insecurities is the fact that because he was caring for his friend, who really needed the help, he was thinking, well, considering I'm away so much, he's gonna change and alter and be unrecognizable, and I will do too. And we'll just miss each other, and he'll grow old, and the world will be in flames, and I won't be there for him. And honestly, why is no one talking about this? This is one of the best bits of characterization in the entire run. It's a low bar, I admit, but this is higher than that bar, and no one seems to be talking about it. With Graham, I mean, we all know what's happening with Graham. He's a cancer survivor, he lost his wife. They were going to bring that back up, because these things do affect you long term. I'm going to have to talk about that scene now that I mention it. Okay. I don't think that scene is good either. Don't get me wrong, I don't think it's good. I can see what Chris Chibnall was trying to do, and it's still, like, she's still trying to be as open as she can by going, right, I'm going to do this now, while I think of something that I should have said, And I'll tell you, because I don't know what to say. I honestly think the dialogue could have been worded a bit better, and Jodie's performance could have had that much more empathy. I usually really like Jodie's performance as my favourite aspect of the 13th Doctor, but this is like the one example I can think of where admittedly the mark was missed. Not because she's doing a bad job, but it's just the performance she gave and the material that was there kind of misaligned for once. And it can happen. It can happen. Also, Can You Hear Me is great in the sense that we've now got a godlike being who feeds on nightmares, does really creepy stuff. I like it. We're gonna sense a theme with this one and the next one I'm talking about. An analogy of the sins of the real world. Like Ryan dreaming he's in a world of flames and seeing his aged friend saying, "Hey, you abandoned us." Like, yeah. No, yeah, that stuff I like. I also just flat out like this demonic character just creepily standing in dark rooms, this child being, like, reassured there's no bogeyman, and he's saying, "That's not true." I don't think any of you should be surprised I had this positive rant about, like, crazy imagery, considering, like, my crown jewel for Series 2 was the Doctor's fighting the literal devil. The last one's The Haunting of Villa Diodati.
I think I'm seeing dead people.
I don't think anyone's surprised. I like the creepy horror haunted house vibe in the first half. I think it's done incredibly well. I think I would have preferred it if it was a two-parter, so we could have had even more of that, because I also really like the stuff with the Cybermen, or rather the Lone Cyberman, which takes up the second half of the episode. And I do think both halves are really good in their own right. It makes sense for them to share a story. I just wish we got even more. But I don't think we were denied a brilliant story by it only being like 50 minutes long. I think it could have reached even greater heights if it were longer, but the characters were well done. I also really do like how for once it feels like Chris Chibnall actually paid attention to what happened in the Moffat era, given that the Doctor's like, I don't want to lose anyone else to the Cybermen, not again. Which I think was confirmed to be a direct reference to Bill. But not only do I like the sort of spooky structure, and I could have watched a full-on four-parter of that first half alone. As soon as the Lone Cyberman goes into the picture, it gets different. Because they figured out that the whole, the whole villa is shifting around its layout. And they're figuring out all the sci-fi stuff as well. I do genuinely think that it does balance just normal gothic horror with hard sci-fi extremely well. And Ashad as a character is quite interesting. He's got a really cool aesthetic, but also the fact that they went quite hardcore with his backstory, being like, I used to be a father, but then I slit the throats of my children because they joined the resistance. Like, oh my god! Oh my god! And then there's the whole, altering timeline stuff, and the Doctor has to lose in order to try and win. We've seen stuff like that before. We've seen the Doctor do this before in different incarnations, but I genuinely think that the way the story ended was quite cool, quite beautiful. Percy seeing his own death? Jeez, this story's not taking prisoners, and I like it when, like, you get this aesthetic of we're just doing insanity, and we are pushing the boundaries of what this show can be. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Crown Jewels. We've got another weird one. So with Season 23, that was all one story, The Trial of the Time Lord, for Series 13 of, I guess, this second era of Doctor Who. It's Flux. So, I'm going to try and do the same thing I did there, which is basically discuss how I feel about the storyline as a whole, and try and pick out my favourite segment from it. Flux is a bit messy. I don't think it's bad. I really enjoy the energy of it, but it produces this weird thing because it's all one story. It's a story I enjoy, and I enjoy the story more as a whole, as a 6-hour experience, than I prefer the 8-9 hour experiences of Series 11 and Series 12. However, because they are episodic rather than completely serialized, there are highlights I can pick from and go, yes, this is a crowning jewel. Meanwhile, you can't really say there is a crown jewel in this big, sort of, all-right gemstone. But I can say that my favourite part of it was Village of the Angels. I like Tour of the Sontarans too. I definitely think Chris Chibnall understands what makes these monsters tick, and they're great. And they're also set in history, which his era is usually good at. It's also got strong characters, such as Claire, she was great. Jericho, he was great. As characters throughout the entirety of Flux, they are genuinely really solid, and I would love to see more of them. Jericho, it's a bit more difficult, considering he dies at the end of the Vanquishers. I also do like Belle and Vinda. Like, people didn't like their plotline. I thought it was cute. It's fine. As for any of the other characters, I think the only character in Flux I didn't really care for was the Grand Serpent. But he's not in this episode, so I'm not going to really talk about him. But I like Dan. He's fun. I kind of wish we got more of the Doctor and Dan. Because Dan is more of Yaz's companion throughout his entire tenure. Yaz is great. And she's almost kind of got this investigative side to her because, you know, that's what she's trained to do. That's what she enjoys doing. And she's no longer a police officer. She still adopts the skills that she learnt into what she does. And do you know what? I like it. The entire plot to do with Division, it's interesting. It was possibly the most interesting avenue to explore in regards to where the Timeless Child left off. Delving deeper into that was interesting, but also Chris Chibnall didn't give us all the solutions, but Division being powerful and being the main threat in Flux makes a lot of sense. In terms of the lore with the Weeping Angels, it feels like everyone says that this is like the greatest hits of the Weeping Angels. I disagree. Of course, you've got sort of things that you've seen in like the likes of Blink or the likes of Time of the Angels, but realistically, they're done in a sort of different lens. We actually get to see characters actually in the past sort of mull over the fact like, oh god, are we just gonna stay here for the rest of our lives? And I think that was something that you never really got in the other Weeping Angel stories, except maybe Angels Take Manhattan. Like, because something like Blink doesn't really have that. It's not really what the story's about, but like, here, now that we have a bit of a longer runtime, a lot more going on in terms of, okay, we've got like 3 storylines essentially. But I do definitely think with those, it makes sense to explore the emotional ramifications in a slow-paced kind of way. And the whole image of an angel thing being realistically taken to its limit. It's trying to be creepy, and I think it succeeds. I think the main thing is that they definitely wanted to visually do something different with the angels. Like, of course, there's very limited things you can actually do with the angels themselves, but in terms of what they can actually do, like with the flaming angel, the angel in someone's mind, and also the angels in the walls, all of that, it's trying to do a different take on the Weeping Angels that I don't think diminishes what has come before. But I do think this episode was successful in that, and I think Flux as a whole, it juggled a lot of things, and maybe it shouldn't have, and it was quite messy. But at the end of the day, I think it's a fun story. I think it's fun on the whole, and it does genuinely have high points throughout. It's probably my favourite 13th Doctor season, but not anywhere like... It's not... I don't think Flux is in my top 10 13th Doctor stories at all. It's definitely not in my top 5, and I probably by the end of this I could probably think of like 5 more. But I do think it's fun. And I think it's an interesting thing to revisit. And do you know what? Village of the Angels does definitely have a lot of suspense and a lot of momentum. And that is probably the best thing about Chris Chibnall and his run, is the momentum. But I definitely think that combined with Maxine Alderton's eye for the aesthetic and for the creepy factor definitely made a brilliant team when it came to bring back the Weeping Angels. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Doctor Who's Crown Jewels. What are the crown jewels of the 2022 specials, I hear you ask? It's just not Legend of the Sea Devils. Don't have excuses for that one. That one's just not very good. The others, though, Eve of the Daleks and Power of the Doctor, are pretty good. I think they're some of the best of the era, which is why they are worth covering. Let's start with Eve of the Daleks first. I think it is a fairly unique take on a Dalek story. Yes, it's essentially a base under siege, utilising a time loop. And it makes sense that the time loop ends because they get killed. I mean, sure, like, it doesn't need to be the Daleks, but let's be real, it's fine that they are the Daleks, because the entire point and the entire theme of the episode is that everyone's meant to learn and outmaneuver everyone else, including the Daleks. They're learning, they're evolving, they're meant to use their intelligence, which the Daleks are quite intelligent and deadly. Perfect combination, makes sense as a story. The characterization is also quite good. I definitely think Nick and... I forget the name of Aisling Bea's character. I definitely think they make a great pair, great foils for each other. I don't know, it's just cool to see Aisling Bea in Doctor Who. She's a very funny comedian. I definitely think she elevates the material she's given, and it's actually pretty good material. It's some of Chris Chibnall's best. And I don't really have anything else to say. I just really enjoyed it. I thought there were quite funny moments, and I felt like the story was just executed in a pretty solid way. I'd happily revisit this one. I genuinely think it's a go-to for the 13th Doctor for me. Although, Power of the Doctor, I feel like if I wanted a taste of the 13th Doctor's era, as well as just a taste of everything I love about the show, I still think Power of the Doctor's really good for what it is. Yes, there are some gaps in logic in terms of some narrative elements, but the thing is, a lot of defenders of Power of the Doctor, and I will also say this too, will claim that the pace of it kind of fixes that, because it happens fast enough where it's like, yeah, that doesn't really matter. And you may be like, oh, but Chibnall's stuffing so much into it. Well, I'm sorry, but he's making a TV show, not a movie. And if you're saying, oh, he shouldn't have all these elements, I disagree. I think all of these elements are there to serve the purpose of the story, which is meant to be a celebration. But, like, some characters like Ian, some characters like Joe, some characters like, well, Ace and Tegan, they feel like characters that, for the former two, they feel like characters that could pop up and, like, you know, it's fine. It doesn't really change anything about their time on the show. Meanwhile, with Ace and Tegan, there still felt like there would be things that need to be talked out, which I do feel like with Tales of the TARDIS now being a thing, I do think this episode still did a good job. As a fan of Ace, there are discussion points to be had. Same thing with Tegan, but like, I'm gonna throw my hat into the ring about the discussion about
Ace's ending and people saying, oh, why is she apologizing? Like, okay, we don't know what happened. I'm sorry, but look back to my Crown Jewels on Curse of Fenric, Season 26 one. And also just watch The Curse of Fenric again. The 7th Doctor gives a shit about his friends. He cares. All of the Doctors do. It's one of my favourite aspects about the character, and it was definitely in the text in The Curse of Fenric. I do hope Ace recurs some more, so not only has she gotten that personal closure, but, you know, if we just find out a little nugget more about what happened, then we can assess, okay, Tegan's a very different scenario. Tegan's like, well, my life did happen, kind of resentful that it did happen in the way it did, especially given how the Doctor seemed to have ghosted her. And that's the thing she cannot really get over. She cannot get over the Doctor acting in that way towards her, towards everyone else. And she just felt abandoned. And that was addressed, or especially with the trauma of being the reason why the Cybermen are doing the things, especially with her trauma to do with the Cybermen. As for the Master's plan, everyone's like, oh, it doesn't make sense, and yeah, I kind of agree. I kind of agree it doesn't make sense, but at the same time, thematically it does. Maybe not narratively, and I don't think that matters all too much, although it does matter to some degree. The audience does need to know what a plan actually really is, logistically to some degree. What if the Doctor got corrupted in the way they see the Doctor, the way they want to see the Doctor as well? I don't know, it feels like a bit of fudging together of not my Doctors as an entire concept, but also trying to get into the psychology of them and projecting that through the Master. The companion departures, I am fine with Dan's. It's not great, but I'm fine with it, and I buy it. Like, it's not that he nearly died, it's that he pushed his luck further than he'd ever pushed it before, and he's like, I was much closer to death than I'd ever been, I'm not comfortable. That's fine. I get that. Yaz just went because the Doctor didn't want her to be there anymore because the new showrunner was coming in, and I just don't really like that departure. But I do like the episode overall, and after Yaz's departure, we have some of the best scenes in the episode. I do love the companion support group. I don't know, like, I'm just a sentimental person, and it just tugged on my heartstrings, and I feel like it's nice that they're all getting together and sharing their experiences, and it continues the themes of the episode that the Doctor brings people together. And the Doctor's regeneration itself is just so beautiful, one of the best regeneration scenes in the entire show, in my opinion. But also the rah-rah Rasputin scene is great. Hello, Whovians, and Merry Christmas. You didn't think I would ignore the Christmas specials, do you? That being said, I did do so twice. I said I was gonna do it on 2 separate occasions, and then just decided not to. But I'm doing it now, mainly because it's Christmas. So I thought I would go over the Christmas specials. To clarify, when considering what I would want to talk about for this video, I only included the Christmas specials, not the festive specials of the 13th Doctor's run. I had things that I would have rather talked about in this series anyway, in any category, including festive specials. So I'm only gonna include all the Christmas specials, specifically from the Christmas Invasion, all the way up to Twice Upon a Time. Any one of those specials I am talking about. For now, giving you a Christmas present. So, Christmas specials, ironically enough for me on this channel, have been a bit weird. One of the very few, like, negative videos I have on the channel is about me not liking Christmas specials, but I guess that was, like, me as a moody teenager who didn't like fun. I will admit that. I have had a change of heart. There are some Christmas specials which I don't think are good, and I do feel like if you've not got a good idea for the like Christmas slot, maybe don't necessarily push for it. Some things you can try but fail, like I would say Doctor Within the Wardrobe is that. For the most part, I think most Christmas specials are largely harmless. Like, at worst, they're just not for me. Give or take, like, one, which I just don't think is good on any real writing level, but we'll not speak about that one. I'll let you speculate about that. So I'm going to talk about my 3 honourable mentions, and they're from the David Tennant years, the Russell T Davies years, or the original Russell T Davies years. He's back now. I think the first 3 Christmas specials of, I guess the 2005 to 2022 period of the show, the first 3 Christmas specials out of those, I think are pretty good. I think the Christmas Invasion is a very clever setup for a new Doctor. A very good way of doing a post-regeneration story. Yeah, sure, the Doctor's not in it, but surely it makes when he is in it all the more satisfying, as he immediately saves the day and wins us over. So we have more time with the more familiar elements of Rose, Jackie, Harriet. Yeah, you know? The Runaway Bride, I think, is a fun romp. It introduces us to Donna, and, like, some people are like, oh yeah, I don't like Donna in this, but, like, that's the point. You're not meant to, like her. She's very much Bridezilla. But at the same time, you start to see little bits of heart in her, which makes her return basically set her up to be, like, the perfect companion, as we have seen. Like, I think Donna is one of the greatest companions of them all. And Voyage of the Damned is surprisingly just poignant and nice. Like, it's just, like, it's campy, but it's also borderline tragic. It is tragic in some places. There's comedy, but there's action, and there is just charm as well. Tastefulness, maybe not. Doing a Titanic... I mean, is 95 years after the fact too soon? Who's to say? But, like, I think the narrative's fine. I think it's fine. I also like The Next Doctor, as I spoke about in the 2009 specials video. But I don't like it as much to be an honourable mention here as well. Stephen Moffat's hit or miss for me. Another honourable mention I want to speak about is The Return of Dr. Mysterio. It's fun, it's camp. People don't like it because it's too cartoony, but again, that's the point. It's trying a different genre. I wouldn't want Doctor Who like this all the time, but as a one-off, I think it works. I think it works. And I think that's everything. Everything else was not for me, or the crown jewels of the Christmas specials. And yes, there's 2 of them. Let's start off by talking about A Christmas Carol. I think A Christmas Carol is easily... It's just beautiful. It's one of the best 11th Doctor stories. It doesn't necessarily do the narrative of the Charles Dickens novel beat by beat. And I think it would be a mistake to do that. Trying to take the just core, like the core essentials of that story. There is a Scrooge. His name is Scrooge. He's a bad man, and 3 ghosts need to basically make him not that. Okay, right. How do we make that into a Doctor Who story? And they prioritized making it a Doctor Who story as well. It just has some elements thrown in. And they also made it just like a steampunk planet. Because if they want to do like some sci-fi stuff, it makes sense to set in the future. But how do you do future but also allude to Victorianness? Steampunk! They do make it a character piece of their Scrooge allegory, which, if you're gonna make a pastiche of A Christmas Carol to any degree, yes, you should center around the Scrooge character, but whatever you do to build upon that, incorporate the 3 ghosts however you will, but tell your own story, unless if it's a full-blown adaptation of some description. Doing something very heartfelt felt right. So how is the Scrooge character? Well, his name's Kazran Sardik, and he is played excellently by the late Michael Gambon. Fantastic actor, and he was absolutely amazing as Kazran. Despite being rich, he is unhappy. But Abigail's family it can be happy without riches, and I think that does spark something in him. Not that alone. He does go through a journey that the Doctor propels him through, and I think it really is a good journey. I'm using that one example as a springboard for his journey. Yeah, I just really like Kazran and the three actors that play him, because it's not just Michael Gambon, but he is the main one. They all do a fantastic job, and he's great. I think the Ghost of Christmas Past being the Doctor rewriting his history, the Ghost of Christmas Present trying to get that empathy from him, and the Ghost of Christmas Future being Kazran's older self. Like, it's genius. There are genius subversions to the Christmas Carol tropes, and also it being about a literal carol, like literal singing as a recurring motif, but not just as a recurring motif, but having Abigail's function within the plot isn't just as someone for Kazran to fall in love with, but she is someone who has such empathy for the fish that Kazran also has. She was created to be the love interest, however, giving her an additional role with agency, she needed to do something, and it was kind of like against her will, but largely she does get some agency. Like, she does want to visit her family, she does manage to save the day. It is her that saves the day, realistically, with all the singing. Honestly, the imagery, the themes, the character beats, they're just all there, and it feels like it's a Christmas special made for me, in a way. But it is not my favourite. Taking everything in A Christmas Carol into account, it's my favourite for reasons that are in every scene. But the ending of the Husbands of River song, to me, is what makes it my favourite. And Thomas is seething right now. He is seething. So, the Husbands of River song. It's a bit campy, and I didn't really want Doctor Who to be campy and silly and River Songy and Moffat-y back when it aired. It's a romp, isn't it? It's like, it is meant to be, especially considering the previous episode was quite heavy. I can see why Stephen Moffat wrote it the way he did. It's also nice to see Greg Davies, the Taskmaster himself, in a Doctor Who episode. It's fun. He's camp as well. Like, it's filled with comedians, and it is largely built on the 12th Doctor and River Song's dynamic together, and I think that's what sells it. I think now that's what grounds me, and the camp elements are just a bit fun, aren't they? But it's not just their dynamic. Like, admittedly, there's a lot less to it other than there's a lot of comedy. I think the comedy lands now. As an adult, I think it lands. And it's not just about their dynamic. Their dynamic is the core to it. And that includes the ending, which is why it's my favourite. Not only is it something that's just well done on the whole, but it also manages to do something that I think is amazing. I just think those last 10 minutes... I'm a really sentimental person, and Doctor Who being sentimental of itself, especially this year, brings a warm feeling to my heart. Obviously, I want the show to move forward. I want it to move forward, but I don't want it to never look back. Of course, there are times when it's appropriate, there are times when it's not, and I feel like now we've had a lot of times where it's appropriate back to back. Let's move on. But I feel like you kind of needed those last 10 minutes to close the door truly on Riversong. And so the Doctor does care. And seeing this side of the 12th Doctor is magical, and it's... Oh no, I'm just a sentimental guy. I just love it. I had to talk about both because I love both A Christmas Carol and Husbands of Riversong very much, and I find it hard to really tell which one's my favourite. I'm saying Husbands is my favourite mainly because it's cheating. It's doing the thing that I like things to do. Or it does the thing that really overrides any of my critical analysis. I guess, to really sum it up, I think A Christmas Carol makes my brain happier. And The Husbands of Riversong makes my heart happier. Both make both happy, but that is where I stand on those.
Hello, and welcome to Doctor Who's Crown Jewels. This is a new series I'm going to be doing on this channel over this year to celebrate the 60th anniversary of Doctor Who. Because I love this show, I want to pick out my favourite stories from each season and possibly beyond. My belief is that no matter how awful you may think the show is, there is still always a diamond in the rough. A crown jewel, if you will. Hello everyone, and welcome to the final episode of Crown Jewels. Yep, that's all of Doctor Who. So, before I start, I hope everyone had a good time during Christmas, or whatever you celebrate. But I think we've had a lot to celebrate lately. I think the specials we've had this year are great. The 3 with the 14th Doctor celebrating the 60th anniversary of the show was a triumphant return for the show, as well as a triumphant celebration of its history, and a celebration of the kinds of stories that Doctor Who has told in the past and will tell in the future. Meanwhile, the church on Ruby Road itself is fresh. It feels completely fresh. Both a return to form, as well as an evolution of said form. Now, this is going to be quite a different video, because although I would say, as of recording, Wild Blue Yonder is probably my favourite episode we had this year, as I'm sure it is for many of you, I don't feel comfortable saying, oh, let's just talk about Wild Blue Yonder. That doesn't feel right. I think they're a bit too new. I think the beauty of what I was doing with Crown Jewels is looking at the show's history and seeing how I've mellowed about each of them. But I can't really mellow on something that's just boring, just fresh out the oven. I don't know. It doesn't sit right with me. Secondly, I think they were all pretty good, like, to similar degrees. I mean, some people are like, oh, Star Beast was just okay. I disagree. I think Star Beast was just as fantastic as something like The Giggle, you know? For different reasons, but I'll get to that. I just feel like we need to end on not just a reflection on the show as a whole, but a reflection on the future. I mean, something about the 14th and 15th Doctors is that they feel very much like the 10th Doctor to some degree. Not entirely. I mean, of course the 14th Doctor is going to be a lot more like the 10th Doctor, but when Russell said, yeah, he's going to be like the 10th Doctor, he genuinely, I feel, overstated how much he was going to be like the 10th Doctor. Because he always added the caveat of, well, he's had the experience of being Matt Smith, Peter Capaldi, and Jodie Whittaker. And that does not only show explicitly in dialogue that, yes, he has lived those events, and the performances while discussing that dialogue, particularly in Wild Blue Yonder when the Flux was mentioned. That's the highlight of the lived experiences of 11, 12, and 13, showing in 14. But he's also one that is designed to reflect on the past, not just from a meta-contextual point of view, which I think would have naturally toned down any of the character flaws that, or rather fatal flaws of the 10th Doctor as a character, mainly his vanity and desire to win at any cost. Because I feel like the 10th Doctor is a lot like that. The difference is he's a lot warmer, he's less cold, but he's in denial about it. Meanwhile, yes, he's still in denial as the 14th Doctor, but he's in denial of his own feelings. Because not only does he reflect metacontextually, but he's also designed to reflect on his own journey that he's had, especially with all the stuff that went on recently, which was very much reiterated in The Giggle, and the ending for his character. But the bi-generation, I'm fine with it, mainly due to the fact that it was honestly perfectly reasonable. From a lore perspective, it raises some questions that if this is the only time we're going to see it, I don't think need answering too much. I do feel like the episode didn't really explain the logistics of it properly, but thematically it works because we need the Doctor to get closure on all of their trauma. And the 15th Doctor is a product of that trauma being resolved to some degree. Although we see in the Church of Ruby Road, trauma doesn't go away, and I think that is beautiful. So yeah, 14 is the therapy Doctor. And now that I mentioned 15, I'm going to bring him up, because he was also prominently in the final act of The Giggle, but also in the Church of Ruby Road. He's very much... I feel like I'm picking up on the sense that he's definitely got the energy that 10 had as well, with the whole deductive reasoning being very 10th Doctor. But his character interactions are like the 9th Doctor, which is what I really like. But obviously, he's not just a combination of previous Doctors. I mean, Ncuti brings a lot to the table as well, being very energetic, very confident, very suave, and very sexy. Like... I genuinely think all of those were going to be brought to the table with Ncuti Gatwa as the Doctor alone. His Doctor very much brings some of the best characteristics that Russell C Davies wrote for the Doctor. Maybe not necessarily gave himself, they could have just been reconstituted, but... And also with a final, basically, coat of paint and aftertaste that Ncuti Gatwa brings with his performance. I would say... If you have the best things a writer can give, plus a really good starting off point to make it different if the writer has done stuff before, and also have an act that brings a fresh tone as well, you've got a cocktail that is so delicious and so refreshing, and I am honestly excited to see more of him. I think Donna returning proved exactly why she's one of the best companions. I remember when I was talking about Series 10 on Crown Jewels, I was just talking about how much I love Bill and, like, she's my favourite companion. The thing is with, like, New Who companions, it is literally Bill or Donna for me. And every time I watch them, I'm like, this one's my favourite. But then when I watch the other, I'm like, oh, but they're my favourite. You know, it's difficult. It's difficult because they're both so amazing. But do you know what? So's Ruby. Ruby is very much... She's young, and she's of this generation. She's of the generation that are going to be watching. And she's going to be more relatable, and I feel like all of her plights and turmoils, we feel sorry for her, naturally, but at the same time, she has her own determination and ferocity that I knew Millie Gibson was going to give. So, like, naturally, we've got Rose, we've got, well, Ruby had a friend who was played by a trans person. No one batted an eye, because do you know what? It is normal. Rose... you know, struggles with dealing with transphobia, and also she's just amazing. She is this person that Donna absolutely wants to protect, and you can see why. I kind of wish we got more of her, but we're gonna get more of her. I would say Russell's not lost the knack for villains. Beep the Meep obviously had a certain characterization already, but the Meep's always been fantastic, and I think the fact they made it more of a twist this time, I think it was the right call. I think it makes it more dramatic, because you are making a drama. But it's perfect, campy fun for Doctor Who, and the Star Beast as a story has a structure that it is perfect to just reintroduce Doctor Who. It is a textbook Doctor Who story. So yeah, my favourite kind of Doctor Who is basically Doctor Who stories which are unsettling to some degree, either because they are creepy or because it makes you bittersweet at the end. This was the former. And David Tennant and Catherine Tate give chilling performances as the Not Things. And it produces really interesting drama. It's great, and the themes of World Blue Yonder and the enigma of World Blue Yonder. And it's insane. I would say the only thing I didn't like, I think the opening skit, essentially, of World Blue Yonder, it was unnecessary, kind of broke the tonal flow. You know, I don't hate it. I think it's good on its own. I just don't know how I feel about it. I think the only thing I wasn't a fan of in the giggle was how the bi-generation, what we did get as an explanation, I don't think was enough because it was confusing. But Neil Patrick Harris delivers a great performance. The material there is pretty cleverly written, and he just does it well. Unit came back, and yeah, love it. Unit high tech. It bounced back very hard. Kate was great. I loved Shirley Bingham. Like, she absolutely slayed. I also love the goblins. They were just fun. They were just fun. That's it. I would say it was a good celebration of what we've had and what's yet to come. And a lot more so than the 50th. And the way they celebrated the show, bringing back a monster or an alien villain from the 60s, perfect. Unit, 70s nostalgia core, great. Comic from 1980, great. Melanie Bush is there, because you know what, we're not going to forget about the 80s. The 90s didn't happen, really. But yeah, not only do we have 2000s nostalgia, but we are acknowledging that the past decade and a half still happened. And essentially, it's a very much everything in Doctor Who's 60 years, or maybe not quite everything, but all 60 years felt like they were considered, and if you were a fan of any one of those, you would find something to love in those 3 specials. Meanwhile, I think The Church from Ruby Road was a perfect setup with a brilliant plot, and I feel like Doctor Who is taking many strides forward to modernise itself, make everyone feel included, and honestly, I don't think Russell T Davies has lost anything. If anything, I think he may have improved as a writer. I don't know necessarily. Oh, because here's the thing: his Doctor Who was already such a high quality. I can't really detect any improvement because it's back to form. We're so back. We are so back. And yeah, I've covered up to the latest episode of Doctor Who. The latest one. All of it. Every episode of Doctor Who. It's not even Christmas anymore. Why do I... Every single one. All of it. I've talked about all of Doctor Who. Is there anything left for me to do? I've got to go. ha 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 ha.